Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Pursuant to Standing Order 17, I lay on the table my warrant nominating the Honourable Member for Higgins to be a member of the Speaker's panel to assist the Chair when requested to do so by the Speaker or Deputy Speaker. I present report number 4 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 7 November 2022. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determination will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, Australian Crime Commission Amendment, Special Operations and Special Investigations Bill 2022.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Australian Crime Commission Amendment, Special Operations and Special Investigations Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Crime Commission Act 2002 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Transnational serious and organised crime is destructive, pervasive and complex. In 2020 to 21, serious and organised crime was estimated to cost Australia up to $60.1 billion. As Australia's National Criminal Intelligence Agency, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the ACIC, is central to our national response to transnational, serious and organised crime. The ACIC uses its collection and assessment capabilities to generate intelligence to drive disruptions, seizures and arrests by law enforcement, intelligence and international partners. The Australian Crime Commission Amendment, Special Operations and Special Investigations Bill 2022 amends the Australian Crime Commission Act 2002 to provide greater certainty with respect to the ACIC Board's powers to authorise special operations and special investigations. The bill does not expand or otherwise alter the powers available to the ACIC when undertaking ACIC special operations or special investigations. Under the Act, the ACIC may only use its coercive powers where the ACIC Board makes a determination for a special operation or special investigation. The Board may only exercise the power to authorise special operations or special investigations when it considers that it is in the public interest to do so. However, the existing provisions in the Act include key definitions which cross-refer to other definitions that are central to the process for making determinations. This layering of definitions adds unnecessary complexity to the process in making determinations. The proposed amendments address this issue by repealing the current definition of federally relevant criminal activity in subsection 4.1 and replacing it with a new definition of federally relevant crime. The current definition of relevant crime in subsection 4.1 is also amended. These changes reduce the multi-layered definitions that currently exist, which add unnecessary complexity. The bill also makes minor consequential amendments to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement Act 2010 and the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 1979. The measures in this bill provide the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission can continue to exercise its powers with greater legal clarity when conducting activities to combat transnational and serious organised crime in Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for Aston.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Privacy Legislation Amendment, Enforcement and Other Measures Bill 2022.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Privacy Legislation Amendment, Enforcement and Other Measures Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and for other purposes.
I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill sends a clear message that the Albanese government takes privacy, security and data protection seriously. As the Optus, Medibank and MyDeal cyber attacks have recently highlighted, data breaches have the potential to cause serious financial and emotional harm to Australians, and this is unacceptable. Governments, businesses and other organisations have an obligation to protect Australians' personal data, not to treat it as a commercial asset. The law must reflect this. This bill will provide Australians with confidence that their data will be protected in 4 ways. First, the bill will significantly increase penalties under the Privacy Act for serious or repeated privacy breaches to incentivise businesses to take strong privacy and cyber security measures to protect the personal data they hold. Second, the Australian Information Commissioner will be provided with a suite of improved and new powers to resolve privacy breaches efficiently and effectively. Third, the Notifiable Data Breaches scheme will be strengthened to ensure the Information Commissioner has comprehensive knowledge of the information compromised in a breach to assess the particular risk of harm to individuals. Fourth, the Information Commissioner and the Australian Communications and Media Authority will have greater information sharing powers to ensure regulators are able to work together and take prompt action to minimise harm to Australians. These amendments are targeted and measured. They respond to the most pressing issues arising from the Optus data breach and other recent cyber incidents. I'm introducing this bill at the earliest opportunity. The government has moved swiftly at every stage of the response to the Optus data breach, giving Australians confidence that their compromised identity documents can be replaced, coordinating action between regulators and taking steps to enable Optus to share information with financial institutions to detect and prevent fraud. I also acknowledge the work of the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, Australian Federal Police and other federal regulators and agencies that have supported the response to this breach. The novel privacy challenges posed by the rise of digital platforms and the unprecedented volume and variety of data that these platforms collect from users underscores the importance of reforming our privacy laws. The Attorney-General's Department's review of the Privacy Act will recommend further reform proposals to ensure Australia's privacy framework protects the personal information of Australians, supports an innovative economy and responds to new challenges in the digital age. The bill will increase penalties for a serious or repeated breach of privacy from $2.22 million to not more than the greater of $50 million, 3 times the value of any benefit obtained through the misuse of the information, or, if the value of the benefit obtained cannot be determined, 30% of a company's domestic turnover in the relevant period. Setting these penalties at a higher level will accord with Australian community expectations about the importance of protecting their personal data. Further, penalties for privacy breaches cannot be seen as simply the cost of doing business. Entities must be incentivised to have strong cyber and data security safeguards in place to protect Australians. These new penalties mirror those proposed in the Treasury Laws Amendment More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022, which implements the government's Better Competition election commitment. This will ensure alignment of penalties across Australian privacy law and consumer law. The bill will strengthen the existing notifiable data breaches scheme by empowering the Information Commissioner to assess an entity's compliance with the scheme's requirements. Assessments are an important educative tool, and this power will assist entities in ensuring they are meeting their requirements. The Information Commissioner will also have new information gathering powers in regards to the scheme's reporting and notification requirements. This is necessary to provide the Information Commissioner with a comprehensive understanding of the information compromised in a breach in order to assess the particular risks to individuals and take actions such as issue a direction for the entity to notify individuals who have been affected by a data breach. The bill will improve the powers available to the Information Commissioner to resolve privacy breaches by empowering the Commissioner to publish notices about specific breaches of privacy or otherwise ensure those directly affected are informed. The bill enables the Commissioner to compel entities to undertake external reviews to improve their practices to reduce the likelihood of them committing a breach again. The bill will also provide the Commissioner new information gathering powers to conduct assessments and new infringement notice powers that can be used if an entity fails to provide information when required, without the need to engage in protracted litigation. To ensure Australia's privacy laws remain fit for purpose in a globalised world and to ensure the Privacy Act can be enforced against global technology companies who may process Australians' information on servers offshore, the bill will amend the Act's extraterritoriality provisions. This will mean that even if foreign organisations do not collect or hold Australians' information directly from a source in Australia, they must still meet the obligations under the Privacy Act so long as they carry on a business in Australia. To ensure Australians are informed about privacy issues, the bill will provide the Commissioner an express power to publish a final determination following a privacy investigation and information about a final assessment report. The Commissioner will also be able to publish information about other matters, such as an update about an ongoing privacy investigation, if it is in the public interest. The Commissioner will also be able to share information with enforcement bodies, alternative complaint bodies and privacy regulators for the purpose of the Commissioner or the receiving body exercising their functions and powers. The Australian Communications and Media Authority will also be provided better powers to share information within government for enforcement purposes. This will drive better cooperation between regulators in order to deliver better outcomes for Australians. The bill is an important and pressing reform that will make sure penalties for privacy breaches adequately reflect community expectations and will ensure Australia's privacy regulator has the enforcement tools necessary to effectively deter the misuse of Australians' personal information.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give a call to the member for Aston.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The questions of the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3, Aboriginal Land Grant, Jervis Bay Territory Amendment, Strengthening Land and Governance Provisions Bill 2022.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I present the Aboriginal Land Grant, Jervis Bay Territory Amendment, Strengthening Land and Governance Provisions Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Aboriginal Land Grants Jervis Bay Territory Act 1986 and for related purposes.
And I give a call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Wreck Bay Aboriginal community in the Jervis Bay Territory has an unusual status. It is part of my electorate of Fenner, but residents do not vote in state or territory elections. This means the Commonwealth has a particular responsibility to residents of Wreck Bay. The Jervis Bay Territory is a special place. In a dozen visits, I've appreciated the chance to learn from and work with members of the community. I thank my colleague Linda Burney, the Minister for Indigenous Australians, for allowing me to introduce this bill today on behalf of the Australian Government. The Australian Government has worked with the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council and the broader Wreck Bay community over a number of years to co-design the Aboriginal Land Grant Jervis Bay Territory Amendment Strengthening Land and Governance Provisions Bill 2022, with the most recent consultations on the detail of the bill in August this year. This bill will strengthen the Council's governance structures, enhance the control the Council has over its own affairs and help to enable home ownership-style leases on Aboriginal land in the Jervis Bay Territory. The Wreck Bay community is located in the Jervis Bay Territory on the southern New South Wales coast, 126 kilometres east of Canberra. The Jervis Bay Territory was formally established in 1915 on the land of the Burwara Peninsula through the enactment of the Jervis Bay Territory Acceptance Act 1915. First Nations people had been living in the area since long before that time and never agreed to the surrender of these lands. Middens on the Burwara Peninsula provide evidence of thousands of generations of First Nations occupation of this area. During the 1960s and 1970s, members of the community advocated for the recognition of their connection to the land in Australian law. This advocacy culminated in the enactment of the Aboriginal Land Grant Jervis Bay Territory Act 1986. The Act established the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council to hold title to Aboriginal land in the Jervis Bay Territory, to manage that land for the benefit of the community, and to advocate for and serve the community more generally. There have been 3 declarations of Aboriginal land since 1987. Today, more than 90% of the land in the Jervis Bay Territory is Aboriginal land, owned and managed by the Council. Much of that land is Buddery National Park, which is leased back to the Director of National Parks and is jointly managed by the Council and the Director of National Parks. This bill will ensure that the Council is well positioned to hold and manage this land for the benefit of the Council's members for generations to come. The bill enhances local control over decision-making by increasing the amount the Council can agree to spend under a contract without obtaining ministerial approval. This amount will increase from $100,000 to $1 million, enabling the Council to pursue commercial ventures without having to navigate unnecessary red tape. The bill assists the Council to issue home ownership-style leases to individuals in the community. If community members wish to do so, they will be able to take out a home ownership-style lease. This will simplify arrangements for long-term leasing and provide opportunities for community members to enjoy the intergenerational benefits of home ownership. The bill strengthens the Council's governance structures, aligning them more closely with those of comparable corporate Commonwealth entities. The powers of the Council will be vested in the Board. Until now, the Council's members have had to delegate powers to the Board, creating uncertainty within the Council. The Board and the Chief Executive Officer will be explicitly empowered to delegate functions and powers so the Council can function effectively. The bill also ensures only fit and proper persons may serve on the Board and changes quorum requirements from set numbers to percentages of overall members, ensuring responsiveness to changes in overall membership numbers. Importantly, the bill updates the title of the Act to the Aboriginal Land and Waters Jervis Bay Territory Act 1986. This name reflects the Council's ownership of an area of the waters of Jervis Bay, as well as freshwater sources across the Jervis Bay Territory. It recognises the community's strong connection to waters as well as land, and the importance of the Act in supporting that enduring connection in the future. The government's Closing the Gap commitment to shared decision-making has guided the development of these reforms. Targeted co-design sessions were held in 2020 and 2021, including with the Council's board, men's and women's groups, subcommittees, elders, youth and the broader membership. Some reforms were proposed by government, others were suggested by government. Some reforms were proposed by the community, others were suggested by government, and every reform in this bill has been explicitly endorsed by the Board. I acknowledge the work that occurred under the former Minister for Indigenous Australians, the Honourable Ken Wyatt, in progressing this important work with the Wreck Bay community. The government sincerely thanks the Council for its work in the co-design of this bill. In particular, we acknowledge the leadership of Annette Brown and Julie Moore, who have chaired the Council during the co-design process. The Council's work honours the long-standing tradition of community service and representation in Wreck Bay. Those who advocated for land rights in the late 20th century paved the way for the present generation to maintain their deep connection to the land and waters. This bill ensures that the Wreck Bay community will continue to live their culture through this enduring connection for generations to come. I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the honourable member for Aston.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. And I give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Budget Measures Bill 2022.
And I give the call to the Minister for Veterans and Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Budget Measures Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
I give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Australian community has a clear expectation that defence personnel, veterans and families are well looked after. This is an important task and responsibility of government, a solemn commitment. I am pleased to be introducing this legislation today as it demonstrates the Albanese Labor government's commitment to delivering a better future for our veterans and families, addressing the adequacy of support to totally and permanently incapacitated veterans, oft referred to as TPI veterans, and their families, providing them greater financial support to ultimately deliver a better future for them. Before the 2019 election, the then Prime Minister raised expectations he would increase the TPI payment by committing to a review of the pension, even telling the TPI Federation that they had a compelling case. However, after that election, funnily enough, no increase was recommended by that review. Typical of the all-announcement, no-delivery games of the previous government, Labor senators decided they couldn't rely on anyone else to get the job done. They rolled up their sleeves and initiated their own Senate inquiry. That inquiry, the Senate Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade inquiry into totally and permanently incapacitated payments, recommended that government consider increasing the TPI payment. It made that recommendation on 1 July 2021. While that inquiry did not recommend a specific amount of increase of the TPI payment, it suggested it should be a modest increase. True to form, the then Liberal National Government ignored the bipartisan recommendation, another slap in the face of our most severely injured veterans. On 24 April 2022, Senator Wong, then Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, the member for Blair, and I announced in different parts of the country that a Labor government, if elected, would act on the recommendation of the Senate inquiry and increase the TPI payment by $1,000 a year. This bill today implements that commitment by Labor by increasing the special rate of disability compensation payment for veterans. Let's be very clear here. In early 2019, the former Liberal National Government said it would do something to help veterans, and then didn't do it for an entire term of this parliament, despite a bipartisan Senate inquiry recommending them to act. Labor committed to action in April 2022, was elected in May 2022, is introducing that legislation today in October 2022, and that increase will come into effect from 1 January 2023, less than a year from when it was announced by Labor, then in opposition. This $1,000 a year increase to the special rate of disability pension, an increase of $38.46 per fortnight, is to ensure veterans and families are better supported financially, helping keep up with the cost of living pressures. It forms part of how last night's federal budget, delivered by the Treasurer, delivers on the Albanese Labor government's commitment to deliver responsible cost of living relief. The increase to the TPI payment means it will be comparable with the national minimum wage and, crucially, greater than the after-tax national minimum wage a wage earner would receive. This initiative recognises the importance of supporting veterans who have been severely impacted by their experiences in the Australian Defence Force. This bill will achieve this by amending the Veterans Entitlements Act to increase the rate of pension payable to TPI veterans. This government is committed to implementing practical support measures to better support defence personnel, veterans and families. We want our service personnel, veterans and veteran families to know that Australia is proud of them and that our country will always be there for them, that they will get the support that they not only need but deserve. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the honourable member for Aston.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5, amendment of the resolution of appointment for the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the proposed amendment to the resolution of appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters in the terms on which it appears in the notice paper.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received messages from the Senate informing the House of a resolution agreed to by the Senate that the time for the presentation of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs on its inquiry into community safety, support services and job opportunities in the Northern Territory be extended to 1 March 2023, and informing the House of the appointment of senators to the Joint Select Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation. As the list of appointments is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I give the call to the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, social services and other legislation amendment lifting the income limit for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card Bill 2022, consideration of Senate amendments.
I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to indicate to the House that the government proposes that amendments numbers 1 and 8 to 1 and 8 to 13 be agreed to, and that amendments number 2 to 7 and 14 to 16 be disagreed to. I suggest, therefore, that it may suit the convenience of the House first to consider amendments numbers 1 and 8 to 13, and when those amendments have been disposed of, to consider amendments number 2 to 7 and 14 to 16.
And I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the Senate amendments numbers 1 and 8 to 13 be agreed to. These amendments are incredibly important to ensure that an additional 50,000 self-funded retirees get access to the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card, easing some of the cost of living pressures that they are facing. This bill was due to commence on the 20th of September 2022, but due to the suspension of Parliament following the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the bill could not be passed in time for the increase to be implemented on the 20th of September 2022, as intended. As a result, the government accepts the Senate amendments to allow the increase to the income limits to take effect 7 days following royal assent. The Albanese government is committed to easing the cost of living pressures, and this bill is a very practical example that will support older Australians. The Commonwealth Seniors Health Card is available to Australians who have reached pension age and are ineligible for an income support payment due to their income and/or assets. Cardholders gain access to the Commonwealth Health Concession, including concessional co-payments for pharmaceutical benefit scheme medicines and concessional thresholds for the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme Safety Net and the Extended Medicare Safety Net. State and territory governments have some private entities may offer additional concessions at their own discretion. The income limit for a person who is single will increase from the current $61,284 to the new limit of $98,054. This single income limit also applies to a person who is a member of an illness-separated couple, a member of a respite care couple, or a member of a couple whose partner is in jail. The income limit for each member of a couple will increase from the current $49,027 to the new limit of $72,000. This means the Commonwealth Health Seniors Card income limit for a couple will increase to $144,000 of combined income. Therefore, I think these are very sensible amendments, and I commend the amendments to the House.
I'll put the question that the Senate amendments number 1 and 8 and to 13 be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the Minister for... I'm sorry? I have. I give the call to the Minister. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you.
Order. Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker. And I move that amendments number 2 to 7 and 14 to 16 be disagreed to. Now, of course, the amendments that have been put forward here have really been amendments that are completely unrelated to the Commonwealth Health Seniors Card. In fact, the amendments are based on a separate, completely separate private members' bill introduced to the Senate on the 3rd of August 2022 by Senator Dean Smith. Now, the Senate, on the 28th of September 2022, amendments to the bill do not concern the Commonwealth Health Seniors Card. It does not concern the income limits that the Commonwealth Health Seniors Card relates to. This has been a political tactic by the opposition to delay many seniors to access this important card. And I will urge the opposition to stop this shenanigans. I also would like to indicate that what this bill does is attach significant spending obligations on the Commonwealth. So for an opposition that suggests they're somehow fiscally conservative, well, that is a joke when it comes to these amendments. So The appropriate place to consider these amendments is in the time of private members' bill, or indeed I'd invite the opposition to consider amendments in a separate social services legislation amendment, workforce incentive bill, where it has much more appropriate position to be discussed. By rejecting these amendments, we are sending a clear message to seniors that we are not going to stand in the way of them getting extra support for medicines, extra support on healthcare, extra support at a time that they need cost of living. Any delay to this bill by the opposition by playing politics and adding unrelated measures just shows that they are not serious about helping seniors in their time of need. So I ask the House to reject and disagree to these amendments.
The question is that amendments number 2 to 7 and 14 to 16 be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. We will be supporting these amendments that have come back from the Senate, and would say to the Minister for Social Services that you have already broken your commitment to Australians. You promised to deliver this much sooner than you did, and now the mismanagement that we see from this minister, the mismanagement in the Senate and indeed the mismanagement in the House means that Australians are waiting even longer. So the minister can seek to try and blame the Senate, who voted for these amendments. Very sensible amendments indeed. I want to commend Senator Dean Smith on behalf of the coalition, who moved a number of these amendments and subsequently amended the bill as passed by the Senate. The amendments give rise to several coalition initiatives, and we congratulate the government for adopting these coalition initiatives, although we don't congratulate them on being on a go-slow in delivering them. Firstly, these amendments double the age and veteran servants' pension work bonus scheme, the amount that can be earned without impacting pension payments, increasing from $300 to $600 per fortnight. It also ensures that working pensioners can continue to accrue the unused work bonus scheme income up to the cap of $7,800, exempting future earnings for pension income test purposes. This proposal was announced by the opposition leader on the 26th of June 2022, which was primarily aimed at getting older people back into work, encouraging them back into work or to work longer hours to help ease labour shortages. Now, the minister who was on the go-slow did not see the urgency of those labour shortages, and we find ourselves in the position we are now, where instead of just adopting and accepting the proposal put forward by the opposition, in a pig-headed and stubborn way, sought to do it in a different way, and the Senate has rejected that. Secondly, these amendments ensure that pensions will be suspended for up to 2 years if they exceed the income cap, during which time pensioners will undergo a simplified process to resume the pension once their income falls to the relevantly prescribed level. Both age and disability support pensioners will be able to keep their pensioner concession card for 2 years as an acknowledgement, indeed, as we said before the election, of the importance of the concessions that the PCC offers. Pensioner partners also of working pensioners will enjoy the same pension and PCC arrangements. So, Mr Speaker, we see here a government who promised to deliver this much more quickly. Seniors have had to wait. They waited for this to be introduced. It was 3 months late when it was introduced. Now it's 5 months late, and the minister has sadly failed those seniors. The Senate's, indeed a majority of the Senate, have supported these amendments, and we will therefore be supporting these excellent amendments put forward by Senator Dean Smith on behalf of the coalition.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. Yep. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no? No. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 74, noes 67. The question there is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the Minister.
Speaker, I present the reasons for the House disagreeing to the Senate amendments numbers 1 to 7 and 14 to 16, and I move that these reasons be adopted.
I'll put the question. All of those with opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Can I give the call to the clerk?
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Atomic Energy Amendment, Mine Rehabilitation and Closure Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And I give the call to the member for Aston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Coalition supports this bill and it supports the passage of the Atomic Energy Amendment, Mine Rehabilitation and Closure Bill 2022. In 1999, an agreement was reached between the Commonwealth Government and Energy Resources Australia, known as ERA, that upon the completion of mining activities at Ranger Mine in the Northern Territory, ERA would take charge of rehabilitating the Ranger Mine site. Mining at Ranger ceased in January 2021 and remediation is already underway. The current framework allows ERA to undertake remediation work until January 2026. More than 20 years ago, it was believed that ERA would only need 5 years to complete rehabilitative work on the site. As a result, the authority set out a cease of operations for mining works in January 2021, with the authority lapsing on 8 January 2026. However, following consultations with the previous and current governments, it was concluded that to fully rehabilitate the site to high contemporary standards, ERA would require more than the 5 years provided to complete the rehabilitation and monitoring required. This bill extends the legislative framework surrounding the rehabilitation, ensuring that ERA can complete rehabilitation, close out the site, continue monitoring and return the land to the traditional owners. The bill does not provide any authority for further mining on the site, which follows ERA's commercial decision to not pursue any further mine site extensions in 2015. Rather, the bill's primary purpose is to enable the long-term remediation and monitoring of the site. Primarily, it amends the legislation to allow the remediation authority to be milestone-based rather than time-based, keeping the onus on the responsible company to complete the rehabilitation. The Coalition supports all mine rehabilitation being completed to high standards. Australia has some of the most stringent environmental and rehabilitative standards and processes in the world and supports ERA fulfilling their obligation to properly remediate the Ranger mine. The authorities created under this legislation will allow for the progressive closeout of areas of the mining lease. This means that as portions of the lease are considered to be fully rehabilitated, the lands can be returned to the local community sooner. The Ranger uranium mine has served the country well over its years of operation, creating economic benefits for the country and local community and providing jobs and employment services to the local population and the wider Northern Territory. As Ranger's operations have come to a close, the focus is on ensuring that the affected areas, which are small in size, are fully rehabilitated to ensure protection of our natural environment. Traditional owners, the Northern Land Council and other Northern Territory bodies are supportive of the bill and have expressed their support for ERA fulfilling their obligations set out under the Atomic Energy Act to rehabilitate the Ranger site. The Coalition began the process of engaging with ERA over the rehabilitation of Ranger Mine under the previous government and supports this bill proceeding in order to guarantee Ranger can be fully rehabilitated by ERA over the coming years. We commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the Honourable Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I declare that the Atomic Energy Amendment Mine Rehabilitation and Closure Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
I call the Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3. Treasury Laws Amendment, More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for
Great seat of Fadden on the glorious Gold Coast, my Western Australian Deputy Chair friend. Wonderful to stand and speak on Treasury Law Amendment, More Competition and Lower Prices Bill. We love competition, we love lower prices, so the opposition will be supporting the legislation. This bill includes important reforms to unfair contract terms that will better protect consumers and small businesses. These are important reforms to support small businesses that were initiated by the former coalition government. I was a former small business minister, and I went through as Assistant Treasurer in 2018-19 where we started the unfair contract terms. This is like tranche 3 or 4 of them. This is a process that's been ongoing for almost a decade. To respond to the small business minister across the table. This is part of the coalition's long-standing commitment to supporting small business. These amendments were put to the parliament before the last election, Minister, across the table. And it's good to see they've been retained, building on the previous tranche of legislation that we'd put in progressively over the last 9 years. The reforms will make unfair contract terms unlawful, give courts the power to impose civil penalties, increase the small business eligibility threshold for protections from less than 20 employees to less than 100 employees, and introduce an annual turnover threshold of more than $10 million as an alternative threshold for determining eligibility. It will remove the requirement for the upfront price payable under a contract to be below a certain threshold in order for the contract to be covered by the protections of the ACL, and increase the relevant threshold under the ASIC Act from $300,000 to $5 million. It will provide more flexible remedies to a court when it declares a contract term unfair, identifying or including by clarifying the court's power to determine an appropriate remedy. It will clarify that remedies available for non-party consumers also apply to non-party small businesses, and it will improve clarity around the definition of standard form contract by providing further certainty on factors such as repeat usage of a contract template and whether the small business had an effective opportunity to negotiate the contract. However, and there's always a however with the Labor Party, while the opposition will support the legislation for these reasons, it's important to note the costing blowout attached to the other section of the bill. Treasury costings confirm there is a staggering $500 million black hole in this policy, which Labor was relying on to offset their largest deficits. First bill of the Small Business Minister, who happens to be in the House, which is pretty exciting, has got a $500 million black hole. I'm sure she's very proud of that. Prior to the election, Labor claimed the policy to increase penalties under the Competition and Consumer Act would raise $557.7 million in its first 4 years. That would be the minister's pre-election costing, I'm sure. $557.7 million. It's in her pre-election costing document, so I think we can all safely assume it is indeed the minister's numbers. But then Treasury comes along, the grown-ups in the room, and they cost the government's legislation, the minister's legislation. It'll actually raise $63 million in the first 4 years. I mean, that's not missing by a little bit, Mr Deputy Speaker, is it? $557 million versus $63 million. That is missing by a country mile. The black hole in Labor's costing explains why Labor is looking to break its promise to support legislated tax relief. Labor talking a big game before the election, but now it's clear it doesn't add up
We saw that with electricity. Over 90 times there'd be $275 that would be cut from consumers' electricity bills. What did we find out last night? Nope, they're going up by 57%. Another miss by a country mile. And this will continue as we drill into the budget that came down last night. This budget fails families at a time when they really needed a plan for cost of living pressures. There's a $1 billion black hole in Labor's budget. A further one. At the election, Labor promised to crack down on multinational tax avoidance to the tune of $1.9 billion over the next 4 years by following up on some of the OECD work. It was hilarious. Labor criticised us for not doing it. We were the deputy chair of the OECD committee that recommended the work. But again, the budget confirms Labor's big on rhetoric, not particularly good on the numbers. This measure is now expected to generate $950 million. That's another $1 billion black hole on top of the minister's $500 million I announced before. We also know that Labor has waved the veritable white flag on productivity. GDP growth has been downgraded significantly. Labor expects that GDP will be lower in the coming years. By their own admission, they do not believe that their spending will grow the economy. Can't even back their own plan. It's quite extraordinary. This government has failed to provide a limit to taxes imposed on Australians. Under Labor, taxes paid by Australians will increase on their own budget papers by $142 billion over the forward estimates. The previous coalition had a tax speed bump, where receipts, taxation or expenditure, if you like, the same size of the ledger, we had at 23.9% of GDP. The Labor Party has no plan to reduce spending and to cap it at any levels. Families facing cost of living pressures should be able to keep more of what they earn to deal with it. This budget provides no certainty, none, for the 10 million Australians on their legislated tax relief in 2024. The only new changes to the tax system announced in this budget is a new tax on investments. Who would have thought? I must have missed that in the Treasurer's speech, Mr Deputy Speaker, but it's there in the budget papers. A sneaky new tax will slug Australians who invest their own savings in superannuation. Despite ruling out these changes before the election, Labor will hit investors and retirees with a new $555 million tax, depriving investors of franking credits to which they have previously relied on. It's one of the many broken promises in this disappointing budget. Cheaper energy. Labor's own budget numbers confirm electricity and gas prices will rise sharply over the next 2 years. Treasury has assumed retail electricity prices will rise by a staggering 50%, retail gas prices up 40% in 2022 and 23. And just so that the minister opposite knows where to look, page 57 of Budget Paper 1, old boy, have a look there and you'll see electricity prices going up 50%, despite 91 iterations pre-election of a $275 saving. And I'm looking for that $275. I can't find it. Is it there? Where is it? 91 times. 91 times that they'd be there. Except Budget Paper number 1, page 57 says it's not there. It's not there. It's actually your power price is going to go up by 57%. It is staggering, the broken promises and the chutzpah from this government. Labor's forecasts reveal that real wages will fall over the coming years. But the Prime Minister promised. He promised that no one will be left behind. Prime Minister must have forgotten about the 150,000 Australians who will lose their job as unemployment goes up to 4.5%. And I'm bringing down the cost of living. There's not one measure in this budget that will help families struggle with the cost of living this year. This year, your childcare doesn't start until 1 July next year. Small Business Minister, don't you even know the government's own policy? Unbelievable. Not one measure in this budget that will help families struggling with the cost of living this year, and all the two ministers can do across the other side is smile gleefully. This budget shows inflation will be higher, and will remain higher for longer, and that the cash rate forecast at over 3.3 will be higher. The test for the federal budget was for the government to build on the strong position it inherited from the coalition to address the cost of living crisis bearing down on Australians, and the jury is quite clear. Labor has failed this test. This budget does nothing for your budget, family budgets. There is no credible plan to deal with the source of inflation or to help families deal with their immediate cost of living pressures. This budget confirms the following, and this is not in dispute. The cost of living is going up. Your electricity and gas prices are going up. Citizens' tax payments are going up. Government spending is going up. Employment, as the number of Australians who are employed, is going down, and real wages are forecast to go down, despite this government saying less than 6 months ago that this wouldn't happen, no one will be left behind, and the halcyon days are ahead. It's a high-taxing, fairly high-spending, typical Labor budget that does nothing to help everyday Australians. So what does it mean? Before the election, the Prime Minister told Australians they will be better off under Labor. The facts are, by Christmas, the average Australian will be $2,000 worse off. I think the average Australian has got the right to ask for their money back because they were duped 100% at the last election. It is a disgrace. The budget is an extraordinary disappointment.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I appreciate hearing those on the other side are supportive of this measure, Deputy Speaker, because of course we know small business owners, more often than not, do not have the deep pockets and the bargaining power to effectively review and negotiate terms in standard form contracts. I am, of course, perplexed why the former government over there didn't actually deal with this, given they were there for 9 years. I appreciate the former minister's spin on the fact that it was 9 years of reform on this, but of course they did have 9 years in office to deliver this. I'm pleased and want to congratulate the Assistant Minister, Dr Andrew Leigh, for his diligent hard work on getting this legislation into the parliament and introducing it so early in our term. This is Labor delivering on our election commitment. We know existing laws haven't stopped the use of unfair terms, and under almost a decade of neglect from the former government, the use of unfair contract terms against small business is widespread. Just this year, the Federal Court decided in favour of small businesses, bringing an end to an unfair contract terms battle waged for 8 years. Since November 2016, Fujifilm had entered into or renewed around 34,000 contracts, the vast majority of which were made using the standard form contracts at issue in the case. As of August this year, many of those contracts were still in force. We can't access the data, Deputy Speaker, on how many of these contracts were with small businesses, but the ACCC says it's likely they made up a substantial number. Speaking on the case, the ACCC said it continues to strongly advocate for law reform to prohibit unfair contract terms and enable the court to impose penalties in cases where such terms are imposed and enforced against small businesses. So I'm very pleased that our government, the Albanese Labor government, is introducing this legislation to strengthen unfair contract term protections for small businesses and consumers. And as I said, I'm pleased to hear those opposite will be supporting it. We're also increasing the number of small business contracts that will be afforded protection under this legislation. We're increasing small business eligibility threshold for the protections from less than 20 employees up to less than 100 employees, Deputy Speaker. And we're also introducing an annual turnover threshold of less than $10 million as an alternative threshold for determining eligibility under this legislation. We know this will go to helping improve small business confidence and allow our small businesses community to grow with confidence. Because unlike the previous government, the Albanese Labor government is serious about delivering on our better deal for small businesses. These reforms are a critical part of our plans to help small businesses. These changes will help improve the long-term resilience of Australia's small businesses and help them bounce back following significant challenges in recent years. This is just the latest measure that the Albanese Labor government is taking to support small businesses. Of course, last night in the budget, the Treasury announced that we'll be providing more than $15 million to small business owners across Australia to access free mental health and financial counselling support. $10.9 million in funding will go to the new Access for Small Business Owners program and $4 million to the Small Business Debt Helpline. The Albanese Labor government will also deliver energy efficiency grants to eligible small and medium businesses to help address rising costs. This new funding will build on measures already put in place by the Albanese government, including $18.6 million to help small businesses adapt and build resilience through digital technology. Small businesses will also have access to new tax incentives to train and upskill employees and to improve their digital and tech capacity that will be legislated by the Albanese government. Worth more than $1.5 billion, the Technology Investment Boost and the Skills and Training Boost will be backdated to 29 March so small business owners can receive the full benefits of this measure. We, of course, have updated the Commonwealth procurement rules, which means small businesses will get a bigger slice of the $70 billion in contracts that the Australian government spends every year. These measures sit alongside the Albanese government's wider agenda that will benefit small businesses. We all know, of course, about the skills shortages. Australia's small businesses will benefit from an increase in the migration program to help address some of these shortages. We'll also deliver $36 million in additional funding to accelerate visa processing and help resolve some of the visa backlog. We'll provide one-off credit to older Australians to give them the option to work and keep more of their money, immediately boosting the number of people in the workforce. And we'll accelerate the delivery of 465,000 additional fee-free TAFE places, with 180,000 to be delivered in 2023, to help get more skilled workers into the job market quicker. We've done this because we are the government that supports small business. Small businesses employ millions of Australians. They contribute more than $430 billion to our nation's economy each and every year. They're at the heart of our discussions at the Jobs and Skills Summit and in the roundtables in the weeks leading up to it. We know small businesses have been doing it tough, but they've stared down years of floods, and of course some of them are facing it yet again, fires, a global pandemic, and they're now facing that tight labour market and rising inflation. They need support that only a Labor government can and will deliver. The Albanese government knows small businesses are vital to Australia. They're at the centre of our communities right across the country, and they'll always be at the centre of our government's decision-making. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the More Competition, Better Prices Bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill, and the opposition will be supporting this bill, which has some sensible provisions in relation to unfair contract terms. And I'll come to those in a moment, but perhaps the most significant thing in the context of last night's budget is to note the absolutely extraordinary failure with respect to this bill for it to meet the government's forecast of how much it was going to raise. So let's have a look at that, Deputy Speaker. So before the election, and this is a bit of a theme, before the election, after the election, different things. We find, Deputy Speaker, very different things that are said, and we've got a few examples we'll go through, but let's start with this bill. Before the election, the Labor Party said that its changes under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 would raise $557 million in its first 4 years. $557 million is quite a lot of money, and no doubt would be adding into the budget revenue line. But now the budget's come out, Deputy Speaker, and the thing about budgets is Treasury's got to go through numbers. It's got to make sure the forecasts are accurate. It doesn't just accept press releases at face value. What has Treasury said? Well, Treasury said it's actually not $557 million, Deputy Speaker. It's not actually $510 million. It's not $457 million. It's not $357 million. It's not $257 million. It's not $157 million. It's actually $63 million that this legislation will raise. So $557 million, Deputy Speaker, before the election, $63 million after the election. And it doesn't take a graduate of MIT to realise that's a lot less, Deputy Speaker. It's $500 million less, or about 89% less than the government forecast it would raise. And that's pretty bad, Deputy Speaker. The only worst example I can think was the Rudd-Gillard's miss on the mining tax revenue, which from memory, Deputy Speaker, was greater than 95%. 89% extremely bad, 95% even worse. But it's not really surprising, Deputy Speaker. It's not really surprising, because it comes in the context of very similar discrepancies, shall we say, between what the government said as opposition before the election and then what's actually happened after the election. And of course, the most famous example of this, Deputy Speaker, is the solemn promise the opposition delivered so many times, and which was of such relevance to millions of people around Australia. This was a very compelling promise that the government took to the last election. That was that the average household would save $275 on electricity bills. That's a really significant thing for people, Deputy Speaker, $275 for the average household. 97 times it was said, and it was actually said as recently as a couple of days before the election, when now Prime Minister Albanese went to the National Press Club, and it's one of the real centrepieces of that speech to the National Press Club. He said, "We will reduce electricity prices, energy prices by $275 for the average household." And it said it on many times before. A very colourful YouTube video featuring the member for McMahon that goes back to December of 2021, and 97 times in between. $275, not ambiguous, and it wasn't qualified, Deputy Speaker. It wasn't like, hey, maybe we'll do $275. Like, we will. Very clear. So what did we learn last night? We learned last night that electricity prices are going to go up by 50% or more. We learned that gas prices are going to go up by 40%, Deputy Speaker. Extraordinary increases in what is, for most households, one of the very biggest elements of the household budget. So just an extraordinary discrepancy, Deputy Speaker. So this bill, in relation to the competition law, is of a piece with the government's record as it pertains to energy as well. Just a shocking failure there. Real wages was another one. You'll recall, Deputy Speaker, before the election, lots of discussion about how the then opposition, now government, would get real wages moving. Real wages were going to go up. The member for Watson was very forward-leaning in his comments about that. That's not going to happen, Deputy Speaker. It's in their own budget. Don't take my word for it. It's in the budget. Real wages are going to go down under this government. So, let's kind of get real here. We need to make a very clear distinction between things that were said before the election and things that were said afterwards. And again, the source is not me. The source is the now government of Australia. So real wages going down under this government, energy prices going up massively, both of those in complete contrast with what was said before the election. The other one we need to talk about, and there are a few, Deputy Speaker, the other one we need to talk about is this very sneaky new tax for investors. And numerous people in my electorate raised this with me in recent weeks because they saw this coming. And we now see in the election, in the budget rather, $555 million in additional taxes for people, and it's related to franking credits, but it's effectively, Deputy Speaker, it's a penalty tax for people who have saved. Often older people, retirees, people who have worked hard and put some money aside for their retirement. What does this government do? Bang, $555 million, thanks very much. And again, Deputy Speaker, nothing about that before the election. And in fact, to the contrary, before the election, what we heard was there wouldn't be any disruption to taxes on investors and superannuation and so on. Well, it's turned out not to be true. Not to be true, Deputy Speaker, because there is in fact a new tax of some $555 million, Deputy Speaker. And then another one, and they add up one after the other after the other. Before the election, the government said they were going to raise $1.9 billion through cracking down on multinational tax avoidance. And I think the vast majority of people would support sensible measures that were supposed to be cracking down on tax avoidance. The problem is, Deputy Speaker, once again, now the election's over, and now it's reality. So Treasury goes through, they get the talking points, it's maybe like 6 or 7 bullet points on a piece of paper. That's the usual way these things go from the Labor Party. So they get that and go, well, actually, we're going to have to do a bit more work on this. And when they do that, it's like, oh, gee, it's not 1.9 billion, it's 950 million. So pretty much exactly half. So $1 billion less than they said, and that's $1 billion that Australia won't have, that the government said that they would have before the election. And then we have the fact that spending spending is rising and tax is rising. So the budget basically says an extra $142 billion in tax to be collected, and the cap that our government had in place in terms of tax as a proportion of the economy, well, that's gone. That's gone. So that any sort of notion about a constraint on how much tax there should be in the system, gone under this government. We're going to come back to that in a minute, Deputy Speaker, because I suspect that we're going to be hearing a lot more from this government about tax in the next budget, if not before. And we've also seen, Deputy Speaker, that all of the different changes that this government has presided over in terms of the cost of living are going to add up to about $2,000 in extra costs for the average family by Christmas. And again, you go back to before the election. Now, I mean, maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed it, Deputy Speaker, but I don't recall the now Prime Minister, the now Treasurer, or frankly any member of the then opposition saying, you know what we're going to do? We're going to have $2,000 of additional costs for households by Christmas. I suspect that would not have been particularly well received, Deputy Speaker, which is probably why it wasn't said. But that's what's happening. And how is it happening? Well, it's happening because of the impact of rising inflation under this government, of the impact of rising energy prices, and of course of the impact of rising interest rates, all of which this government said it would take actions to address. It said interest rates would be lower under it, and that has not proven to be the case. And it adds up to cost for average families. And that's why management matters, Deputy Speaker. Management matters. And what we've seen from the government is a whole bunch of things they're going to do before the election and then very different outcomes after the election, Deputy Speaker. Now, I do want to turn to the provisions of the bill. As I said, we do support it. We are very disappointed but not surprised that it raises 89% less than they said it would, but important provisions around making unfair contract terms unlawful, giving the courts power to impose additional penalties, increasing some of the penalties that protect small business against unfair contract thresholds, and making remedies more flexible so that a court can impose remedies that are most suited to the particular situation, and improving clarity around standard form contracts so that everyone who's going into a contractual situation, particularly small business, who are often at a disadvantage when negotiating with big business, that everyone is aware of what the standard form contract terms are and that they willingly go into variations of those terms. So these are sensible things, Deputy Speaker, and we will support them. It's just a shame that the financial impact of this is $500 million worse than the Labor Party said it would be. And so you've got to ask the question, Deputy Speaker, if costs keep going up and up, if the spending of the government keeps going up, if deficits under this government, obviously benefiting from the high commodity prices and other structural benefits provided by the previous government at the moment, but under this government what they say is deficits go up and up towards the end of the 4-year period. So begs the question, what are they going to do next? I'll give you a tip, Deputy Speaker. More taxes. Now, we've got another budget coming up in May. It's not that long away, 6-7 months. And you might have heard the Treasurer talking about the national conversation. He's big on conversations, this guy, Deputy Speaker. And he wants to have a national conversation about the budget. And look, and it's probably not a bad thing. I mean, in that national conversation, obviously I think it's very important that represented in that national conversation are the millions of Australians who aren't going to get their $275 energy reduction. It's very important that represented in that national conversation of the millions of Australians who aren't going to get real wage increases despite being promised that by this government. It's very important that also represented in this conversation are a very large number of Australians, anyone earning $45,000 or more, who benefited from the legislated Stage 3 tax cuts. Because we know what they're going to do, Deputy Speaker. We know what they're going to do. They're not going to stick to the legislated Stage 3 tax cuts. It obviously contemplated getting rid of those in this budget, but I think it is a very fair assumption that there's going to be change there, Deputy Speaker. And that would, should that occur, that would be a massive broken promise. And there's no precedent for it, except there is, and it was in the 1990s when then Prime Minister Keating repealed tax reductions that were already LAW law. That's precisely what this government is contemplating doing. And the national conversation, Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure the Treasurer will get lots of photos of him. One day he'll be jogging, one day he'll be staring in a contemplative fashion out the window. Lots of interesting shots of the Treasurer as part of that national conversation. But the last sentence from the Treasurer in that national conversation, Deputy Speaker, it's going to be, "Here are your new taxes." That's where this is headed. And should that occur, that will be a complete abrogation of responsibility, and it will be a complete backflip on what was promised before the election. And I think, Deputy Speaker, it's also quite likely that not only will the government move away from the legislated Stage 3 tax cuts, which they supported wholeheartedly before the election. Remember, back to that theme, Deputy Speaker, before the election, after the election, we're seeing a pattern here. Supported wholeheartedly before the election, but I don't think it's likely to stop only at the Stage 3 tax cuts, Deputy Speaker. I think we'll start to see more academic documents. We'll start to see think tanks calling for other taxes and other increases, and I'm sure that the government will create an environment which is very supportive for those sorts of calls for increased taxes, because that's what this government wants to do. It's what Labor always does, because they always get the numbers wrong, Deputy Speaker. That's why management matters. It matters to be competent. And they get the numbers wrong every time, and as a consequence, what do? They say, well, give us more money. And they say that to the average Australian. That's wrong. We will always fight against that, Deputy Speaker. We support this bill, but are very concerned about the direction of this government.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow that very thoughtful contribution by the member for Banks. He's touched on many important aspects of last night's budget and the journey that our nation will take over the next few months as we head into the next federal budget. And I'll touch on some of those same themes as well a bit later in my remarks. But firstly, I want to discuss the specifics of this bill. This bill seeks to help improve competition across the private sector, and it does this through two schedules. Schedule 1 amends the Competition and Consumer Act, CCA, and the Australian Consumer Law, ACL. It increases penalties on businesses for breaching anti-competition laws, and specifically, if the ACL is breached, then the business will be fined whichever is the higher amount of either $50 million, 3 times the value of the benefit obtained, or 30% of the body corporate's adjusted turnover during the breach turnover period. And if the CCA is breached, then the business will again be fined whichever is the greater of 4 options. For breaches under 21 days in length, it will be $50 million plus $1 million for each day that the contravention continued. For breaches over 21 days in length, that's $71 million plus $3 million for each day the contravention continued after the first 21. And the other 2 options are matching the ACL breach punishment 3 times the value of the benefit obtained, or 30% of the body corporate's adjusted turnover during the breach turnover period. The maximum punishment for a person in breach that is not a body corporate is $2.5 million or a 500% increase. Now, that's all very technical, Mr Deputy Speaker, and very complex, but to put it simply, it increases penalties for businesses acting in an illegal, anti-competitive way. Schedule 2 amends the CCA and the ACL, as well as the Australian Securities and Investments Commission Act. It increases penalties on businesses that impose unfair contract terms. The maximum penalty for an ASIC breach is the greatest value of 5,000 penalty units, or 3 times the value of the benefit obtained or the detriment avoided. And the maximum penalty for an ACL breach is $2.5 million. The bill will better align Australia's penalty regime with equivalent jurisdictions, as determined by the OECD, on competition law worldwide. It is a crackdown on the exploitation of consumers and small businesses, and the Coalition stands resolutely for these groups and will be supporting this important bill. Healthy market competition, Mr Deputy Speaker, is fundamental to a well-functioning economy. I think everyone in this chamber and indeed across this country would agree with that statement. Competition keeps prices low and the quality and choice of goods and services high. Competition is the not-so-secret ingredient that has ensured our nation and similar nations with similar economies have prospered, while other world economies without the same level of competition have stagnated. Australians are currently suffering under a rapidly worsening cost of living crisis. We're all aware of that. There's been much talk of that over the course of this new parliament, and certainly over the discussion in the media in relation to last night's federal budget. And it is absolutely critical. It is the should be the number one priority of this government and of all of us here in this chamber to ensure that we respond to that cost of living crisis as effectively as possible. And it was disappointing that last night's federal budget didn't go anywhere near addressing this crisis. We had essentially just an adoption of the Labor Party's election promises and some bad news, some laying of the groundwork for tax increases that I'm sure will come in due course. It was an abandonment of a number of critical elements of cost of living relief that we were promised ahead of the last election. Of course, there was the $275 energy price reduction guarantee from the Labor Party that was essentially put to bed. We've had their commitment in relation to real wages have been abandoned in this last budget, and disappointingly from my perspective as the member for Bowman, none of the projects that were promised for my electorate in the Redlands were explicitly outlined in the budget, and many of them buried within an element of the budget that extends beyond the forward estimates, which I find quite remarkable. But as I make my way around the businesses and households of the Redlands, that cost of living pressure, inflation pressure, is absolutely biting, and people are raising it with me all the time. We've got local businesses who are struggling with the pressures of inflation. They are struggling with supply chain concerns. And certainly I've had many stories raised with me by local businesses who have been operating, they've been doing terrific work, they've done absolutely the right thing in good faith every step of the way, but have been hung out to dry by bad operators in the market who act without regard for others or the concern for legal consequences. According to the 2018 OECD report, Pecuniary Penalties for Competition Law, Australia lags other developed countries in the competition policy space due to its relaxed laws. In fact, the base penalty for anti-competitive breaches in Australia has not changed in almost 30 years, Mr Deputy Speaker. I looked this up, and as it turns out, I had just started primary school when some of these penalties were last updated. And with rising inflation and a deepening cost of living crisis, a realignment of Australia's anti-competitive penalty regime is certainly necessary, and this bill provides that realignment in the face of new pressures that are being felt right across the economy. And certainly last night's budget warned us correctly, I think, that we've got more of that to come. And certainly that is going to be the challenge before this new government, to make sure that they do take concrete action, not summits, not national conversations, but the concrete action needed to address the economic challenges facing our country. Now, there is one aspect of the government's planning on this bill that leaves a lot to be desired. Prior to the election, Labor claimed that this policy to increase fines under the Competition and Consumer Act would raise $557.7 million for the budget in its first 4 years. But Treasury's costing of this legislation has found that it will actually raise a mere $63 million. So we've got $500 million black hole here, and the question is, how did the government get that so wrong? Of course, you can understand that being in opposition, you cannot have the resources of the government to get these exactly right, but that is a significant black hole, a significant discrepancy between what was promised in terms of revenue from this measure and what we're actually going to see come through from these changes. And you've got to imagine the sort of opportunity cost that is going to be that $500 million would have. Certainly, I know in all of the electorates represented in this place, you can think about how much $500 million would make in terms of differences to local infrastructure projects or local initiatives. And it goes to, I think, a fundamental problem with the projection of revenue from measures such as these. And too often I've seen, and this government is particularly guilty of it, unfortunately, that you see rhetoric around hitting the big end of town, around hitting multinationals, about achieving greater compliance, and big numbers attributed to what these will actually bring in terms of additional revenue. But the simple fact is that that isn't a silver bullet to Australia's fiscal situation. It is not a silver bullet to our economic woes. That is not the revenue solution that's going to end up solving our fundamental structural deficit problems. So we've got a really serious concern there, and we need to make sure that when measures like this are floated, that we be very realistic about how much they're actually going to raise. We are supporting this bill, we support this measure, but certainly a $500 million black hole should be of deep concern to all in this chamber. As a further concern, many contract negotiations are inherently unequal in nature. Large corporations quite regularly leverage their immense resources to tell consumers and small businesses to either take it or leave it. And this can lead to poor market outcomes, and in extreme cases, downright exploitation for those least able to defend their interests. Certainly I've heard many stories in my electorate of businesses who've had to go through very, very difficult negotiations where the power imbalance between the parties is very significant. In today's commercial environment, and with dark clouds gathering across Australia, it becomes critically important that improved safeguards are provided both for consumers and for small businesses. This bill, by adding strong civil deterrent measures for unfair terms and in standard form contracts, aims to do that. This bill further protects the interests of Australian consumers and small businesses with no consequent increase in their compliance burden. This More Competition, Better Prices bill is both necessary and timely, in that it is one positive step at least to help mitigate the potential devastating cost of living impacts that we've been warned about in last night's budget. It impacts and which will, of course, only be made worse by Labor Party policy elsewhere, including the abolition of the ABCC and Labor's reckless energy and climate policy for a start. It was the coalition that first commissioned a review of unfair contract terms protection for small business back in 2018. It was this discussion paper that found our current penalties are not a sufficient deterrent for bad behaviour from big business. When the provisions of the bill were first considered by the former coalition government last year, aspects were discussed with key stakeholders across consumer groups, businesses, legal organisations and the telecommunications industry. From those stakeholders, the coalition government received some 80 submissions. And I hope that this Labor government is likewise committed to effective stakeholder engagement when it comes to applying the provisions and monitoring the consequences of this bill. The Coalition commissioned and funded the findings which inform this bill, and now it is essential that this parliament puts these findings to good use by supporting this bill and the improved deterrence regime that this bill will provide for. I note that the bill includes a requirement to review the reforms 2 years after commencement, and I believe that's very good practice and a very good provision for such matters, and it's certainly something that I'd like to see in a lot more bills that we have in this place, that we have a locked-in legislated review to determine how it's gone in practice, to determine how we can improve it, to re-engage stakeholders around how things have been implemented, how things could be improved, and to proceed on that basis. Unfortunately, too much legislation in this place is just set and forget. We need to be a lot more flexible and nimble in the way that we pass bills in this place and how we review these and how we try to strive to get a better regulatory environment across the country. And it's not just about more regulation, it's about better regulation. It's about reducing red tape and getting better results. When it comes to good public policy, I understand the importance of bipartisanship and subject to the needs and views of my electorate. As such, I stand with my coalition colleagues in support of this bill. The coalition support, of course, does not extend to a blank cheque. The coalition will not allow the government to take control of competition law reform and lead it in a strange direction. It is to this end this bill includes a clear requirement to review all provisions 2 years after their commencement. I want to ensure that this review is thorough, timely and includes adequate consultation, and I'll certainly be keeping an eye on how all that progresses and the feedback from relevant stakeholders wherever possible. The coalition stands where it has always stood, Deputy Speaker, and that is as a true champion of small business. And I hope that this bill will go some way to making their life more easy out there in this very difficult environment. It is open competition between businesses within the context of the free market that makes Australia great. And at such a challenging time, it is entirely appropriate that the safeguards outlined in this bill are introduced promptly to protect them. Almost every day I talk to good people at home in the Redlands, Mr Deputy Speaker. These are decent, hard-working Queenslanders who are struggling to pay their rent, pay their mortgage, put food on the table during this cost of living crisis, during this time when it is so difficult to run a small business in Australia. This bill, born as it is from the Coalition, is at least one sound step in addressing this crisis. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to give support to the Treasury Laws Amendment More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022. At the outset, I say it's a pleasure to follow the member for Bowman, and I congratulate him on his considered and eloquent speech in this House today. Deputy Speaker, this bill seeks to increase the penalties for breaches of the Australian consumer law, as well as the Competition and Consumer Act of 2010. It is pleasing to see that many of the reforms proposed within this bill were as contained within the former Coalition Government's Treasury Laws Amendment Enhancing Tax Integrity and Supporting Business Investment Bill of 2022. We are lucky in this country to have strong protections for consumers. It is an important cornerstone in any modern economy for consumers to be confident in the goods and services in which they pay for. In Australia, the Australian consumer law offers protections in significant areas, including unfair contract terms, consumer rights, product safety, door-to-door sales and telephone sales, and lay-by agreements. The benefit of a strong Australian consumer law is to allow for these protections to be unified across Australia. We are a federated nation, Deputy Speaker, and certainty for consumers in all states is only logical. As part of this bill, body corporates can be fined a maximum of the greater of $50 million or 3 times the value of the offence, or 30% of the adjusted turnover during the breach period. For persons other than a body corporate, the maximum fine will now be $2.5 million. These amendments will increase the severity of Australia's penalty regime for anti-competitive behaviour and facilitate the imposition of penalties that are more comparable with international jurisdictions. Deputy Speaker, another important cornerstone of the Australian consumer law is the protections offered to small business in business-to-business transactions. Small business is the backbone of Australia. All small businesses rely upon a steady, consistent cash flow and simply cannot afford to absorb the costs of being the victim of unfair contract terms from larger entities. Large businesses often have legal teams at their disposal to challenge contracts and engage in litigation to resolve disputes. However, if the victim of unfair contract terms is a small business, a small business owner, he or she is prohibited through both time and costs from taking court proceedings against a much larger entity. The reforms proposed within this bill will discourage the use of unfair terms by reducing their prevalence in standard form contracts, helping to protect small businesses. This will provide a lot of benefit for many of the small businesses located within my electorate. The eligibility threshold for protections will be increased for small businesses with less than 20 employees to businesses with less than 100 employees. An alternative eligibility threshold will also be included to allow businesses with an annual turnover of less than $10 million to be also eligible for unfair contract terms. There will no longer be a requirement for the upfront price payable under a contract to be below a certain threshold in order for the contract to be covered by the Australian consumer law. This will, of course, really improve the cash flow of many small businesses. Courts will also now be able to apply more flexible remedies when it declares a contract term unfair, through clarifying the court's power to determine an appropriate remedy. Deputy Speaker, while I fully support these increased protections for consumers and small businesses, I must use this opportunity to challenge some of the costings announced by Labor in the lead-up to the May election and for which we saw last night. During the election, Labor claimed its policy to increase these penalties would raise $557 million in its first 4 years. However, the latest Treasury costings show that it will really merely raise $63 million. This is a $500 million black hole. This is a significant discrepancy between the amount that Labor costed would come through from its penalty regime and the reality. This black hole is one more example that we saw of Labor's inability to properly cost, which we saw last night in their higher spending, higher taxing budget delivered in this House. The test for the federal budget last night was for the government to build on the strong position it inherited from the coalition to address the cost of living, particularly bearing down on Australians. When the Labor Party announced this bill, it said that this would have a direct impact on the cost of living for Australians. However, Labor has failed this test. We saw this last night. Just before the election, the Prime Minister told Australians that they will all be better off under a Labor government. In reality, by Christmas, the typical Australian family will be at least $2,000 worth off. As we emerged from the pandemic, Deputy Speaker, the fundamentals of the Australian economy were strong. Our jobs growth was better and our debt was lower than any other advanced economy. Every nation in the world is facing challenges born from the pandemic and amplified by global economic headwinds. We approach these challenges in a stronger position than any other nation. Despite this advantage, Labor's first budget fails to deliver for Australian families, for Australian businesses and for Australians overall. This budget fails Australian families at a time when they really need a plan to address cost of living pressures. Everybody that I speak to within my electorate of Hughes is struggling at the moment with the increased cost of living. This budget does nothing to assist their family budget or other family budgets throughout our country. There is no credible plan to deal with the source of inflation or to help families deal with immediate cost of living pressures. Instead, there is an aspirational promise to build 1 million homes starting in 2024, with a lack of detail about how this will actually occur. This is a budget, Deputy Speaker, heavy on partisan politics but lacking an overall economic plan. What we do know is that the cost of living for all Australians is going up. Power prices are going up, and instead of the $275 reduction that we were promised in the election campaign, we heard last night that it's anticipated everybody's power prices will be up by more than 50%. Gas prices are also going up by more than 40%. We heard this last night again. But also taxes are going up, $142 billion more than was anticipated or spoken about during the election campaign. In addition, we've got unemployment forecast to increase. Interest rates have increased significantly this year and are forecast to continue to increase next year. And real wages, promised to increase during the election campaign under Labor, are instead forecast to decrease. This is again a high-taxing and high-spending budget that does nothing to help Australian families or Australian businesses. Deputy Speaker, if we turn to some of the tax reforms that were announced last night. The Albanese government has again failed to limit the taxes imposed on Australians. Under Labor, as I've just said, the tax paid by Australians will increase by $142 billion over the forward estimates. The 23.9% of GDP tax cap has been abandoned. Families facing cost of living pressures should be able to keep more of what they earn. This budget delivers no certainty for the 10 million Australians on their legislated tax relief, which is due next year. The only new change to the tax system announced in this budget is a new tax on investments. I have many self-funded retirees within the electorate of Hughes, Deputy Speaker. This sneaky new tax will slug people who invest their own savings and superannuation. People who have worked very hard throughout their life, don't want to rely on government, and instead are now being punished through higher taxes. There was an opportunity squandered last night, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government inherited an enviable set of economic circumstances from the former coalition government. In just 1 year, under the coalition, between 2021 and 21-22, the budget position improved by over $100 billion, the largest budget turnaround since Federation. Deputy Speaker, the coalition wants Australians to do well, but we are hampered by a new government with no real economic plan for the future. Australians deserve better from a government that promised so much during the election campaign, but in its first economic test last night delivered very little. This is also, Deputy Speaker, a breach of trust. It's a breach of trust with the Australian people. It's also a missed opportunity. On 97 separate occasions before the election and during the campaign, Labor promised a $275 cut in power prices. This budget confirms a more than 50% increase for Australian families, Australian individuals and Australian businesses. Labor promised to increase real wages. This budget, however, demonstrates real wages are going backwards. Deputy Speaker, before May, the Labor Party promised no new tax changes. This budget dumps the tax cut and delivers instead a new tax on investors and self-funded retirees. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, whilst I commend the bill to the House, it still demonstrates Labor's inability to properly calculate costings that will come out from this bill. There is a $500 million black hole within the legislation, confirmed by Treasury, and this $500 million black hole is just one example of some of the bad economic measures that were introduced last night. Whilst the government is to be congratulated, Deputy Speaker, for implementing the coalition government's protections overall for consumers and small business in this bill, Labor said its competition policy was all about reducing the cost of living. The high taxing budget of last night clearly demonstrated that the government is not committed or is unable to reduce the cost of living of most Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution and give the call to the honourable member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the Treasury Laws Amendment More Competition, Better Prices Bill. This bill significantly increases the fines and penalties that can be imposed upon Australian businesses for breaches of competition and consumer law, and most importantly, protects small business. My electorate of Casey is home to many small businesses across various industries. These small businesses are the engine room of the economy. It is these small and medium businesses that are often the ones driving innovation, economic growth, bringing new ideas to the marketplace and creating new jobs. Small business provides 4.7 million jobs in our nation. Small business owners have risked their financial security to chase their dream, but because of their size, they are vulnerable to the coerciveness of big business. I've worked in the small business environment for 15 years, and I saw firsthand, whether directly or indirectly, the pressure small business faces when working with bigger players. And these are negotiations and conversations that you don't forget. And when owners know that it's their house and their mortgage on the line, and they're negotiating with a business with significant cash reserves, it's an unfair balance. So we need to protect small business, and this legislation goes towards that. But small business isn't just about the economic benefits. Small business truly is the heart of the community, especially where I live in Casey. Small business is supporting community groups like CFAs, sporting clubs and charities. And even in our time of need, it is small business that is connected to the community, has the agility and the will to support their community. I see this every day in my electorate and living in my community, but I saw it last week when I was at Mount Evelyn IGA to celebrate the Inchpen family owning that business for 50 years in the community of Mount Evelyn. They really are pillars of the community. It was amazing to see the amount of members of the community that came, including Rick from the Mount Evelyn CFA. And at that celebration, Tony, the owner, presented him with a cheque of support that the IGA provides financially every month to the CFA. Normally Tony does that in private, doesn't make a big show of it, but it was a great occasion to celebrate. And when you hear Rick, who is a CFA captain, talk about the importance of that money to their organisation protecting our community, it's just another reminder of the importance of small business and protecting them. But Rick also talked about, in times of emergency, whether it's a fire or a flood, as we're experiencing at the moment, Tony and the team open the doors, provide any supplies that the CFA need, not a question asked, no bill run up, straight away the doors are open. And that's what small business does. They support our community and we need to support them. We saw this also during COVID, where the IGA, they were talking about how they could support our communities, making sure those most vulnerable got the support they needed, whether it was food, whether it was toilet paper. They had the agility and the ability to adapt and provide our community with those vital resources that they needed. And that's why the previous coalition government recognised the importance of small business to the economy when we committed to JobKeeper, to the cash flow boost payments and 50% wage subsidies for apprentices. We supported around 1 million businesses and 4 million jobs. And I'm proud of the things the Coalition did during their time in government to allow small business to flourish. And during the campaign as a new candidate, and since being successful as the member for Casey, I've had many businesses thank me for the previous government's support to get them through COVID. And again, they talked about how it wasn't just their business, it was their family and being able to put food on the table for their children. And this bill will help to further support and protect those small businesses by sending a clear message that unfair trading will be penalised. As I said in my first speech, we must acknowledge and recognise that big business will naturally support regulation and red tape, which stifles small business to the detriment of competition. And as a Liberal, I instinctively support free markets and the benefits they bring to the economy and the nation. However, we have to acknowledge the risks of dominant players in a market, a risk that I saw firsthand working in the food industry. For Australia to continue to prosper as a nation, we need to ensure our legislation supports the growth of small business in every way. These reforms will better protect small business and consumers by increasing penalties for anti-competitive behaviour. It will ensure that the price of misconduct is high and will bring our penalties in line with other countries. And as I said, this is so important because small business owners are risking their homes. Big businesses do not have that risk. The changes brought about from this bill are similar to the previous coalition government's proposal under the Treasury Laws Amendment Enhancing Tax Integrity and Supporting Business Investment Bill of 2022. We supported the amendment of existing unfair contract term provisions and the introduction of a civil penalty regime. There is also bipartisan support for the expansion of the class of contracts covered by the unfair contract provisions. The 2018 report by the OECD, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, found that Australia's maximum penalties for anti-competitive conduct were lower than the UK, the US and the European Union. At the moment, the maximum penalty for breaches of competition laws in Australia is $10 million or 10% of annual turnover, whichever is greater. This bill would take those maximum penalties from $10 million to $50 million, adding a significant deterrent to big business. Businesses can also be fined 30% of their turnover during the offending period for engaging in anti-competitive behaviour, with maximum penalties for breaching civil penalty provisions jumping from $500,000 to $2.5 million. And the bill will amend 3 pieces of legislation: the Competition and Consumer Act, the Australian Consumer Law and the ASIC Act, to strengthen the existing protections from unfair contract terms in consumer and small business standard form contracts. It will introduce a new civil penalty regime for those small businesses that use and rely on unfair contract terms in standard form contracts. Now, the unfair contract terms are those that disadvantage one party but are not necessary to protect the interests of the other. Examples of unfair terms are excessive exit fees, automatic renewal terms, unreasonable termination terms, or price increases affecting only one party. Another example is reserving the right to vary the contract at any time and removing liability for interruptions in supply. And again, this is a challenge for small business because many big businesses have the legal support within their organisation to make sure they can review contracts with a fine-tooth comb. Small business does not have this ability to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers, so at another disadvantage, not just size, but the resources from a legal perspective. In small business, they often have this lower bargaining power that these clauses bring. It sees a lot of risk. And as I mentioned, I've seen this firsthand in my career. And you need to understand this threat and what it means to a business And I've been in these conversations with an owner of a business dealing with multinationals and knowing that that business represents over 50% of your revenue, and one phone call overnight could close your business. And it's not just closing the business for you, it's not allowing you to put food on the table for your family. It's for those employees that took a risk to join your business, and that can be shut down overnight when a big business has a significant part of your revenue. And that's the reality that we have in Australia. We look at the food industry. Two major players in Woolworths and Coles are a significant part of that industry as one example. So if you want to grow your business within the food industry, you need to work with Woolworths and you need to work with Coles. But they have and use significant power in those negotiations. So it's so important that we continue to protect small business so they can innovate. All the new food products, as an example, Deputy Speaker, that we get to enjoy, they come from the small businesses that are looking to create a unique niche in the market. If they don't have that ability, we lose, whether it's food, whether it's technology, whether it's any industry, we lose that innovation, we lose our advantage as a nation. So we need to continue to protect those small businesses. Protections against unfair contracts currently apply to small business contracts where at least one of the contracting businesses employs less than 20 people. But this bill will increase the scope of these protections by increasing it to businesses that employ less than 100 employees and turn over less than $10 million. And this is such an important change because in the current environment, at any time, 100 employees is not a large business. 100 employees is a small business. Their cash flow is still exposed. And we also want to encourage and incentivise businesses that have got 15 employees to grow to 50 employees and not feel that by moving over a threshold they lose some of the protections that they have. And I can tell you firsthand, I worked at an amazing company called Yarra Valley Snack Foods, and when I joined that company we were at 70 employees. When I left, we were at over 130. But even at that time, we were still a small business. We were still exposed. We did not have cash reserves. We were investing that back into the business so we could employ more locals. We could support farmers who were growing organic products that we sold. And that's what we need to allow, is protect those businesses so they can go from the small business to the larger business. And this change from 20 to 100 is significant. And I think it's something we need to continue to review to make sure we get that number right, because even 150 to 200, a lot of those businesses, as I said, don't have the market power. They don't have the cash flow, and that's the important part. It's the cash flow. It's the ability to go to the lawyers if you need it. It's also not allowing a supplier to be a significant part of your business. And we need to acknowledge in Australia the size of our markets, as I said, whether it's the banking industry, financial services, the food industry, there will always be large players within our market. That's just the nature of our country and our economy, and that's why it's our obligation in this House to continue to protect those small businesses that are risking it all to provide so much for our country. So, as I said, consumer and businesses, they can apply to court to have certain unfair terms deemed void. However, this has not been enough to deter some businesses from including unfair contract terms in their standard form. And this is because those big businesses know that small business doesn't have the resources to go to court. They don't have the lawyers to review the contracts. And in many times they don't have the time to negotiate on those long-form contracts. And that's why it's so important that we give the courts new powers to determine an appropriate penalty, such as an injunction order. So if they do go to the court and they invest that time, they can continue to operate while that decision's been made. By strengthening penalties, Australia will be promoting competition and setting standards for corporate behaviour. Increased competition means prices are kept in check and there is more choice for Australian families. With the current cost of living soaring, the last thing small business owners need is the headache of navigating dodgy business contracts. It is vital that we support small business to thrive. They've survived 2 years of COVID and state-imposed restrictions on their trading. They are currently going through significant rising costs with energy, with labour shortages. It has never been tougher to be in small business. For Australia to continue to prosper, we must ensure our legislation supports the growth of all businesses. These new offences and higher penalties will make business think twice before including unfair terms in their contracts. Larger fines for anti-competitive behaviour will ensure a more level playing field for business. I will always support small business. It's in my blood, and that is why I am supporting this bill today.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the bill, which, as has been outlined, has sort of two core elements. One is to do with increasing fines, and the other is to expand the protections around unfair contract terms. And my understanding is the OECD had undertaken a good body of work around the consequences of anti-competitive behaviour in different regimes within the OECD, and the outcome of that was that in this country we have not been putting in place sufficient fines, which you would hope there's a disincentive, just from a moral point of view anyway, for people not to engage in uncompetitive behaviour in our economy. But of course we need safeguards in place, and the OECD, which probably reflects on the value of that organisation to be able to give us this sort of comparative policy analysis and advise this jurisdiction that we're at the lower end of the sorts of penalties that are put in place within other similar OECD nations, particularly like the United States and the United Kingdom. And the first element of this really dramatically increases the penalties that can be put in place within our competition framework, and that's a really important thing, because as a proud free market capitalist, I'm equally very conscious of the importance of having a very robust framework in place to ensure that we have free, fair and open markets and free and fair competition within our economy. And the framework that we've got in place, and organisations like the ACCC, I think, do an excellent job in making sure they're protecting consumers, but clearly we're always going to need to be vigilant in looking at opportunities to make sure the protections are in place at the appropriate level that they should be, to ensure that we have free and fair competition. And in this country we haven't had a really concerning history of major anti-competitive examples. Some jurisdictions in the United States, you talk about antitrust, the same sort of principle, and in fact if ever we've had anti-competitive issues, it's always been because of government enterprises, frankly, that have of course had the ability to compete with the strength of government in what should be a free and fair market. And great commendation to people like Bob Hawke and Paul Keating that recognised that maybe the private sector could run airlines in our economy, as an example, rather than the government running one, and stifling competition in a sensible market like that should be free and open for the private sector to compete with each other in, and hopefully achieve good outcomes for consumers in that market through that competition, the lowest possible price being achieved. So we welcome the upgrade to penalties, but I make the same point that other coalition speakers have made, which is it's humiliating how the costings have ended up on this. When the Labor Party announced this in the campaign, they were expecting a dramatic revenue dividend from these measures, and clearly the forecasts as part of the legislation in the budget indicate that that's going to be dramatically lower. So it's probably a good lesson for people to learn about the assumptions and just applying multipliers, etc., to these kind of policy initiatives that are effectively always going to be in in the hands of the courts, and suggesting that you can really predict and just provide some kind of multiplier to decisions that the courts are going to make. It seems, based on a more sober reflection on that, that nowhere near the expected revenue is going to be achieved from the measure. So that doesn't change the importance of the measure, but I just make that point on the record, as others have, because it's not insignificant when people try these sorts of things on in election campaigns and election costings into the future, to have important examples like this to point to. The second element within this legislation, of course, is the issue of unfair contract terms. And this is really important, and I think everyone in this chamber would agree. I don't mind being very honest about this, that when you've got the choice of spending your money with a small business versus a big business, I think all of us choose the small business. And everyone in here would have superannuation and investments in major corporations, and good luck to major corporations, but we all back our small businesses at every opportunity that we can in our communities and anywhere in our economy. And small business are the absolute lifeblood and backbone of our economy, and also our communities. And of course, they're the biggest employer. We've got so many people that own and operate small businesses in our electorates. All of us, more than sort of 10,000 small businesses on average that we would have, and of course, these unfair contracts are nothing short of absolute bullying. They are absolute bullying and deception from people that are willfully seeking to take advantage of a particular party. So they're coming from a position of strength, and they are attempting to effectively engage in what I will say is deceptive conduct. That is, trickery, tricking someone into entering agreements where there's an imbalance between the two parties, and the party that's probably drafted the contract with extreme complexity and without feeling any obligation to bring to the attention of the other party that they're engaging in the agreement with specifics that that party should be aware of, but of course shouldn't be expected to apply the kind of resources that would be necessary to fully understand what they might be committing to by entering into that contract. And that is absolutely something that we need to provide protections over. And that's obviously what occurs in this element of the bill, because if you're a really big business and you've got an in-house counsel, probably an in-house legal team, and of course you're able to, particularly when you're the author of the contract, you're writing a contract with another party, even if you're purporting for it to be a completely standard agreement that you have with a whole range of other suppliers or customers or whatever you might be claiming. The point is that if you're drafting a complex legal contract, all contracts are complicated. I mean, if you go and get a mobile phone, I don't mind admitting that I don't sit there and read all 7 pages of the 8-point font that comes after the bit that's helpfully got the sign here tag. Frankly, I think a lot of us probably think, well, what exactly am I going to do to dispute this thing anyway? Like the standard, Telstra or Optus or whoever. So all contracts are complicated. All contracts require legal capacity and training to fully understand what their full consequences might be. And there's no doubt, and there's clear evidence, and we all probably have specific experiences of this with constituents at times, where people are tricked and lulled into committing to things without fully understanding the consequences of doing that. And when that is blatantly the objective, and when that sort of trickery and bullying is engaged in, then we should stand up for the people that are victims of that, because they haven't, willfully signed a contract, known what they were committing to, but changed their mind later, or tried to sort of weasel out of something that was fair and reasonable that at the time they were fully aware of. This is really, in talking about circumstances where people haven't been fully aware of what what the consequences are of what they've committed to. And the point's been made also quite consistently by people that you know, the barriers to undertaking a civil contract dispute for a small business against a big business are enormous. I mean, you know that if you are a small business and you're taking on one of the big players, their first objective in any of these disputes is just to bleed you dry of money through legal costs, so that by the you're never even going to get your day in court. You'll have so much cost to ever even try and see the inside of a courtroom that it's just almost never going to be worth your while, depending on the scale of the contract. And we would also have experiences, I'm sure, as members with businesses that have had terrible experiences in taking on another party that's had the significant financial capability to litigate with them. And we all understand and know that the legal system provides opportunity for parties to drag these things out significantly, and that puts a lot of cost on the party that's seeking justice. And so there are undoubtedly cases both with individuals and with businesses where they're in a circumstance where they probably feel very confident that they are an aggrieved party and that they deserve justice, but they can't afford it. And they've got to make that appalling decision that they shouldn't have to, which is that even though they could rectify that situation through the courts, the cost to them and the risk to them and the time that it would take to achieve that justice means that they've just got to make a simple decision of it not being worth their while, and that's not fair. And so what we're doing here is giving people that are in that circumstance a lot more support, giving people like the ACCC and our consumer laws the ability to stand up for those people and not to have those people have to do it all by themselves and not have the bigger, powerful, bullying party to be in a position where they can simply say, well, I'm not frightened of any consequence of taking advantage of you here because I'll just bleed you out before you ever get the chance to seek the justice that you deserve. So I think, again, that element of this legislation is very meritorious. And on that basis, I'm very pleased that we appear to have a consensus to support these reforms, and we thank the OECD and the other processes that put us in a position to become aware of the need to improve and update the way in which we protect consumers, small businesses and individuals in our economy. And a strong free market like the one we've got in this country is always going to need those very important protections for consumers and for fair competition in our economy. On the basis of that, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution and give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My thanks to the members who have contributed to this debate, and I acknowledge the work of both Minister Julie Collins and Assistant Treasurer Stephen Jones on this bill. This bill delivers on an election commitment to protect Australian households and small businesses by banning unfair contract terms and increasing penalties for anti-competitive behaviour. The Australian Labor Party has a long history of economic reform that builds for a fairer and more resilient economy. Competition is an essential part of that for three key reasons. First, competition is about fairness. Without government action, monopolists can wield their power to rig the game in their favour, rather than compete on even terms. Second, competition deals with cost of living pressures and makes our supply chains more resilient. Competition means businesses offer Australians the best prices they can. A diverse and dynamic economy in a resilient economy helps to absorb, adapt and solve the challenges of an uncertain world. Third, competition is about jobs and skills. Competition helps to ensure that the most innovative, creative and savvy businesses are the ones that thrive. It's the businesses that are best placed to offer jobs that are stable, secure and well paid. Competition also gives workers more options, empowering employees to negotiate pay and conditions that reflect their true value. This side of the House has a long record of supporting competition. It was Labor Attorney-General Lionel Murphy who introduced the Trade Practices Act of 1974, which outlawed businesses colluding at the expense of Australian consumers. It was Paul Keating in the 1990s who recognised that competition eased cost of living pressures by lifting wages and lowering prices. Working with Fred Hilmer, he backed it up by implementing reforms that transformed swaths of Australian regulation for the better and helped deliver the 1990s productivity surge. National competition policy was far-reaching. Government businesses were restructured and made more efficient. A competitive national electricity market was established. Barriers to the free trading of gas across state and territory boundaries were removed. Before national competition policy, bakers in New South Wales could only bake bread at certain times of the day. Families across the nation had to do their grocery shopping in a mad, crazy rush on Saturday morning before shops closed for the weekend. As a result of national competition policy, the Productivity Commission has estimated that it permanently increased Australia's economy by 2.5%. Today, that equates to some $5,000 per household. But productivity growth has slowed in Australia since the mid-2000s. From its peak of 2.5% in the late 1990s, average productivity growth in the past 20 years was 1.2%. Weak productivity hits real wages and the cost of living. By hitting national incomes, it stifles our ability to invest in infrastructure, to plan for the future and to lift up those who need support. The productivity slowdown has been driven, at least in part, by a decline in dynamism. When workers move to more productive firms, they earn higher wages and the economy benefits. Yet job switching has slowed in recent years, which can account for about a quarter of the recent productivity slowdown. Creating more opportunities for job switching through competition is crucial to reversing this trend. Another crucial measure of the health of the economy is the start-up rate. How many new companies that are employing people are created every year? We can think of this as the business equivalent of the birth rate. That measure's in decline. Since the 2000s, there's a downward trend in the rate at which new businesses enter. More than ever, we need settings that allow start-ups to enter the market and challenge the old guard on even terms. And that means reversing the trend of market power concentrating in a smaller number of firms. When power is concentrated, monopolists can shift away from competing to instead focus on trying to dig moats that keep the competition out. Monopolists awash in cash simply buy out new rivals and, much like the Borg and Star Trek, assimilate those rivals to take their strengths as its own. One way of analysing market power is to look at industry concentration. And since 2000, those figures show the market share of the largest firms in each industry has trended upwards. From baby food to beer, the largest firms hold a high and growing share of the market. For Australian consumers, that means higher prices, because businesses that concentrate the market tend to impose on consumers bigger markups. According to recent estimates, markups, the gap between prices and production costs, increased by 6% over the past 2 decades. Australians can't afford for the trend in declining competitive pressures to continue. That need for changes to our competition laws is something that the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia has noted. In May this year, CEO Alexi Boyd said, quote, "Reforming competition policy is crucial to ensure Australia remains the place where small businesses can grow and thrive." The Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman, Bruce Bilson, welcomed the introduction of this legislation. As he noted, rebalancing relationships between small and large enterprises has an important role to play in promoting economic growth. Mr Bilson also said that penalties for anti-competitive behaviour, quote, "need to be more meaningful and not just an easily absorbable cost of doing business." Schedule 1 of this bill seeks to do just that, to increase the maximum penalty available for breaches of competition and consumer laws to ensure the price of misconduct is high enough to deter unfair activity, and to ensure consumers retain a robust level of protection. By strengthening penalties, Australia will be promoting competition and better corporate behaviour. Greater competition means better prices and more choice for Australian households. Australia's competition laws have long needed an update. It's been close to 30 years since the maximum penalty for anti-competitive behaviour was increased, and as a result we've fallen behind our international peers. In 2018, the OECD found that the average and maximum competition penalties in Australia are substantially lower than in comparable jurisdictions. The amendments in Schedule 1 will increase maximum penalties for corporations that engage in anti-competitive behaviour from $10 million to $50 million, and from 10% of annual turnover to 30% of turnover for the period the breach took place. The maximum penalty for individuals who engage in anti-competitive conduct will increase from $500,000 to $2.5 million. This will bring Australia into line with comparable international jurisdictions and will ensure that fines have a meaningful deterrent effect. It's been noted by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights that the increases in penalties are substantial enough to warrant considering whether a criminal standard ought to be considered rather than the civil standard of balance of probabilities. I have great respect for the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, ably chaired by the member for Macnamara, and I thank the committee for bringing this issue to the Parliament's attention. However, the Albanese government believes the use of the civil standard is appropriate and proportionate. As I've noted, Australia's fines are presently substantially lower than equivalent jurisdictions. This bill seeks to ensure we don't fall behind and risk those penalties as being treated as just a cost of doing business. Increases to penalties are necessary for effective deterrence. The bill also provides discretion to the courts on how these penalties are enforced. While the maximum penalty is being raised, judges will continue to use their discretion and apply maximum penalties only to the most egregious cases. I appreciate the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights raising this important point, and I am confident that protecting the court's right to discretion will ensure that all are treated fairly. Schedule 2 to this bill will better protect consumers and small businesses from unfair contract terms by strengthening the existing protections against unfair terms in standard form contracts. Standard contract terms are commonly used and cost-effective option for businesses, as they avoid costs associated with negotiated contracts. An unfair contract term is one that's one-sided and excessive, that isn't necessary to protect one party's interests, but causes detriment to the other party. Protections were first introduced in 2010 for consumer contracts and in 2016 for small business contracts, to deal with terms that cause significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations. However, consultation with stakeholders suggested that unfair terms are still prevalent. While courts presently have the power to void unfair contract terms, what has become clear is that it is necessary to introduce strong deterrents. That's partly because consumers and small businesses generally lack the bargaining power to effectively review and negotiate terms when entering into contracts with larger parties. The hallmark of effective legislation is that it has a deterrent effect on the behaviour it seeks to regulate. It is unfortunately evident that unfair contract terms remain a significant problem. What do we mean by unfair contract terms? Let me take the House through some examples. In one case, the ACCC raised concerns about contracts between farmers and milk processors in the dairy industry. The contract allowed milk processors to unilaterally change basic supply terms, such as the price they paid, without giving farmers the option to terminate the contract. The contract also required that farmers comply with lengthy notice periods before terminating the contract, while giving milk processors much greater flexibility to terminate the contract. In another case, a contract between a potato wholesaler and potato growers included terms that allowed the wholesaler to unilaterally determine or vary the price it paid farmers for potatoes, unilaterally vary other contract terms, declare potatoes as wastage without a mechanism for proper review, and prevent farmers from selling potatoes to alternative purchasers. In another case, the ACCC noted that chicken growers were being locked into contracts with meat processors that allowed processors to force growers to upgrade their facilities to fit with the needs and preferences of the processors. The ACCC has also raised concerns about a supplier of serviced office space that was imposing terms on tenants that allowed the supplier to automatically renew contracts unless the customer opted out, unilaterally increase the contract price and unilaterally terminate a contract. There was even a contract term that allowed the supplier to keep a customer's security deposit if the customer failed to request its return. In another case, the ACCC raised the issue of a company which leases photocopiers, scanners and printers to thousands of small businesses. Its contracts contained unfair terms such as automatic renewal that meant contracts were automatically renewed unless the customer cancelled a certain number of days before the end of the contract. Termination payment terms that required customers to pay excessive exit fees when they cancelled their contract. Unfair payment terms that required customers to pay for software licensed as part of the agreement even when they had not received the software. Contract law can be complicated, but the principle is simple. Big and powerful terms must stop putting unfair terms into their contracts with consumers and small businesses. This bill will introduce stronger deterrence by prohibiting the use of and reliance on unfair terms in standard form contracts through civil penalty provisions. It will also provide a 12-month transition period that will allow businesses time to prepare. The bill will also expand the class of contracts that are covered to ensure that a larger number of small business contracts are afforded protection. The government's expectation is that regulators will continue to take a reasonable and proportionate approach to enforcing these protections. These amendments will ensure customers and small businesses get a fair go when entering into standard form contracts with larger parties. Deputy Speaker, since at least the days of Adam Smith, economists have recognised the central role of competition in driving growth and productivity. If we're to increase living standards and deliver for consumers, the Australian economy needs a dose of competition reform. By strengthening the deterrence against bad behaviour by monopolists, we make our economy fairer, more dynamic and more competitive. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an Act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
I call the Honourable Minister. Oh, sorry.
I'll do it. It's fine. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an Act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Australian Securities and Investments Commission Act 2001 and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4, Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrieff.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved, as an amendment, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to offer qualified support for this bill. In Australia, we take for granted the fact that school is universally available to our children and families. Every child can access infant, primary and high school via the public system. Yet, despite all the evidence about the benefits, we continue to balk at providing universal, publicly funded early childhood education and care. These benefits are for both children and families, providing children with the foundations needed for their education while enabling women to enter the workforce. For so long, increasing affordable learning and care has been in the too hard basket, and that means that for many women, being at home folding the laundry is more affordable than working. Constraining women to unpaid work is neither good for women nor for an economy struggling to boost productivity. The Minister for Women has said that if women's workforce participation rates matched that of men, Australia would increase GDP by 8.7% or $353 billion by 2050. The ACTU told the current Senate inquiry into work and care that there'd be another 893,000 women in the workforce if they were able to participate at the same rate as men. The Parenthood noted to the same inquiry that last year the World Economic Forum ranked Australia 70th out of 153 countries for female workforce participation, and that just 56% of women in Australia aged 25 to 40 with young children took part in paid work. So Australian women are the best educated in the world, but rank way down the list for workforce participation. Why? Today, secondary income earners, mostly women, can lose 80 to 100% of their pay for working more than 3 days a week. Why would you bother? Around 60% of secondary income earning parents work part-time. This bill could incentivise hundreds of thousands of parents, mostly mothers, to increase their days of work, both benefiting the economy and improving female financial independence and security. Childcare is not welfare. Early childhood care and education is not babysitting. This is economic policy. This has been central to my platform since day one, and the people of Goldstein voted for it. Treasury forecasts suggest that these reforms will generate the equivalent of 37,000 additional full-time equivalent employees, or 185,000 additional days of work. The Grattan Institute modelled 220,000 additional days of work from this reform. This could not come at a better time, amid chronic workforce shortages across the country, as employers struggle for staff while many of our highly educated female workers stay home because working is not worth their while, or not available, or not flexible enough to suit their casualised, irregular or short shifts. This bill represents the biggest increase in affordable early learning and care since the Howard and then Rudd government reforms to the childcare benefit and rebate in 2007 and 2008 respectively. But there are pitfalls. Childcare fees have grown more than 40% in the last 8 years. With billions of dollars funnelled into childcare, guess what happens? Fees go up, rents go up, and the cost of care goes up, without transparency. Transparent pricing information is an important part of this suite of reforms. So is the ACCC review into this and the Productivity Commission's review that will report next year. We must ensure that more subsidies don't just continue to lead to higher costs of care. But we must do more than that. I applaud the government's intent to make early care more affordable and accessible, but I also call on the government to take a brave and systematic approach to restructuring the system. 1 in 5 Australian children start school not ready. 2 in 5 in country areas. Half of First Nations children. Children who arrive at school unprepared rarely catch up. This is a disgrace. A system of universally accessible early childhood education and care that doesn't penalise already disadvantaged children by locking them out of the system because their parents don't work enough to fit the access criteria is what is needed. This bill does go some way to addressing this issue, but it should go further, and it should be amended to drop entirely the so-called activity test that disproportionately affects low-income families generally, as well as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families and their children. In 2018, the previous government halved the minimum childcare subsidy entitlement for families who didn't meet the minimum threshold for the activity test. This has had consequences, unintended or otherwise, especially for those low-income families. Data provided to Senate estimates last financial year found that in July 2018, before the changes were implemented, 54,300 families were entitled to the minimum weekly hours of care. 3 years later, that number had plummeted to 21,110 families, an overall reduction of 42,000 families. The tightening of the activity test had been recommended by the Productivity Commission. However, it also acknowledged that it could deter some parents from taking a job with very low hours per week. Research by the Australian Institute of Family Studies has found that while the greatest negative impact of the activity test changes has been on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families, it's also disproportionately hurting low-income families and those from non-English-speaking backgrounds. Low-income families are more than 6 times more likely to be limited to 1 day of subsidised care per week, and it's a similar story for those from non-English-speaking backgrounds. This legislation is a start, but the government should consider it a launch pad to consider the structure of the system and how we value the care and education of our youngest children and the value that their mothers can add to the workforce. There's another workforce piece. Considering existing vacancies, this reform will require an additional 16,000+ early childhood educators across the country, especially targeted at the so-called childcare deserts, where it's all but impossible to get a place. Turnover in early learning has jumped from around 20% to 30 to 40% in the last year. We can't provide care without carers, and this turnover is a direct reflection on the underpaid and undervalued nature of care among a burnt-out workforce. Childcare centres in Goldstein are already struggling for staff. The government has found savings in its original estimate of the cost of this program. I urge the minister to consider the value of putting that money back into the system in the form of better pay for early childhood educators, who are currently paid as much as 30% less than their primary school equivalents. There is something deeply troubling about the fact that not only are women being disadvantaged by being unable to afford care or find care places for their children, but also that the predominantly female workforce is also undervalued and underpaid, compounding the very problem that we are here to solve, to underpin a better future for our children. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Early childhood education and care is not just childcare. It's not just babysitting. Early childhood education is exactly what the name depicts: early childhood education. It is a vital and it is an essential part of our education sector, and it is an indispensable component of a modern education system and a modern economy. It is a sector that will ensure that our children develop the vital foundations that they need to succeed in their later schooling and indeed beyond. It is a sector that provides vital social skill development, social and emotional learning, speech and language development and pre-literacy development. Children need these skills. They need these skills, especially if they are expected to be ready to participate in a primary school curriculum. Early childhood education is an important step in their developmental journey. And our government, the Albanese Labor government, will ensure that it is more accessible for more Australian families right across Australia and indeed on the Central Coast. This is particularly true for the thousands of families in my home electorate of Robertson that will benefit from this new policy. This policy, this legislation, will impact multiple generations, and we will continue to see the benefits of this bill for families for years to come. At the end of the day, what this means is that by ensuring that early childhood education and care is more affordable for more families, both on the Central Coast and around Australia, more people, in particular women, will have the choice to return to the workforce, increasing economic opportunities for families and giving families the freedom to control their own future. Businesses currently screaming out for workers in my electorate will have a larger pool of available workers. Some of the barriers to access, such as those stemming from socio-economic inequality, will be broken down, allowing more children to access early education, ensuring the foundations of their journey of lifelong learning are strengthened. We must also recognise that this is a cost of living relief measure for thousands of families who are doing it tough, having to choose between keeping a roof over their head, purchasing their essential medications, and ensuring that their children are receiving early childhood education and care. Not decisions that should be made in this country today, and it is simply not good enough. That is why this policy was developed, that is why this policy was shaped over the course of the election, because we observed a need throughout the community to improve access. The numbers were telling us that from an education, an economic, a workforce and a productivity perspective, that there was a need. And this is why this policy was recently introduced to the floor of the Parliament. Because this education, this economic reform, will cut the cost of early childhood education and care and benefit over 1 million Australians. Over the last 8 years, costs for early education have dramatically increased 41%, creating a barrier to education, a barrier to entering the workforce, and a barrier to improving and a barrier to expanding our economy. Over 90% of families who have children in early childhood education and care will benefit from this progressive reform. And what must be stressed is that no Australian family will be worse off under this bill. It will allow people to re-enter the workforce if they choose. For example, primary carers. They will be able to work more paid hours and days if they choose to. And in this example, they are most commonly women. It is a fact that women in Australia today are twice as likely to work in part-time capacity due to responsibilities that are associated with caring. 60% of women in Australia with children under 6, 60% work part-time. For the majority, and this was raised with me time and time again, when door-knocking and phone banking around parts of the Central Coast, and I'm sure this is true for many parts of Australia, working more hours or more days does not make financial sense when you have children in early childhood education and care. not when almost your entire wage, almost everything you earn when working a fourth or a fifth day is captured by the cost of early childhood education and care. This is not only costing these families, who, as I said earlier, are already doing it tough. This is costing our nation in workforce participation, productivity, and the education fundamentals and groundwork for our children. During the election, we continued to say no one held back and no one left behind. And we meant it. And this bill is an example of our commitment to the Australian people, and it is an example of our commitment to the people of Robertson. This is not a tax concession, and do not let anyone tell you that this is welfare. This is economic reform. This is forward-thinking, and this is nation-building. This means more people, in particular women on the Central Coast, will have more choice. If primary caregivers work part-time, it should be because they want to work part-time, not because they have no other financial option. People will have the opportunity to increase their earnings, and people will have the opportunity to maximise their career potential. People will have the opportunity to save for their retirement. And as I said earlier, businesses in my electorate have been screaming out for workers. They have been screaming out for workers. And this bill means more workers will be entering the workforce. Treasury estimates that with our early childhood education and care reform, 37,000 extra full-time workers will be added to the economy in 2023-2024. That is the equivalent of an increase of up to 1.4 million hours per week next financial year of paid hours worked by women with young children. Extrapolated, that equates to approximately 72.8 million hours next financial year. What this means is this: it's good for children, it's good for families, and it's good for the economy. However, without the educators, without the teachers, our children would merely be attending an empty room. Early childhood education and care is a reality because of our highly trained educators throughout Australia who work tirelessly. They work tirelessly to provide our children with the best education, with the best teaching that they have to offer. Access to early childhood education provides vital social skill development. It provides vital social and emotional learning, vital speech and language development and pre-literacy development, all of which are essential for ensuring that children are well prepared for primary school and well prepared to engage with the primary school curriculum. Barriers to accessing structured early childhood education are meaning that at present a frightening number of students are commencing kindergarten with skills well below those required to successfully engage with the primary curriculum. I have been repeatedly advised by local speech pathology and primary school teachers in my home electorate of Robertson of the staggering yet increasing number of students who are commencing kindergarten in our primary schools with skills well below that expected of their age. And how can we expect our future generations to succeed with this track record? A track record that Labor will not stand for. No one held back and no one left behind. And it's time to do better. It's time to be better. It's time to give our future generations the opportunities that they so rightly deserve. Now, compounding the issue is the reality that we have a real shortage of educators and a real shortage of teachers right across the country and in my electorate of Robertson. And we cannot continue to silo different sectors of the economy because it suits government and it suits politicians. We need to be agile. We need to be adaptable to the challenges that face modern Australia. We need to be part of the solution. No more temporary band-aid fixes. A Labor government means real change. It means real strategies. And that's why our government is funding additional university positions and fee-free TAFE places. 20,000 Commonwealth-supported university positions, 465,000 fee-free TAFE places, many of which will be dedicated to our early childhood educators and our teachers in our community. This incentivises people to train in this area and enter the profession, providing a much-needed boost to the workforce. Wages for the sector are also an important aspect of discussion with this bill. One of our first acts as a new government was to make a submission to the Fair Work Commission to increase the minimum wage. This increased wages for over 2.5 million Australians. Within that, 113,000 early childhood educators who are on the Children's Service Award, which went up by 4.6%. But the work doesn't end here because the job is not yet finished. Our government is endeavouring to make gender pay equity an objective of the Fair Work Act and embed a statutory equal remuneration principle which will help guide the Fair Work Commission on equal remuneration and work value cases. Why is this important? This is important because the workforce in early childhood education and care is over 90% female. Education is one of the core reforms that we are making as a new government. A dedicated minister for early childhood education, an early years strategy for children ages 0 to 5, a productivity commission review that will commence next year, and its aim to implement a universal 90% subsidy for all Australian families. This is what we do. This is what progressive governments do. And this is what Labor governments do. Economic reform, forward-thinking and nation-building. And I commend this bill to the House, and I thank the tireless work and the tireless efforts of Jason Clare, the Minister for Education, and Anna Lee, the Minister for Early Education. And I thank you, Mr Speaker.
I give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you. I ask leave of the House to make the regional ministerial budget statement.
Leave is granted. Yep. And I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I am very pleased to deliver the regional budget statement on behalf of the government. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, as well as the Wathaurong and Dja Dja Wurrung people of the traditional owners of the lands that I represent, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Like almost 30% of all Australians, regional Australia is where I call home. I've represented a regional electorate of Ballarat for almost over 20 years, and I've seen massive change in that region and across all of our regions over that period. This budget delivers on our election commitments and provides funds for the government's purposeful and targeted approach to investing in our regions. It contains more than 760 initiatives which the government is delivering to boost regional communities and our industries. It is the first step along the path to create new, sustainable and transparent pathways for funding in regional Australia. It's about high-quality investments in the right places and with the right priorities. It's driven by our determination to deliver on our election commitments and ensure that our policies and our expenditure are focused on productive investments
and that they're fairly delivered across all of regional Australia. This is a budget centred on the role of the regions and the role that they play in our nation's economic growth. Regions that are as diverse as the people who call them home, and no more so is that represented in this place. It's an approach that supports sustainable growth, helping regional communities achieve their potential. An approach that's driven by communities and lets communities in on the decision-making process. Built on a foundation of transparency and integrity and focused on creating jobs, building resilience and unlocking economic growth. The investment we've outlined will support the government's ambition of no one held back and no one left behind. The measures range across all areas of government responsibility, from infrastructure to health, from energy to education, from social services to tourism, from digital connectivity to defence, and from net zero to First Nations communities. This is a budget that responsibly faces up to the pressures facing the global and Australian economies, but sets Australia's regions up for a strong future and for them to play their continued significant role in the nation's economy. As we're here today, the statistics for regional Australia tell a really good story. Australia's regions are home to 1 in 3 Australians. Between June 2020 and June 21, the population in regional Australia grew by 1%, or just over 80,000 people. Over the 5 years to June 2021, regional coastal areas grew by an average annual rate of 1.4%, regional cities growing by 1% and inland country by 0.6%. In the year to July 2020, regionally based industries, including agriculture, forestry, fishing and mining, made up an extraordinary 72% of the value of Australia's merchandise exports. Regional Australia is a great place to live. It is a great place to raise a family, and we always punch above our weight. I know that firsthand, as do many in this place. This budget does make substantial investment in our regions. It's providing $9.6 billion to deliver our infrastructure election commitments with transparency and integrity. This includes the delivery of significant priority investments like the Cairns Marine Precinct, the Middle Arm Precinct in Darwin, logistics hubs in North and Central Australia, enabling infrastructure in the Pilbara and our transformational Central Australian Plan. We're making the region stronger through a streamlined and retargeted investment of a nationally significant infrastructure pipeline. We're starting the work on nation-building infrastructure by investing $500 million for the corridor acquisition, planning and early works of a Sydney to Central Coast and Newcastle high-speed rail project, following the introduction of legislation to establish the High Speed Rail Authority. We're delivering safer roads to Tasmanians by investing $540 million to upgrade the Bass Highway, the Tasman Highway and the East and West Tamar highways. We're building stronger and more resilient freight connections across our vast country with a new $1.5 billion freight highway upgrade program focused on key freight routes in the Northern Territory, Western Australia and in South Australia. $7.7 million to develop common user infrastructure at the Port of Bundaberg in Queensland to support industry diversification. We're investing $332 million towards the Northern Territory Strategic Roads Package, upgrading the roads that remote communities depend on, like the Santa Teresa Road and the Morini Loop. And we're investing $40 million to upgrade the jetties, the wharfs and barges that underpin life up in the Torres. There are just a few of the initiatives that we've made across my portfolio. But not only does this budget deliver for now, but it sets new structures for regional funding well into the future. I'm not going to go into the way in which the previous government went about funding decisions today. There are other forums for that. But all regional Australians need to have confidence in regional grants processes. The budget does replace the Building Better Regions Fund with $1 billion over 3 years for 2 new programs targeted at regional and rural areas. Community groups and government and local government will be invited to seek support from the Growing Regions program, which will support infrastructure that enhances livability and supports prosperity, funding projects like arts and cultural centres, sports facilities, libraries and airport upgrades. And through the Regional Precincts and Partnerships program, the government will work with states and local councils in a nationally consistent way to invest in those larger-scale place-based projects aimed at transforming regional and rural centres. These funds will help drive regional economic prosperity by providing equitable and fair access to funding for capital works for community and economic infrastructure across our nation, across our regions, rural and remote, and all of our areas across Australia. We know that regional grants programs like this are important. Many projects that deliver benefits to communities are beyond the scope of constrained regional council and community group budgets. And to ensure local communities have a say in the future of their own communities, we are delivering ongoing support for the Regional Development Australia network that we established when last in government, and we want it to play a significant role in place-based decision-making. Located in 53 regions, RDAs bring together all levels of government, providing local information that supports effective policy development and the delivery of projects that align with regional strategies. Further, our commitment to a much stronger partnership with local government will support our ability to listen and respond to the needs of regional Australia, including by partnering with them to provide an additional $250 million on top of what was promised by the previous government in the local roads and community infrastructure, particularly to upgrade regional and remote and peri-urban roads. At the same time as building the transport and community infrastructure regional Australians need, we're investing through Minister Rowland's portfolio in communications infrastructure. Over recent years, we've seen just how important high-speed internet connectivity is. We've all joined Zoom meetings, we've worked from home, and many of us have shifted our lives from the cities to the regions. Digital connectivity is one of the foundations for regional growth in our modern world. But too many regions have been left behind. That is why the Australian Government will provide $2.4 billion in equity funding to the NBN Co to provide around 90% of the NBN fixed-line footprint with access to a gigabyte broadband speeds by 2025. As part of this initiative, NBN Co will provide access to full fibre upgrades to approximately 1.5 million additional fibre-to-the-node premises around Australia. Importantly, over 660,000 of these premises are expected to be located in regional areas, allowing more workers and more small businesses to base themselves in regional Australia. At the same time as building on our proud legacy of the NBN, this budget delivers our Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia, a 5-year plan, $656 million package that will significantly improve mobile coverage in rural and remote communities that are currently underserved. It delivers also $30 million over 3 years from 2022-23 to 24-25 for the On-Farm Connectivity Program, enabling farmers to extend connectivity in their fields and to take advantage of the connected machinery and sensor technology we know that many are using now. And so that we can find out exactly where mobile black spots are, we're also investing $20 million in an independent national audit of mobile coverage to establish an evidence-based guideline. We know that telecommunications companies, many in our regional communities, tell us there's coverage, but we all know that that is simply not true when we actually go to use our phones in regional communities. So this evidence-based line to guide future priorities, the core of this audit will be delivered utilising Australia Post transport fleet to ensure that all corners of our nation are actually reached. Just as we're investing in the future of regional Australia with our communications and our infrastructure investments, we're also securing the future on the pathway to net zero. We will deliver job-creating, emissions-cutting and price-reducing commitments through Rewiring the Nation, the National Energy Transformation Partnership and the $1.9 billion Powering the Regions Fund. Up to $3 billion from the National Reconstruction Fund will provide support to ensure that regional Australia can harness the economic opportunities of decarbonisation, including green hydrogen and clean energy manufacturing. Our Net Zero Task Force will bring together perspectives from communities, state and territory governments and industries and unions to advise the government on ensuring regional Australians are first to benefit from Australia's transformation to a renewable energy superpower. And we're investing in the fuels of the future, including green hydrogen, with $100 million to support the Port of Newcastle and the Hunter region becoming hydrogen ready. and $71.9 million for the Townsville Hydrogen Hub as part of more than $500 million for regional hydrogen hubs in places like Tasmania, Gladstone and the Pilbara. My hometown was built on mining, and with that came manufacturing, as is the case with so many regional centres. Our $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund will support other communities to do the same, helping expand and transform Australia's industry and economy to secure future prosperity with a focus on value and value-adding in resources and agriculture, transport, medical science and defence capabilities. The $50.5 million Australian Critical Minerals Research and Development Hub and $100 million Critical Minerals Development Program is a further advance, will further advance and modernise these sectors, while local industry grants will support specific projects across the country, from Hobart to Ipswich. And of course we'll build more trains here in Australia with our National Rail Manufacturing Plan, supporting proud manufacturing communities from Ballarat and Bendigo in Victoria to Maryborough up north. To train the workers needed, we established Jobs and Skills Australia to precisely map and anticipate skills shortages, as well as delivering 480,000 fee-free TAFE vocational education places in key areas across the economy, and providing $22.6 million for 29,000 additional in-training support places for apprentices in regional, rural and remote areas. The budget, of course, also makes critical investments in agriculture to protect and grow Australia's agricultural industry, our fisheries and our forestry sectors. Investing more money in our biosecurity system is critical, delivering on our election commitment to back the forestry industry, and even beginning the work of planning for the next big dry, with more than $20 million allocated for drought preparedness. Might not feel like it right at the moment, but it will come. It will come. While we create jobs in agriculture, resources and manufacturing, we will protect our environment and natural heritage with investments totalling $1.2 billion by 2030 to protect the Great Barrier Reef and $233.4 million in Kakadu and our national parks. These generate huge tourism jobs in our regions. We understand that water is a lifeline for regional communities across the country, which is why we are delivering on our election commitments to restore and protect rivers and streams across the country, as well as continuing investments in our most important and critical river system, the Murray-Darling Basin, and investing in dams that stack up across the country through the national water grid. At the same time, we well understand the threat that flooding and disasters pose, and our thoughts remain for those that are in crisis now. The volunteers, the council workers, emergency personnel and communities on the ground that are doing incredible work day and night, preparing and cleaning up, and we know that they are exhausted. We've already seen the new National Emergency Management Agency in action, working collaboratively and quickly with all levels of government and communities to identify and design appropriate and effective mechanisms for response, for recovery and long-term strategies to communities to better position them to respond to future disasters. But more importantly, to deal and prepare for the disasters of the future. The budget establishes the Disaster Ready Fund, investing up to $200 million per year, matched by states and territories where possible, on disaster risk reduction, resilience and mitigation. The CSIRO found that for every dollar spent reducing disaster risk saves between $2 to $11 in post-disaster recovery and reconstruction. We have got to do better here. The Australian Government also commits $38.3 million over 4 years from 2022-23 for Disaster Relief Australia to upscale their organisational capacity and operations, providing a significant increase of 5,200 additional volunteers to their existing disaster volunteer workforce by covering the uplift costs associated with recruitment, deployment, equipment and training. When they are needed, these volunteers will be there. We make this broad range of investments because regional Australia is so diverse. When we've heard regional Australia speak in the past, or spoken of in the past, there's often been a tendency to pretend that the only thing that matters to us is just infrastructure investment and grant spending. But regional development and regional Australians deserve much more than that. We need and deserve access to government support and strong, reliable services that those in the cities take for granted. We need affordable housing, which will be added to through our $10 billion Housing Australia Fund and regional first home buyers guarantee. And we need stronger education, giving regional Australians priority access to 20,000 Commonwealth-supported places at university and $158.5 million worth of measures to address teacher shortages across our regions. Good regional development isn't just about investing in roads and our industries. It is, of course, that. But it is also about investing in our people through skills and training. It's about investing in our services like Medicare and NDIS and childcare, enabling regional Australians for full participation in economic and social life. After 9 years of cuts and neglect to Medicare, it is in its worst state ever. And that's why we are investing in urgent care clinics, supporting regional GPs, putting nurses in aged care homes and investing $185.3 million to attract, support and retain more health professionals into regional and rural communities. And good regional development is about supporting our veterans through housing, services and work. Importantly, it's about investing in the future of First Nations communities and righting the wrongs of the past. That's why we are committed to enshrining a voice for First Nations people in our Constitution and further boosting efforts on closing the gap between the experience of Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians, including in our regions. This is a budget that supports Indigenous Australians and the environment through $636.4 million expansion of the Indigenous Rangers program, $100 million to upgrade housing in First Nations homelands, as well as to support for jobs, for healthcare and education in First Nations communities across regional and remote Australia. The work of reconciliation is, of course, unfinished, but this budget commits to advancing that cause. Our approach to developing Australian regions, supported by the investments we are making through this budget, will harness the wealth of the diverse communities that make up regional Australia. We are investing in our region's people, the places we live in, the services we rely on and the industries that help grow our economies. We're committed to ensuring that regional Australia is at the centre of our nation's growth and at the forefront of this government's agenda, delivering a better future for all Australians and leaving none of us behind.
Yeah. And I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals to speak in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australia's regions, home to 1 in 3 Australians, are absolutely crucial to our strength and success as a nation. We know that regional Australia punches above its weight. Around 2/3 of Australia's exports earnings come from regional industries such as mining, agriculture, tourism, retail services and manufacturing. But it's not just an economic sense that underpins its importance. Our regions are integral to our values and identity as a country. We know that while it's immensely rewarding living in the bush, so it comes with it some major and unique challenges. It's crucial that the millions of men, women and children of regional, rural and remote Australia and the communities they live in have a voice in their federal government. They deserve a voice with influence, a voice that matters. When we were in government, the federal coalition was immensely proud to give regional Australia that voice. We understood the challenges regional people face every day, because in contrast to those opposite, those of us in the coalition overwhelmingly represent the regions in this parliament. We live, breathe and experience these challenges, and as a government we took decisive action. In government, we looked at ways to harness and turbocharge the incredible potential, talent and opportunities that the regions offer to our nation. Our track record in investing and building critical infrastructure speaks for itself, especially in the regions, with record investments across Australia supporting around 40,000 jobs. These commitments remain our vision for regional Australia. In our March 2022 budget, we increased the federal infrastructure investment pipeline to $122 billion to create new jobs, keep people and freight moving and drive economic growth. The Coalition's last budget also announced an additional $17.9 billion to road, rail and community infrastructure projects across regional Australia. This proud legacy and record of achievement and investment is in stark contrast to this Labor government, and sadly epitomised in this federal budget, that has swung the financial axe to dedicated funding for regional Australia that we, as a coalition, fought so hard for. Since being elected on the 21st of May, it didn't take long for this Labor government to show its true colours and character. It's less than 160 days since Labor was elected, and already this government has enforced measures that will make life harder for the millions of Australians who live outside our capital cities. During the election, we saw the warning signs. In a deliberate blow to our farmers and the whole agricultural supply chain, they pledged to scrap the agricultural visa, a reform that the coalition delivered as part of our plan to address the massive and acute workforce shortages in the regions. They also promised to shut down the live sheep export trade, employing 3,000 Western Australians. But once in office, those opposite went even further. We know that access to adequate health care and a GP is an enormous struggle in rural, regional and remote Australia. In July, this government chose to rip up the distribution priority area classification system for overseas trained doctors, which will, as a direct consequence, rip doctors from our regional, rural and remote communities. This means that the residents of Mitchell, a small rural community in Western Queensland that's desperate for a GP, will now be forced to compete over the same pool of doctors as up Brockfield in Brisbane. All across regional Australia, we're already seeing these consequences. There's a real human toll to this. Now, in a further blow to the bush, by handing down this budget, this government has now cut billions of dollars in dedicated regional infrastructure funding. This funding was going into supporting transformational community-building projects, which would have made a real difference on the ground to our regions. This government has broken the hearts of regional and rural families in this first budget. The Prime Minister promised if he won government, there'd be no one held back, there'd be no one left behind. But in Labor's first budget, 30% of Australians from regional and rural Australia have been betrayed. This is a horror budget for everyone who lives, works and invests in the regions. The federal coalition government firmly opposes and condemns this government for ripping multi-billion-dollar funds out of rural, remote and regional Australia. The coalition's worst fears have been realised. These everyday Australians, our hard-working regional and rural families and businesses, have been unapologetically forgotten by Labor. Whether it's infrastructure, agriculture, water, the availability of childcare or the cost of living, through this budget the government has turned its back on regional and rural families and workers. It's abandoned them. A major test last night in this federal budget was for the government to build on the strong position it inherited from the coalition to address the cost of living crisis bearing down on Australians. Labor has failed this test and in this budget does nothing to assist the family budget. There is no credible plan to deal with the source of inflation or to help families deal with immediate cost of living pressures. This budget confirms that the cost of living is going up. Electricity and gas bills are going up. Tax payments are going up. Employment will go down and real wages are forecast to go down. This is a high-taxing and high-spending budget that does nothing to help Australian families get ahead. In our regional communities, these cost of living pressures will bite especially hard. The drastic increases in grocery bills were man-made by the government, and this budget would make the average family worse off by at least $2,000 by Christmas. Groceries are already 8% higher, not just because of natural disasters, but also by a Labor-made disaster in scrapping the dedicated agricultural visa. Supply has been slashed because farmers and processors are only working at around 60% capacity, which has put prices up at the checkout. Retail electricity prices are already up 20% this year and predicted to increase by a further 30% next year, while the $275 promised by the Labor government during the federal election to reduce electricity bills is now all but gone. Interest rates have already gone up and are predicted to go up a further 75 basis points under this government, which is ripping hundreds of dollars out of households each month. Every time Australians get their grocery receipt, their power bill or their mortgage statement, they should see this federal government's face in it. The federal coalition recognises that the cost of childcare is a major issue. That's why in government our childcare subsidy policy was targeted towards families on low and middle incomes, with around 90% of families eligible for a subsidy between 50% and 85%. We made further changes in March this year by introducing a higher subsidy up to 95% for families with multiple children in care, which was estimated to save a family an average of $2,260 per year. In fact, our targeted extra support introduced in March made a real difference because childcare costs came down 4.6% in the year to June 2022. Although this budget makes a lot of noise about the cost of childcare, there's dead silence on any measures to actually improve the frontline availability and accessibility of childcare services in regional, rural and remote Australia. In this budget, Labor has turned their backs on the mums and dads desperate to find regional and rural childcare places. Last week I visited childcare centres in Kempsey and Coffs Harbour on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, and the waiting lists there are staggering, about 200 children. It's extremely concerning that the government has announced $4.7 billion on cheaper childcare fees for city families while refusing to spend even $1 on delivering more childcare places in regional communities. According to a recent comprehensive study by Victoria's University Mitchell Institute, found that 9 million Australians live in an area defined as a childcare desert, with at least 3 children competing over each available childcare place. Regional Australia was among the worst impacted, and it's a damning reality that 75% of people living in rural, regional and remote Australia live in a childcare desert. However, in this budget, there's no plan to improve access of childcare, there's no plan to address these childcare deserts, and there's no plan to address the workforce shortages that are crippling this sector. The questions that regional Australia is entitled to ask are, where are the additional places going to open up for all the new children entering the system? What's the point of having lower out-of-pocket costs if you can't even get your child into care? Regional and rural families have every right to feel let down, to feel disappointed. Unlike those opposite, the federal coalition delivered measures to improve childcare availability in regions. In our budget in March 2022, we provided $19.4 million to support the establishment of 20 new childcare centres where there is limited or no childcare, which took our total investment to $432.5 million over the next 4 years throughout our Community Childcare Fund. This year, the fund was supporting 824 services, of which 403 services are in regional and remote Australia, receiving 65% of the total funding. In this budget, multi-billion-dollar programs announced by the Coalition have been scrapped, including the $7.1 billion Energy Security and Regional Development Plan, which supported transformative investment in 4 key regions that were poised for growth: the Northern Territory, North and Central Queensland, the Pilbara in WA and the Hunter in New South Wales. The $2 billion Regional Accelerator Program, which was poised to provide communities with funding opportunities targeted to local priorities in infrastructure, manufacturing and industry development, skills and training, research and development and education, and the Round 6 of the Building Better Regions Fund, worth $250 million, has all been ripped up, which has scrapped 815 projects around Australia. The federal budget takes away more than $5 billion out of water projects by not proceeding with the Hells Gate Dam project in Queensland and deferring funding for the Urana Dam, Dungowan Dam pipeline, Emu Swamp Dam pipeline, Huon Irrigation Scheme and Wyangala Dam wall-raising projects. We need dams to mitigate for flooding in the future, grow our regional areas and continue to grow our economy. These cuts to water programs are devastating and will impact regional areas. If you take away water infrastructure, you take away the future of regional Australia. In relation to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, the government is refusing to tell regional Australians the cost of delivering their commitments. According to the budget papers, the costs to the Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment and Water and the Department of Treasury for delivering water commitments are not for publication. The government should be open and transparent with the Australian public and basin communities. What are their plans for the basin and how much is it going to cost? This plan is also under threat, with the safety net of 450 gigalitres less about outcomes and more about numbers. The federal coalition is immensely proud of our achievements in agriculture during our term in government, By the time we went to the federal election early this year, we were investing over $1.7 billion into Australian agriculture. As a government, we supported agriculture, fisheries and forestry production reach a record $87 billion in 2021-22. In this year's budget, Labor are claiming they committed $1 billion. It'd be good to see the numbers, but it's essentially a continuation of what we committed: nothing new, no vision, no plan. We had an Ag 2030 plan with 7 key themes: stronger trade and export, protection against pests and disease, building productivity in a better environment, stronger local manufacturing and supply chains, stronger and more resilient infrastructure, and helping our farmers and fishers secure their future. We worked in partnership with the industry to get through droughts, bushfires, floods and COVID-19. Now this government needs to work in partnership with industry to assist them with the cost of living. A 50% increase in energy prices is not good for an agricultural business, a dairy farmer, a meatworks or the horticulture sector. A 40-cent increase in fuel is no good for farming. What's their vision? Cuts to trade and exports, cuts to local manufacturing and supply chains, and cuts to infrastructure. The cuts to the $2 billion Regional Accelerator Program and $7.1 billion Energy Security Plan is going to hurt agriculture and regional Australia. The very industry that assisted all of Australia get through COVID-19 and contributed to the windfall in the budget, building supply chain resilience and investing in agricultural inputs and manufacturing, are all gone. This government has spruced $500 million from the National Reconstruction Fund to support local sovereignty. However, it will not provide loans or equity until mid-next year. Fertiliser input prices and supply chain issues need to be addressed now. The export market development grants for industry are also gone. No agricultural visa and not helping farmers and fishers secure their future. Where are all our workers going to come from? To address critical workforce shortages in the agricultural sector, in April 2022, the Federal Coalition was proud to announce the introduction of the Ag Visa. This was a huge piece of reform that would help alleviate workforce pressure for our farmers. Built on a bilateral agreement that we secured with Vietnam, the Ag Visa had a minimum age of 21 and provided a pathway to permanent residency. Under the Ag Visa, employees would be recruited to work across a range of agricultural sectors, including horticulture, dairy, wool, grains, fisheries and forestry, as well as support services and primary processing. Importantly, this program provided flexibility for workers to move between approved employers without compromising workforce standards and undermining worker protections. Given the severe workforce shortages in the agricultural sector, the government's decision to tear up this visa is unconscionable. This move makes it so much harder for farmers to find workers. Right now, Australia needs 172,000 workers to get product from the paddock to the plate. The government's Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme will be at best be able to provide 42,000 workers. Labor must deliver practical solutions for our farmers, their families and for Australian consumers. Now they're even changing the settings. As the National Farming Federation has pointed out, the PALM promise undelivered. The budget reveals that Labor's election commitment to cover worker travel costs under the PALM scheme will instead be replaced with an underwing scheme. This commitment to help with the cost of bringing in Pacific workers was a consolidation prize for scrapping the Ag Visa. Already, election commitments cut at the expense of agriculture, fisheries and forestry. Under the Coalition, the Pacific and Timor-Leste and South East Asia were prioritised within our Overseas Development Assistance budget. Travelling across regional Australia, visiting agricultural communities and speaking directly with locals, from the fruit and veggie growers in the Gascoyne to the beef producers in central Queensland and to farmers in Mildura, I've seen and heard firsthand what a tremendous difference the Ag Visa would have made to the businesses and livelihoods of regional Australians. The Coalition supports improving environment, but by starting the world's first agricultural biodiversity stewardship package with over a $90 million investment, the $5 billion Future Drought Fund, $214.9 million in soils and the $1.1 billion National Land Care Program. This government has indicated they will protect the environment, including 4.8 million hectares of additional protected areas. Tasmania's 6.8 million hectares. Where is this going to come from and how will it be done? Another measure creating uncertainty in investing in agriculture in Australia. This budget also includes $80.7 million to support voluntary action by farmers to lower methane emissions. This plan doesn't stack up. The plan will force farmers to buy more expensive food for their cattle, making farming more expensive. The result will be an increase in meat prices, which will push up food bills for families across the country. In government, the Coalition took a practical action step towards helping reduce methane emissions in the resources and agricultural sector. We didn't sign up to the Global Methane Pledge, which all called for a 30% global reduction in methane emissions on 2020 levels by 2030. Signing the pledge goes against the agricultural sector's desire to grow to $100 billion by 2030. At a time when Australian families are struggling with the cost of energy and mortgage payments, this has the potential to push up food prices even further. We owe so much to our veterans, and it appears that wellbeing centres to support those who have served our nation and are not spared from this government's cuts to the regions. Veteran wellbeing centres established in partnership with ex-service organisations, local health services or community organisations help better connect veterans to the extensive support and advocacy already available, with a strong focus on health and wellbeing. A re-elected coalition government would have established 14 new veteran wellbeing centres at the cost of $70 million. However, this government is funding 10. Veterans on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, Wagga Wagga, Mackay, Wide Bay, Burnett and Sunshine Coast have all missed out. The government has announced $99.8 million for a strategic critical minerals development program to assist critical minerals producers progress strategically significant projects. However, this program has been rebranded and was previously a $200 million critical minerals accelerator program. The program actually only has about $50 million left, after the first $50 million already out the door following 6 grants announced and approved by the Coalition in April. In a further sleight of hand, the government has rebranded the Australian Critical Minerals Research and Development Centre as a hub. They are trying to pretend it's new, and while the headline figure of $50.5 million the funding appears the same, the government has hid further funding cuts by stretching it out over more years to reduce annual funding. This funding cut is a slap in the face to an industry that should be leading the world in critical minerals extraction and exports as a global demand for batteries and renewable components soar. The hypocrisy is clear, as this government pushes Australia headlong into a rush towards renewables, all while cutting funding to the very critical minerals that are vital to the creation of solar.
Members' time has expired. The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrieff.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Aston.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I start my speech today by pointing out that the Prime Minister misled this parliament in his remarks in relation to this childcare bill, because he came into this place and said that we were opposing this bill when the member for Moncrieff, our spokesperson on this issue, categorically said in her second reading speech that we'd be not opposing this bill. So I ask the Prime Minister if he had any decency that he would come into this place and correct the record, because he was indeed misleading this parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are not opposing this bill because we do not want to stand in the way of families getting access to higher subsidies. But we do have concerns with this bill, and this is why we are moving the amendment which the member for Moncrieff has tabled. And our concerns are fourfold. We have concerns that this will add to childcare inflation. We have concerns that this doesn't add to any childcare supply of places, despite it spending $4.5 billion. We've got concerns about workforce shortages, which already exist and will just be exacerbated by this bill. And we've got concerns about this bill adding to the structural deficit of the budget, when we know the budget is in serious deficit already and is going to get worse under this government, according to its own budget papers. Mr Speaker, I'll go through each of those in turn, but before doing so, just let me say that the Coalition has a very proud record in relation to childcare. We doubled the spending when we were in office to over $10 billion per annum. We supported 280,000 more children in the childcare system than when we first came to office. Women's workforce participation in this country hit record levels under our government, in part because of the childcare policies which we put in place. And we gave access to childcare to dozens of locations through various programs which we instituted, which otherwise would not have had any access at all to childcare services. Most importantly, though, Mr Deputy Speaker, we did all these things and achieved all of these outcomes without adding to inflationary pressure. And indeed, in our last year, the last 12 months, as a result of our childcare policies, out-of-pocket expenses for childcare came down by 4.6%. Inflation was going up in almost every other category, according to the ABS, but in childcare, in the last financial year, it came down by 4.6%. A remarkable achievement, and that will be the benchmark upon which we now measure the inflationary impacts of this policy that the Labor Party has introduced. This brings me to my first concern about Labor's new policy, and that is that it will indeed add to inflationary pressure. Now, inflation is arguably the most pressing economic challenge facing the country at the moment. It is risen to over 7%, according to the budget paper's own figures. And so a responsible government should be doing everything it possibly can to remove those inflationary pressures, because inflation just means that what people earn goes less, doesn't purchase as much as what they used to be able to purchase, i.e. they are poorer in real terms. That's what inflation does. And we've got inflation at 7%. But instead of the government actually taking all possible means to reduce inflation, they're actually adding to inflationary pressures, in part through this bill, because it's putting $4.5 billion more into childcare demand when there are already massive supply constraints in place, which I'll outline in a minute. And as any person who has studied any basic economics knows, if you add to demand but you don't increase supply, prices go up. Even the Treasurer should know that, Mr Deputy Speaker, even though he's only got a PhD in studying Paul Keating. He should understand that basic concept, that if you increase demand without increasing supply, prices will go up. And this is exactly what is happening with this childcare bill. $4.5 billion of extra demand will be put on the system. And we're already seeing prices go up. Fees started to go up as soon as the Labor government was elected, on the basis that they knew that this would be coming. And so we're seeing this across the board, Mr Deputy Speaker, already. And these fee increases, they will continue, and I think that they will eat up much of the $4.5 billion in additional subsidy which this bill puts in. And so over time, parents actually aren't going to be much better off, despite a $4.5 billion slug on taxpayers, because fees will just rise and gobble up the benefit that they otherwise would have got from this additional childcare subsidy. Now, Mr Speaker, this happened when they were in office last time. When you look back at the figures, fees went up 53% in just 6 years that they were in office. And it's just going to happen once again. Now, Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister for Education, when he said, in his second reading address in relation to this bill, he promised this place that fees would not go up. He actually said this is a multi-billion-dollar boost to productivity and participation without adding to inflation. Well, I'll tell you what, we will be watching. Parents will be watching very closely, and we will be holding him accountable, because basic economics says that he is wrong. Our next concern is that this package does not add a single childcare place in the country, despite spending $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money. Not a single place. And we have many places in the country where affordability is not the issue, it is access overall which is the issue, Mr Deputy Speaker. In fact, as the leader of the National Party has just mentioned in a previous address, the Mitchell Institute did a study on this, and it found that 35% of the population live in an area described as a childcare desert. And those are regions where there are 3 children for every 1 available place. So it's 35% of the population live in such a childcare desert. Many of those are in the regional areas. And anybody who has been to the regional areas knows exactly this problem. Almost every regional town has this problem where it's the supply at all of childcare places as opposed to the affordability of being able to go there. And this bill, it spends $4.5 billion but does not add a single childcare place. Not a single one. And this is in comparison to the initiatives which we put in place when we were in government, which was putting in place specific programs of funding to enable new facilities to be built in those regional areas, in particular, to add to the supply, Mr Deputy Speaker. Our third concern is what this does to workforce shortages. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill, again, does nothing in relation to workforce shortages, to educators working in the childcare centres. And Labor has no plan to address this. We already know that there are 7,200. There's already a 7,200 shortage of early childhood educators right now. 7,200 short. And Good Start, which is the largest provider in the country, told the Senate inquiry last week that we're going to need another 9,000 workers to deal with the demand which this bill creates. So we've got 7,200 workers already short. This bill will create a further shortage or further demand for 9,000 workers. So 16,200 workers are somehow magically going to appear to be able to work in these childcare centres, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's simply not going to happen. The Labor Party says, oh, we're putting more money into the universities for more early childhood training places. Well, I tell you what, their plan is for only 1,469 places. 1,469 places. There's 16,200 shortfall. Now, again, this is basic maths, which that side of the chamber has real problems with. They have problems with economics, they have problems with mathematics, because they can't understand that we have these massive workforce shortages, and yet they're doing so little to address this. And again, what happens? When you have workforce shortages, when you have supply constraints, you add to demand, prices go up. That's what happens. And I'm taking interjections from those opposite who sort of say it's all our fault because we didn't process the visas. And I thought they were all about training people in-house, training people in the country. But again, I'm taking these interventions. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I point out the budgetary impact of this decision. It's $4.5 billion over the forward estimates. And what it is, though, is it's structural expenditure as opposed to temporary expenditure. And we have a significant deficits already. And what this budget did that was delivered last night bakes in additional structural expenditure into the budget at a time when we need to actually be curbing expenditure, Mr Deputy Speaker. And so this is also a considerable concern that we have in relation to this. We want to be assured that the tax cuts, the stage 3 tax cuts, which we promised, which Labor promised, actually gets delivered. And they can be delivered while still maintaining sensible budgetary settings. And if they keep adding to the structural deficits then they won't be able to have those tax cuts and add to structural deficits and still maintain sensible budgetary settings. It simply doesn't work. So they have to start to get control of the budget. Adding structural expenditure, almost unlimited structural expenditure, doesn't do that. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said, we have these concerns. We point them out in this chamber, but we won't be opposing the bill for the reasons that I articulated at the start and for the reasons which the member for Moncrieff articulated in her second reading speech. The bill does provide $4.5 billion in additional expenditure for the childcare system, but there are concerns, and that's why we're moving these amendments. Concerns about inflationary pressure, concerns about workforce shortages, concerns that it doesn't add a single childcare place despite spending $4.5 billion, and concerns that it adds to the structural deficit of the budget. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the amendments. I hope the parliament supports this amendment, but we won't be opposing the bill in its substantive form.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill. Every industry in every region of Australia, right at this moment in time, is struggling to find workers. Any time I walk through my community on the south side of Brisbane, I'm seeing signs in shop windows advertising for positions available. When I talk to my local small businesses, almost every single conversation starts with them telling me they're struggling to find staff. This is just one of the many reasons why the Albanese government's plan for cheaper childcare that we're currently debating is so important for our nation. We have a group of parents and carers, particularly women, right across Australia, who want to enter for the first time or re-enter the workforce or increase their work hours. However, the financial cost of childcare is one of the biggest barriers affecting them. That's thousands and thousands of skilled workers wanting to work or wanting to work more hours who at the moment simply can't. This Albanese government bill means around 96% of families with children in early childhood education and care will be better off. 96%. Importantly, I stress that no families will be worse off. This is not only a much-needed and welcome cost of living reduction measure, but it will also deliver a significant positive productivity dividend to the Australian economy. Productivity, the ABS tells us, actually decreased to 102.3 points in the second quarter of this year, down from 104.9 points in the first quarter. Labor's plan means more than 1 million Australian families will be better off, which will include helping around 8,800 families in my electorate of Moreton. Many of the families benefiting from this bill will be those with a combined income of $80,000 or less. $80,000 or less, Deputy Speaker. This sensible legislation will lift the maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% for such battler families. An added benefit is the Albanese government will also keep the higher childcare subsidy for families with multiple children aged 5 and under who are in care. Childcare costs have increased by around 41% over the last 8 years, those dark years of the coalition government. These home budget crunching increases have held back parents and carers from entering, re-entering or increasing their work hours. Why? Because the money coming in from work barely covers the cost of their child's childcare, and in many cases doesn't cover it at all. Families were going backwards by going to work. That is not sustainable or logical as a society. According to the latest ABS data, last year there were 73,000 people who wanted to work but weren't looking for work because they simply couldn't make the cost of childcare work for their family budget. As I said, if they went to work, they went backwards. Can you imagine if we remove this barrier and connect or reconnect these 73,000 people from every region in Australia with the employment opportunities that are now out there? That's 73,000 worker wanted ads taken down from the shop windows of Australia. What a positive impact this would have on productivity and the Australian economy. That is why the Albanese government's cheaper childcare policy is so important. These changes will go a long way to meeting the workforce shortages that this country is facing and allowing especially small and local businesses to fill those staffing gaps that I mentioned up front. They can thrive, the businesses can thrive and make our nation stronger. Talking about a great local example of how this cheaper childcare bill will help is Rima, who lives in Palara at the southern end of my electorate. Rima has recently welcomed a new baby into her family. Congratulations, Rima, to your household. Rima told me that this cheaper childcare bill will allow her to be able to access more hours at work, which will both benefit her family and help boost the productivity of her employer. Rima said she was right at this moment weighing up her option for a return to more hours at work, but with the cost of childcare being so high, she's not sure whether she can access the level of work that is right for her and her family. Rima added that with the current impacts of rising inflation and interest rates, having access to a reduced childcare bill which would help reduce the barriers to her accessing more hours at work would mean a better standard of living for her family. Rima said being the mother of 2 young children was about finding that balance of work and care that would provide the best standard of living for her children while also allowing her to have a fulfilling life and work balance. Having access to cheaper childcare gives Rima the right balance, the right sort of control. That is what many families with young children are currently facing, that juggling act of weighing up the family budget and the ability to access work. When Parliament passes this bill, homes with young children in them will improve across the nation from July 2023. Another story from my local area is Matthew and his partner, who live in Annerley, the northern part of my electorate. They have 2 children, aged 4 and 2. Matthew and his partner both work full-time. Matthew said that at this moment in time, childcare is one of their family's biggest expenses, and that at times they have had serious conversations about the possibility of one of them having to work part-time. Matthew informed me that the changes to the cost of childcare would mean that they won't in the future have to have those conversations. The removal of the phase 2 of the higher childcare subsidy when their oldest child turns 5 will also make a significant difference to Matthew's family budget. Another example is Emma, who lives in Yeronga. Emma has a 3-year-old daughter going to childcare for 4 days a week. Like most families at the moment, Emma and her partner struggle to afford the cost of childcare, and for Emma to continue working at this level at the level she is, they've had to sacrifice other expenses, such as swimming lessons for their daughter. Emma said the changes for them will be better than a pay rise, as it will free up money in their family budget. One of Emma's first priorities will be to start their daughter's swimming lessons. I should stress, Deputy Speaker, that swimming lessons are essential in Queensland. Emma added that the cost of childcare is one of the biggest discussion topics that she has with all of her friends. They speak of the real-life difficulties when it comes to balancing the benefits of work and the cost of childcare. Sadly, too many of Emma's friends have decided that working more hours just isn't viable for them at the present, even though they want to work more. Emma knows that the changes that the Labor government is putting forward will change these conversations for the better, and more of her friends will be able to rejoin or increase their participation in the workforce and improve their family's financial situation in these struggling times. There is also a great new initiative to assist First Nations families with the introduction of a base level of childcare subsidy entitlement of 36 hours of early learning per fortnight from July next year. Importantly, this new measure kicks in irrespective of the family's activity levels. Deputy Speaker, this will see more First Nations children into early learning by boosting the hours of subsidised care available and directly addresses Target 4 of closing the gap. As a former teacher, I know that early learning is such an important building block in a child's educational development. The last report handed down by the Productivity Commission saw for the first time development for readiness for First Nations children actually went backwards. That is shameful. We can't let this continue, and I'm confident that the introduction of the base level of childcare subsidy for First Nations families, as well as other initiatives, will see these rates of development rise again. Another part of the bill, which I mentioned earlier and will benefit families just like Matthew's, is the removal of phase 2 of the higher childcare subsidy for families with multiple children. So anyone who would have had 2 children in care under the age of 5 would have had their family budget impacted once one of their children reached 5 or left care. There would have been a reduction to the period of time a family was eligible for the higher childcare subsidy. As you can imagine, this would have put a large strain on a family like Matthew's household budget, and extra strain right when one of their children was heading off to school. Funnily enough, and yet another example of the sheer incompetence of the previous Abbott-Turnbull-Morris governments, phase 2 changes would have had a negative impact on the Commonwealth's budget. It was estimated that the phase 2 changes would have saved the budget around $34 million over the forward estimates, but the IT changes required to implement the measure were estimated to cost around $89 million. 34 million, 89 million. So a cost-saving scheme initiated by the previous government would have actually cost more to implement than it saved, to the tune of some $55 million, or about one car park, to put it in useful measures, while at the same time disincentivising particularly mothers from remaining in work or forcing them to reduce their hours of work, taking away the availability of skilled workers when small businesses and the economy can't afford it to happen. It doesn't take much to know that the cost of childcare for families in this country is not just a drag on the family budget, but also it is a drag on the Australian economy, as Treasurer Chalmers indicated in his budget speech last night. This bill is another positive economic and social step forward, delivered by the Albanese government, and will be welcomed by families, including families like Reema's, like Matthews and Emma's, right across Australia. I commend this bill to the House.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Mallee.
Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the amendment made by the member for Moncrieff and speak to the bill and also to the amendments. My questions to start with are, where is the detail from the Albanese government on this bill? Where is the plan to address the current workforce shortage and pressures being faced by educators? Where is the plan to address access to care, with many parents struggling to find a place for their child? Where is the plan to address thin markets and childcare deserts, where there are little to no services? That term, childcare desert, is worth highlighting. A report from the Mitchell Institute showed around 1/3 of Australians live in a childcare desert. A childcare desert is described as being one place for every 3 children. 9 million Australians live in a place where only 1 in 3 children can actually access a place in childcare. It's a game of musical chairs, and when the music stops, 2 children miss out. Labor are throwing $4.5 billion at childcare, but not 1 cent is going to create additional places or services. What good is a subsidy if there is no service? In our childcare deserts, parents need an oasis. The Albanese government has given them a mirage, a vision of how they could be benefited that, in truth, is just that, a vision. Nothing of substance. This issue is particularly pertinent in my electorate of Mallee. I have 7 towns in dire need of a childcare service. Birchip needs childcare, Bort needs childcare, Kahuna needs childcare, Matoa, Pyramid Hill, Rainbow, Wedderburn, they all need childcare. The Prime Minister spoke yesterday in this very chamber about how this bill allows parents to return to work. Does he even understand the practicality of that claim? I have people in Mallee who want to go back to work, professionals who offer their towns vital experience and skills, who can't simply because there is no place for them to leave their children. In fact, Labor has not only ignored the need for services in Mallee, they have deliberately scrapped funding that would have provided this in the form of the Building Better Regions Grant Round 6. For example, the Yarriambiack Shire had an application in to fund a childcare centre in Matoa. How does this bill help them build the services their community needs? It's simple. It does not. This government has shown no appetite to ensure extra places are created to meet the growing demand. But that's only one flaw in Labor's policy. Let's not forget the existing pressure on the workforce itself. Early childhood educators have been under pressure for a couple of years. They worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic, and now on the other side, workers are leaving the sector for other careers. Many educators have raised low wages, mental health issues, unappreciation, increase in red tape and burnout as their top concerns. There are currently 7,200 vacancies in this sector. We've asked the government several times how many additional educators will be needed under this policy, and they've failed to answer every single time. This government is getting good at not answering questions. Good Start Early Learning, the largest not-for-profit provider, estimates an additional 9,000 educators will be needed by July 2023 to match the influx of children expected under this policy. Where are those educators coming from? The government has been doing a lot of talking in this space, but clearly no listening. In 2019, the Labor Party campaigned on a platform of higher wages for early educators. Now in government, they seem to have dropped that. Instead of delivering higher wages, they now have the power to. Now that they have the power to, they point to their fee-free TAFE places. This doesn't deliver the immediate relief to the workforce that is required. Solutions are needed now. Educators aren't happy about this, and in turn they are leaving the sector. This leaves childcare centres understaffed and short, and in the end, it's our children who miss out. Many centres are already capping enrolments and asking families to keep their kids at home because they don't have the staff to operate at full capacity. An increasing number of centres are applying for waivers because they can't retain teachers who leave the sector for better pay and conditions in the education sector. It goes back to Labor offering a subsidy over actually helping the service be provided to the level it needs to be. With more children set to enter the sector from July 2023, how will the government ensure there is a workforce to meet those needs? Instead, they offer us this flawed policy that is going to benefit higher income earners over lower income earners. Currently, families with a combined income of up to $355,000 are eligible for a childcare subsidy. Labor's bill will blow that out to $532,000. The government has done no modelling on whether increasing the threshold to $532,000 will actually increase the number of hours worked by those families, or if it will actually increase the number of days they put their child in care. They can't tell us what the families in those brackets currently do, whether they access care 5 days a week or whether they use a mix of informal and formal arrangements, or whether there is a stay-at-home parent. The bill will have taxpayers forking out an additional $22,524 for a family on a combined income of $360,000 a year with a minimum of 2 kids. Now compare that with a family earning a combined income of $80,000. Taxpayers will fork out $2,488 a year for them. It's clear the government has done no due diligence on this policy and next to no modelling to show what the outcomes of this policy will be. It just heightens Labor's proven inability to mitigate cost of living pressures for ordinary Australians. Australians know Labor cannot manage money. The last time Labor was in government, childcare fees skyrocketed by 53% in just 6 years. Out-of-pocket costs are already rising and fees will most likely rise before the 1st of July 2023, which may erode a significant amount of the increased subsidies before they're even in place. During our time in government, the Coalition kept out-of-pocket costs low. The latest CPI data from June 2022 showed that childcare costs came down 4.6% in the year to June 2022. Labor has no plans to address rising out-of-pocket costs or rising cost of living pressures in childcare, or anywhere for that matter. Their 12-month $10.8 million ACCC inquiry announced is too little, too late. This inquiry will do nothing to alleviate current pressures in the sector, including workforce and access. The ACCC inquiry doesn't start until the 1st of January 2023 and won't report back until the end of next year. That means they will do nothing to address rising costs until 2024 at the earliest. Australian families cannot wait that long. They need relief now. With early education costs set to increase under this government, Australian families deserve to know if they will really be better off under Labor. It's time the government focused less on politics and more on a plan to ensure a strong economy that supports Australian workers and families. It's what we did, after all. The model is right there for Labor to look at. We almost doubled childcare investment to $11 billion in 2022-23 and locked in ongoing funding for preschools and kindergartens. We made the biggest reforms to the early childhood education system in over 40 years. More than 1.3 million children have access to the childcare subsidy from around 1 million families. Under the Coalition, 280,000 more children are in early childhood education. We abolished the annual cap on the childcare subsidy. Around 90% of families using the subsidy are currently eligible for a subsidy of between 50% and 85%. Since March 2022, we have provided a higher subsidy of up to 95% for families with multiple children in early childhood education, increasing workforce participation and cheaper access to care. Our targeted extra support, introduced in March 2022, made a real difference. Childcare costs came down 4.6% in the year to June 2022. We saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3% in May, compared to 58.7% when Labor left office. Our communities, our families, our children deserve better than what the Labor government are offering. We walked the walk, while Labor simply talk the talk. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Labor made one of its most significant commitments at the last election to families to cut the cost of childcare. This legislation implements that commitment. The Albanese government is once again delivering. The government's reforms will cut the cost of childcare for about 1.26 million families. 96% of families with children in early childhood education and care will benefit from this reform, and no Australian family will be worse off. This legislation will give children access to critical early education they may otherwise not receive. The cheaper childcare plan is good for kids, it's good for families and it's good for our economy. Children are our most precious resource, Acting Speaker, and we know the first 5 years are everything. Early learning shapes the person we each become. And when we invest in our children, we invest in our future. Our government is committed to giving every child the best possible opportunity in life to thrive. I know cheaper childcare will help families with young children in rapid growth areas like mine in the electorate of Corangamite. These families know all too well about the rising costs of childcare, costs that have soared by 41% in the past 8 years across the nation. I'm especially thinking of young families who are struggling with the costs of establishing a new home while raising young kids, often within newly developing suburbs like Charlemont, Ashbury Estate and Anchorage within the Armstrong Creek high-growth suburb, or established areas with fast-growing estates like Bannockburn, Grovedale, Leopold, Torquay and Ocean Grove in my electorate. A fortnight ago, I hosted a baby expo for new parents across my electorate. It was very well attended, and parents were keen to learn about the services within their community for them and their children. Inevitably, childcare was a common theme as I moved around the expo chatting with parents. It's clear that parents, particularly women, want to make the best choices for their families around childcare, early education and, importantly, workforce participation. Women want to choose to progress their career, develop their skills and, importantly, earn more. At the Baby Expo, I was able to tell parents of the much-needed reforms in the legislation we're debating today, Deputy Speaker, and the response from parents was overwhelmingly positive. There are some 6,000 families currently using approved childcare within my electorate. Of those, some 5,800 will benefit from our government's cheaper childcare plan. Many others could also benefit as they consider the new opportunities offered by this reform. Making childcare cheaper will help ease the cost of living pressures for many families by giving parents the opportunity to work more and earn more if they want to. That means thousands more skilled workers for our economy. Therefore, this legislation, it's not just about cost of living, it's economic reform. And it's economic reform that will mean more women retire with more superannuation, with a greater sense of security and a buffer against the growing rate of homelessness amongst older women. From July 2023, the government will lift the maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% for families with a combined income of under $80,000. It will also increase subsidy rates for families earning less than $530,000 annually. Analysis by Treasury indicates the impacts of this policy will mean up to 37,000 extra full-time workers, and they will be available for Australian businesses in the financial year 2023 to 24. Many Australian parents want to work more, but if they do, under the current circumstances, it is gobbled up their income in childcare costs. It's just not worth it. I've met with many families where they've sat down with a calculator and they've figured out that working an extra day or an extra 2 days just is not worth it financially. By making these changes under this legislation, we'll be giving families the option to go back to work, knowing they can afford quality childcare, earn more and save more. According to the Bureau of Statistics last year, 73,000 people who wanted to work didn't look for work because they couldn't make childcare costs work for them. Importantly, these reforms also mean that potentially more children will have access to quality early childhood education. And as I've already stated, all the research shows that these early preschool years are significant formative years. Children learn to play, and through interaction with others, they learn more, they develop their skills, and it prepares them for school. It prepares them for life. We know that when we invest in these early years, we get better outcomes for them later on. At the moment, 60% of mothers with young children work part-time hours. Under these reforms, a family on the median combined income of $120,000 with one child in early childhood education will save $1,780 in the first year of this plan, and that's good news. The higher childcare subsidy for families with multiple children aged 5 or under in early childhood education will be retained. The legislation also introduces measures to increase transparency in the early childhood educators sector. It will mean that all large providers publicly need to report revenue and profits, together with commercial leasing information. The bill also helps families make more informed choices and puts in place measures to deter fraud. To attract and retain workers, the bill also allows providers to discount childcare fees for early childhood educators. Acting Speaker, I'm pleased the Albanese government is also introducing reforms to help more Indigenous children into early education. As part of the government's plan for cheaper childcare, all Indigenous children will be able to access 36 hours of subsidised childcare a fortnight from July next year. At the moment, First Nations children are eligible for only up to 24 hours subsidised childcare a fortnight. These simple changes will benefit around 6,600 First Nations families. Not only do the changes help ease cost of living pressures, they provide more opportunities for First Nations children to access the development, education and health benefits of early childhood education and care. At the moment, just 4.3% of children in early education and care identify as Indigenous, despite being 6.1% of the population of children aged up to 5 years of age. We know access to high-quality early education and care can impact the readiness of a child for school. For the first time, the Closing the Gap target for school readiness went backwards in 2021. That's simply not good enough. We must turn this around. That's why our government will also invest $10.2 million to establish the Early Childhood Care and Development Policy Partnership between the Australian state and territory governments and Indigenous representatives. The partnership will be co-chaired by the Secretariat of the National Aboriginal and Islander Childcare and help drive the development of community-led policies and programs that Indigenous families need for their children to thrive. These measures will help improve First Nations children's readiness for school. It's essential all governments work together and in partnership with First Nations people if we're to close the gap and improve outcomes in early childhood education. Of course, all of these early education measures rely on having enough childcare workers. We know that in Australia at the moment we're short by about 6,500 workers, and predictions indicate this shortage will get worse before it gets better. That's one of the reasons why our government has committed to an extra 20,000 university places for next year and the year after. Those new places will include an allocation for those who are training to be early childhood teachers and educators. That's also why the Albanese government has allocated 465,000 free TAFE places to train up the workforce of the future. Acting Speaker, the government knows that things are tough out there, and the Treasurer has said things are expected to get tougher before they get better. That's why the Albanese government is taking a number of practical steps. Cutting the cost of childcare through legislation is a significant cost saver which will help to ease the squeeze on many families. Our government is also cutting the cost of medicine. This will help many Australian families who need to spend at the chemist every week. Other measures include increasing the minimum wage by over 5%. This will help many Australians who are living on low incomes. So these childcare reforms are one element of an Albanese government package of reforms to foster a better and more caring and inclusive Australia. This legislation recognises that children are our most precious resource. It's part of delivering on our government's commitment to the parents and children of Australia. Together, we will build a better nation and a better future for families. Thank you.
The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Bouillon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to indicate my support for this bill, but also to share with the House where I hope that we can improve on this area in the future, as well as my ongoing concerns about the looming crisis in early childhood education. The Family Assistance Legislation Amendment is a welcome acknowledgement from this government that for too many Australian families, early childhood education is unaffordable and not financially worthwhile. This legislation increases the rate of the childcare subsidy from 85% to 90% for those earning less than $80,000 a year. That increased childcare subsidy will decrease by 1% from 90% for every $5,000 earned over $80,000 a year. The subsidy then cuts out when the family income level hits $530,000. The legislation strengthens protections against fraud. It also introduces discounts for parents who work as early childhood educators, perhaps one of the most direct demonstrations of how providing childcare for women benefits workforce participation and its multiplying benefits for our economy. The bill also introduces a base rate of 36 subsidised hours for childcare for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, regardless of their parents' activity levels. This is a worthwhile reform to the problematic activity test, which I'll speak more about in a moment. Any measure to see more young children attending early childhood education is a good thing. This bill will see more young children being able to attend more hours at childcare, accessing valuable developmental benefits to prepare them for primary school, and setting them up for a lifetime of better educational, social and employment outcomes. The evidence is clear to children about the benefits of quality early childhood education. The first 5 years of a child's life are critical for their physical, social and cognitive development. I know that because I'm a paediatrician. We should aspire to the future of universal access to early childhood education, quality early childhood education for all Australian children. Australia has a strong national framework and quality standards for early childhood education. We know how important this care is, and we have invested in the development of best practice in the provision of this care. But access to services is patchy, and despite the subsidies in place, it is still highly dependent on a family's hours of employment and its income. In the future, Australia should aim to give every child access to early childhood education, no matter their parents' income or their employment status. One limitation of this bill is that the hours of childcare that Australian families can be subsidised for is still tied to their activity levels or their hours worked by the parent. The legislation amends the childcare subsidy activity test. Currently, it is as follows, with exceptions for children in special circumstances, for example, those at risk of neglect. Children whose parents are working 8 hours a fortnight have 24 hours of subsidised childcare unless their parents earn more than $72,000 a year, in which case they're not eligible for any subsidised childcare hours. Children whose parents work 8 to 16 hours can attend childcare for 36 hours a week at a subsidised rate. If parents work between 16 and 48 hours, their child can receive 72 hours of early childhood education. It's all very complicated. It's great to see that this legislation will provide Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children with a minimum of 36 hours of subsidised early childcare intervention, regardless of the employment status of their parents. This is a highly worthwhile change to the activity test and how subsidies are allocated. It will have significant long-term benefits for those children and their families. In this provision for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, the government acknowledges that the activity test for childcare subsidies is a pernicious measure, underpinned by an outdated belief that children should only go to childcare if their parents are at work. A child's access to the lifelong developmental benefits of early childhood education should not be denied because their parents are unemployed, underemployed or insecure casual work with variable hours. If these children are rendered ineligible to attend childcare at the subsidised rate because their parents aren't working enough hours, how are these parents, who aren't working enough, meant to afford childcare at 10 times the subsidised cost?
I'm sorry. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order of 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member's speech having just been interrupted, I apologise, but you will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Thank you. And are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member. Sorry. Well, Cunningham was on her feet, so go ahead and I'll come straight back to you.
Is a local burger bar in my electorate, owned by Lachlan Stevens, veteran of 2 Afghanistan tours with the Australian Army. Dealing in burgers, beers and sport, Lachlan noticed men having deeper conversations at the bar. With this, the Barstool Brothers, a men's mental health charity, was formed. They invited men in the community down for a free burger at his Boy Elroy, with a simple goal in mind, providing an opportunity and environment for men to connect. The group grew to 1,400 members and a deeper issue was uncovered: the poor level of mental health amongst hospitality workers. After talking with industry leaders, the Barstool Project was created with the goal of training hospitality staff in a mental health awareness and communications course. The project is about to launch a 12-month pilot in New South Wales with a goal of training 50,000 hospitality staff in a course that they consider as important as numeracy and literacy. Currently, similar courses are being monetised for up to $250 per person. The Barstool Project plans to deliver this education package for under $10 per person, with the aim to make it accessible to any business or employee, with sustainability at the forefront of their plans to expand nationally. Lachlan, along with Daniel Chen, General Manager of Barstool Brothers, are both here in the gallery today and should be proud of the impact they are making in the hospitality industry at a local and national level, and even more excited by their latest local campaign, Palms in Holes, Not Up Poles, featuring the Palm Up a Pole burger. I can't wait for the keto salad.
Member for Nichols, you're rising.
I have an opportunity later to speak at greater length on the flood emergency in my electorate, but the region's been hit very hard and the risk is ongoing. But our communities have rallied to help each other, as good communities do, and a great example I want to talk about is GV Cares, Goulburn Valley Cares. Their coordinated volunteer effort to assist with basic needs like food, medicines and clothing, it's all the more remarkable because this organisation didn't even exist before August 2021. It sprang from nowhere when a COVID-19 outbreak in the Greater Shepparton area led all major schools to be declared Tier 1 sites. Close to 20,000 residents entered 14 days of mandatory isolation. Now, the flow-on impact of nearly a third of our population being in quarantine was immense. The workforce shrank at the same time as demand for deliveries of food and other essentials soared. And I was one of the many volunteers who delivered boxes to the doorsteps of lockdown residents, and the whole experience brought our community closer together. The Greater Shepparton Lighthouse Project recognised the crisis that was unfolding and drew together service organisations, community groups and volunteers and provided a rapid response for food relief. It is estimated that 8,000 people were supported during this crisis. Now, during the floods that we've got at the moment, they've been doing the same valuable work, demonstrating once again the true value of connected and caring communities. Amy Robinson from Lighthouse Project, Jeremy Rensford from Shepparton Food Share and all the volunteers deserve recognition for their incredible efforts helping people in this time of crisis.
Thank you. Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is the second most commonly diagnosed cancer in Australia, with around 1 in 7 women and 1 in 600 men are diagnosed. Breast cancer treatment is most successful when discovered early, and breast screening is the most effective way to do this. Unfortunately, in my electorate of Holt has one of the lowest screening rates in Victoria, with only 1 in 2 women having undertaken a breast screen test. This is something I am determined to change. The first part of this process is increasing awareness, which I am doing now. The second is through making breast screens more accessible by continuing to work closely with the South Eastern Melbourne Primary Health Network to provide more mobile screening centres in my electorate. I applaud the work of the National Breast Cancer Foundation in funding vital breast cancer research and supporting Australians during some of the hardest times of their lives. I encourage everyone in my electorate of Holt, especially women, to have a breast screen if they have not already done so.
Thank you. Member for Flynn.
While many criticise and attack the coal and resource sector, I would like to draw attention to the fact sheet prepared by the Central Highlands Development Corporation. The Central Highlands is the heart of the Bowen Basin and is the economic engine room of my electorate of Flynn in Queensland. Australia's largest coal reserve and 12 operating mines are in the Central Highlands. The region produces more than 62 million tonnes of coal per annum and represents 28% of Queensland's total coal production. Mining is the largest employer in the Central Highlands, with a direct workforce of over 6,000 people. 55% of those workers are non-residents, commuting by road and air from Rockhampton, Mackay and South East Queensland. 90% of non-resident workers stay in accommodation villages such as caravan parks, hotels and motels. For the local Central Highlands economy, over $790 million is spent on local goods and services, which is estimated to be 30% of total spend. Astonishingly, the Central Highlands has an output of $9.4 billion. These export dollars are helping pay for our schools, our roads and our emergency services and hospitals. Anyone in this House who criticises one of our biggest exporters, I welcome you to the Central Highlands. Come and meet the workers who are paying for Australia's bills. These people are keeping the lights on and these people are paying our salaries.
Thank you. Member for Bean.
Speaker, one of the most enjoyable roles I have as member for Bean is working with our great school community, the teachers, students, parents and guardians, the principals and the administrators. Last week was one such occasion where I helped open the new multi-purpose hall at the Islamic School of Canberra. The hall will be used for indoor sports as well as performance activities and events. This will make a real difference to the school, helping to provide the best environment for teachers to nurture and educate and for students to do the best that they can. The project was delivered with government funding of $1 million, but that's only part of the story, Deputy Speaker, with the community raising $1.3 million themselves, an extraordinary effort. Over the next 4 years, the government will be investing around $800 million on new and improved facilities at schools right across Australia, including $3.5 million here in the ACT this year. We want every child to have the best schooling possible. Congratulations to the Islamic School of Canberra for completing this magnificent project. And particular thanks go to Principal Dr Mahmood Eid, the teachers, the students and administrators for your kind hospitality and making me feel so welcome last week in opening your magnificent hall.
Thank you. Member for Wentworth.
Thank you. Last night's budget included a lot of welcome changes, but real action on gas was conspicuously absent. Prices have been surging all year and are now reaching consumers, businesses and industrial users. One manufacturing business I have known has seen its electricity bill increase by 400%. They will be paying millions of dollars for electricity next year. Let's be honest, this is a fossil fuel price crisis driven by a war overseas. We must take action. It's time to accept that for the government to accept our gas policies are simply not working. The domestic supply policy doesn't ensure domestic gas supply, and the tax policy isn't collecting enough tax. These policies are not fit for purpose, and the public has no confidence in them. Australians know their government can and should do better. Past attempts to reform gas policy have failed. The Albanese government should try to do something different. Don't tinker, don't reform, just scrap them. Scrap the Australian domestic gas supply security mechanism and the petroleum rent resource tax. Scrap them, start over, bring the gas companies to the table and ensure Australians finally share in the full benefits of the resources we own.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Territorians elected myself and the member for Lingiari, Marion Scrimgeour, you're right behind me, elected us to build them a better future. And that's exactly what the Albanese government is doing in this first budget, which is responsible, which is full of targeted cost of living relief. And it has massive infrastructure funds for the Northern Territory, as well as the cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines and expanding parental leave. Really important. We're also going to get wages moving again. For my electorate of Darwin and Palmerston, we've got $5 million for a dedicated youth engagement hub, really important for the future of the top end. But also some housing, supported housing for our veterans, and $1 million for a Darwin men's shed to be co-located. Our environment will benefit from $13.6 million to make our creeks healthier and also to tackle the scourge of gamba grass. And when it comes to rec fishing that all Territorians love to do, we've got $2.5 million for a fishing centre in Palmerston. Now, the Territory always does better under federal Labor, and this is a start. This is a start for the Albanese Labor government. We are delivering what we committed to deliver, which will help Territory families and grow the Territory's future.
Thank you. Member for Goldstein.
Deputy Speaker, I direct my remarks to students, parents and staff of Sandringham Primary School. I'm celebrating your new school from this House, and I acknowledge the adversity that many of you have faced. The fire that took place at the school at the start of 2020 had a huge impact on families, staff and residents. As a former Sandy parent, both my kids attended your school. I was devastated, and I felt such empathy for everyone affected. And yet our community managed this in such a special way, finding alternative locations for children to go to school and supporting each other through a difficult time that was even more difficult due to the pandemic. However, it was also a time when we remembered the importance of our neighbourhoods, our local businesses, our environment and our community. Often, when I passed the school with our golden retriever Tully, I remember when Tully was a puppy, my children were little and I was among the parents chatting in the yard at drop-off and pick-up, What a lovely time that was at such a special little school tucked away among the gum trees in Sandy. I congratulate you all on your resilience. Enjoy the rebuilt Sandringham Primary School for years to come. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for McNamara.
Deputy Speaker, one of my favourite things I like to do in McNamara is go and have morning tea or lunch with my public housing residents, and one of my favourite places to go is the Emerald Hill Public Housing Estate. And Mel, the President of the Emerald Hill Public Housing Association, and Maureen, one of my favourites there as well, helped put on a breakfast barbecue. And we spend some time with a lot of the residents, and they are, every time I go there, I'm filled with hope and good times, and I appreciate the friendship of all the residents. And I'm really proud of our public housing community. I'm really proud of the residents in social housing in my electorate. And I'm also really proud, Deputy Speaker, that once again the federal government is back involved in housing policy in this country. And it's telling that the sort of governments that invest in public housing and social housing in this country are Labor governments. And last night we saw a realisation of our commitment to build 30,000 new social housing homes. It is a great Labor policy. It is a great Labor reform to ensure that Australians have access to safe and secure housing. And I was also especially proud, Deputy Speaker, to hear the Treasurer talk about the new housing accord, which is a profound ambition to work with the states and industry to invest in affordable homes. Our housing sector hasn't had a federal government willing to step up to the table and try and make sure Australians have access to safe and secure housing. Well, that changed last night, and the Labor government that we are proud to be a part of is back in the business of building affordable homes.
Thank you. Member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, a couple of weeks ago the former Commonwealth Chief Medical Officer Dr Nick Coatsworth said, if you're a really healthy child or adolescent, the benefit of the COVID vaccine just isn't there. He also called for a review of vaccination guidelines for children. In Denmark, for example, COVID vaccinations are no longer being offered to people under 50, and in the UK, injections for healthy children aged 5 to 11 have stopped altogether. I've been told of children suffering from myocarditis, heart attacks and strokes here in Australia. Am I the only one hearing this? According to the TGA, as of the 8th of October this year, there were more than 136,000 reports of adverse reaction to the vaccines. To date, the Health Department has recorded nearly 10 million cases of COVID. The ABS has recorded a significant increase in the number of deaths during 2022, and in New South Wales, data shows that over a 4-week period to the 15th of October 2022, of the 555 COVID hospitalisations, 554 were triple, quadruple injected, just 1 was unvaccinated. I'm very surprised that there isn't more public questioning of the mandating of vaccines. So last week I wrote to the Federal Health Minister Mark Butler to ask about the vaccination of healthy young people, the justification for any ongoing COVID-19 mandates, health professionals being censored and gagged, and whether the Pfizer vaccine was tested for the reduction of transmission of COVID. I look forward to the minister's reply.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, after almost a decade of savage cuts and broken promises by the former Liberal government, the Albanese Labor government handed down its first budget last night. This budget is focused on delivering our election commitments and investing in our nation to ensure it is strong, it is innovative and resilient, ready to confront the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. And I'm proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that is helping Australians with cost of living pressures, while ensuring that we are sustainably addressing the $1 trillion of debt that's been left behind by those opposite. The Albanese government is delivering cheaper childcare because we understand that to get our nation's productivity lifted, we need to improve affordability, we need to improve access. This will ensure more parents can re-enter the employment market if they choose. We are delivering on our election commitment to provide 20,000 more university places across Australia, and the University of Newcastle in my electorate has secured 967 additional places. This means that more Australians will be able to train in the areas of the economy that need workers: teaching, nursing, IT and allied health. In addition, our government is providing fee-free TAFE to make sure we are training workers in industries hit hardest by the pandemic and the care economy. In healthcare, the government will establish 2 Medicare urgent care clinics on the Central Coast and cut the cost of medications on the PBS. The first Albanese Labor government budget is sensible, measured and practical for modern Australia.
Thank you. Member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when we left office, the Australian economy was strong. It was the envy of the world, and it was definitely the envy of the OECD nations. Record unemployment data, our unemployment figures started with a 3. Record low interest rates and the highest female participation rate in the workforce ever in history. Our economy undoubtedly was strong. Remember during the COVID period when the unemployment queues snailed around the corner, people were losing their houses, people were losing their jobs, their businesses were under threat. We put together a JobKeeper program, and every time we asked for money, we brought it to the House, and those on the other side in government supported the spending. In fact, when we went to stop the JobKeeper, and I highlight this for the people in the gallery because on the other side you will continually hear the rhetoric of that we left $1 trillion worth of debt. When we left the JobKeeper, when we shut down the JobKeeper, those on the other side said that the economy was going to fall off a cliff and they wanted to keep spending. Just as well we shut it off when we did. This week, when the budget, we saw what Labor's true plan is. Their true plan is higher electricity costs, higher interest rates and higher fuel. And, Madam Speaker, Labor, when in office, when they run out of their own money, be absolutely sure they'll come looking for yours and they'll do it in the way of higher taxes. Just you wait and see.
Member for Bendigo.
Deputy Speaker, well, last night's budget delivered one of the most important changes to gender equality and women's workforce participation that we have seen in decades. It will, in the budget last night, it announced this government will increase the paid parental leave scheme, currently funded by the government, to 26 weeks or 6 months. Not only will it increase the entitlement, it will also make sure that it's accessible not just for women and the birth mothers, but fathers and parents. Why is this important? For too long in this country, paid parental leave has fallen to the mother. It's often the mother that doesn't have the choice to return to work because she's the one entitled to the paid entitlement. It locks fathers out of being involved, but it locks women in the home. This gender reform actually says to families what's best for your family. Who is it best to take the paid parental leave? Is it mum or is it the partner? This is how forward-thinking this government is. It is taking gender equality seriously by giving the choice on paid parental leave back to households and back to families. That's the kind of reform this government is doing. A big shout-out to all the mums and future mums, because we're thinking of you.
Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. By cancelling the Wellington Road upgrade in Casey, Labor is breaking their 2019 promise for the $110 million construction. Road duplication consists of building a second separate carriageway alongside the initial signal carriageway, easing congestion and improving safety. Wellington Road is a bushfire escape route for those in towns in the Dandenong Ranges. It also allows emergency services access to the mountain, with the local CFA labelling Labor's decision as really distressing news for our community for this reason. Local councils and communities want and need this, but Labor is refusing to deliver it. It was a bipartisan project, with both Labor and the previous coalition government committing to this crucial project. Labor used to see the value in reducing risk to vulnerable communities, but obviously they have changed their view. The Minister for Finance argued for the scrapping of projects by accusing the former coalition government of using taxpayer money cynically to buy votes. The Labor government thinks it is cynical to ease congestion and improve road safety in bushfire-prone areas. The opposition thinks it is necessary. Not only have Labor broken their promise, but they are also putting my constituents at increased risk in an emergency.
Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've waited 9 long years to say these words. Congratulations to Treasurer Jim Chalmers on delivering Labor's first budget in 9 years. 9 years. The Albanese Labor government is delivering on our election commitments, providing targeted cost of living relief and ending the waste and rorts from that previous government. This budget provides cost of living relief without adding to inflationary measures by making childcare cheaper, by cutting the cost of medicines, by expanding paid parental leave to 6 months, by making more affordable housing and getting wages moving again. We're delivering on what we promised. In this budget and in my electorate of Moreton, we're delivering on the commitments that I took to the last election. $2 million for an accessibility and safety upgrade of the Sunnybank pedestrian bridge. $400,000 for a fauna crossing under Toohey Road that snakes through Toohey Forest, a community battery in Maruka, part of the $224.3 million for the community batteries for household solar program, and matching the Queensland Government's $133 million commitment to fix the dangerous Coopers Plains rail crossing on Boundary Road. Under Labor, there will be an extra 2,811 additional university places for Queensland and $24.6 million for communities that were impacted by floods early this year, such as Yeronga, Rocklea, Tennyson, Graceville, Sherwood, and I could go on. The Albanese government is delivering for Australians today to build a better future for all.
Member for Groom.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Finally, the Queensland Labor government has seen sense and provided the remaining approvals for the restart of the new Ackland coal mine. The water licence is in and we'll see work resuming in the coming months. This is great news for our community. That means jobs for locals and extra cash flowing through our region's economy. What these approvals also bring, so crucial for our area, is certainty. Certainty for the workers, certainty for the people of Oakey, and certainty for the local suppliers. But you have to remember this has been 15 years, Speaker, in the making, with endless legal challenges from Green activists and political games from the Queensland Labor government. There was never a justifiable reason to delay this decision, and while they did, we saw 450 people lose their jobs. And while there's a great opportunity now for these people to get their jobs back and come back to Oakey on site now, we can't forget the pain and the stress that was put on these workers, their families and our local community. It's something that I don't think the people of Oakey will ever forget or forgive the Premier for. And why should they? They deserved better. Coal plays a very, very important part not only in Queensland's economy but in our local economy, where it provides up to 10% of our gross regional product. The truth is, coal will still be a part of our energy mix for a long time to come. You can't just make a political decision to opt out of it. The economy just doesn't work like that. I'm glad the Queensland Labor government has learnt their lesson about the importance of coal. It's a lesson I hope those opposite take note of, although I don't hold up my hopes very high.
Member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, it is 5 months and 5 days since Labor took government. After 9 years of malaise, of wasted opportunity, the contrast is extraordinary. 5 months and 5 days of hard work, of extraordinary energy from the members on this side, making the most of every day in government to deliver for the country that we all love and want to see prosper. The contrast is really clear. What we saw last night when the member for Rankin, the Treasurer, delivered this government's first budget was extraordinary. It's responsible, it's sensible, it's right for the times. It's going to help those who need it most in a beginning move, but it is fiscally responsible and it is measured, and it makes sure that everything we're committing to has an economic dividend. I am so proud today to be a member of this government, and I want to congratulate every member here for representing your communities with honesty, with clarity, with commitment, and for giving us a compelling message for the Australian people and setting us up for the future. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thanks. Member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, scrolling through the headlines this morning to see the response to last night's budget, I came across a comment from one Luke Douglas who said, "Watching Dr Jim presenting the budget last night was like watching Santa bypassing your home on Christmas Eve. I couldn't have put it better myself, and it would be funny if it wasn't so serious." The Treasurer's budget sleigh, pulled by reindeers renamed Slasher, Dashed Hopes, Cut It and Victims, flew straight past the homes of regional Australians, gleefully calling their empty stockings pork barrels. One notably empty stocking in my own electorate belongs to Southern Cross University in Coffs Harbour. The Treasurer has slashed the $27 million previously budgeted that was allocated to complete the campus's health service precinct. The precinct would have had a health clinic with speech and voice labs, mental health and therapy rooms, rehabilitation and exercise studios and consultation rooms. These facilities would have created local jobs, guaranteed essential healthcare services and contributed to the growth and prosperity of the region. Are jobs, health, education not supposedly the focus of this new government, or was that just for their metro mates? There was no ho, ho, ho. It was all no, no, no.
I give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, after a decade of the needs of Australian women being ignored in this place, after a last term when the previous Prime Minister told women who came to this place demanding their right to be safe that they were lucky they weren't being shot at, after that being the best we've been offered for a decade, what a refreshing change to be in this place last night for a budget that delivered cheaper childcare, for a budget that delivers an expanded paid parental leave scheme. On this side of the House, we get modern families. We get the needs of modern women. We get that families want support to do the juggle between work, family, and that men and women want to do this. So what we are setting up with an expanded paid parental leave scheme is a scheme that allows Australian women to care for their children, but also allows Australian men to care for their children, so that we set up a caring dynamic across the lives of our families where men are involved in bringing up their children. And we know this is good for women, it's good for men, it's good for children, and it's good for all of us, because we've all got businesses in our workplaces crying out for people to work. We've all got women who want to get back to work. Well, this budget delivers for Australian women, and I'm so proud to be here as part of the Labor government delivering it.
I give the call to the member for Colette.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For years, country communities west of the Great Dividing Range have been campaigning for a better crossing over the mountains. Last year, the Coalition delivered $2 billion in the budget for the crucial Great Western Highway upgrade. To date, the new government has been silent on the future of this vital project. In the same way, since the days of the gold rush, residents of the Central West have raised their voices, calling for a bridge to be built at Dixon's Long Point. Instead of being at the mercy of the rise and fall of the Macquarie River, a new crossing would cut the travelling distance between Orange and Mudgee, be accessible to vehicles all year round, withstand record flood events and open up access between the Central West, Newcastle and Hunter Valley regions to drive economic growth and tourism. The former Coalition government was determined to deliver this river crossing, investing $29.8 million from the Roads of Strategic Importance Fund, with a further $5 million commitment before the last election. It's got an excellent benefit-cost ratio of 2.491. To date, we haven't had any word on the future of this game-changing project. It would be a dagger through the hearts of the communities of Western New South Wales if funding has been snatched away for either of these projects. When the Prime Minister was elected, he said he would govern for all Australians. So I'm calling on the new government to back both of these region-building road projects.
Pursuant to Parliamentary Service Act 1999, I present the annual reports for 2021-22 of the Department of Parliamentary Services and Parliamentary Budget Office. And I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Just ask members to leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Hume proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's failure to deliver on their commitments to the Australian people on cost of living and energy prices. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for Hume.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister
a moment ago was very keen to talk about tests. But the real question here is, what was the test for the budget? What was the test for the budget? Well, we laid this out very clearly in the lead-up to the budget, and it was to build on the strong economic and budgetary position inherited by those opposite to address those challenges that are bearing down on Australians, Mr. Speaker or Deputy Speaker. And we know that absolutely at the top of that list, at the top of the list, is cost of living. Cost of living. We also know that it's absolutely essential for all Australians that over the medium to longer term we see strong economic growth. A robust economy which creates opportunities for all Australians, allows them to realise their aspirations. But on any measure, Deputy Speaker, Labor failed that test last night.
They did.
They failed that test last night. Now, just before the election, the Prime Minister told Australians that they will be better off under a Labor government. No ambiguity, no asterisks, no footnotes. In fact, based on the numbers in the budget, their numbers in the budget, by Christmas the typical Australian family will be at least $2,000 worse off. Much? Worse off. $2,000 worse off by Christmas, Deputy Speaker, by Christmas. The budget fails Australian families at exactly the time they need a clear and comprehensive plan to deal with the cost of living pressures they are facing. Now, the budget confirms a number of things. It does confirm a number of things. First of all, that cost of living is going up. Secondly, that electricity and gas bills are going up. Electricity bills, we know 20% this year, 30% the next year, 50%, 56% indeed over 2 years. Gas bills 40% over 2 years. Thirdly, tax payments are going up. Fourthly, government spending is going up. Fifth, employment will go down. Employment, 150,000 jobs are going to be shed, Deputy Speaker, 150,000 jobs. And finally, although there's more on the list, but this will do for now, real wages are going down in this election cycle. Now, Deputy Speaker, this was a bread and butter Labor budget. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. It was bread and butter, big spending, big taxing, traditional Labor budget that delivers everything to government and nothing to the Australian people. In fact, so much so, we know there are going to be 20,000 additional public servants. 20,000 additional public servants. That is the contribution being made to the bread and butter of Australian households, Deputy Speaker. Well, that's not how we're going to deal with the cost of living crisis in this country. Now, the budget the Treasurer handed down last night has no credible plan to deal with those challenges that Australians are dealing with in their households, Deputy Speaker. Now, back in July, the Treasurer delivered a ministerial statement to this House. A ministerial statement to this House. Now, there was a lot of forecasting, there was a lot of commentary, but what he did say in that statement is he wanted to paint a picture for the Australian people. Paint a picture. Well, we now know what the picture is, Deputy Speaker. It was a self-portrait. A self-portrait. All this time he was painting a picture for himself, Deputy Speaker, just a big oil painting of the Treasurer. And that's what we got in the budget last night. There was nothing else of substance, Deputy Speaker. Now, leading the Labor Party through the desert and into this fiscal nirvana, the Prime Ministership is waiting for him on a mountaintop, Deputy Speaker, and he's getting rid of his rivals day by day. Several of them going by the wayside. That 50% increase in electricity prices, how did that get into the budget papers, Deputy Speaker? How did that get into the budget? There's a lot of questions to answer here, but what we do know is that this was a vanity project for the Treasurer. What it should have been about was Australians, Australian families, Australian pensioners, hard-working Australian small businesses. They will pay the price. They will pay the price for the self-indulgence of this Treasurer and for the lack of a coherent and comprehensive plan to get through to Christmas and deal with those cost of living pressures that all Australians are facing. This budget was all about the Treasurer. Now, Deputy Speaker, there were a number of very significant broken promises. Very significant broken promises in this budget. It confirms that electricity and gas prices are expected to rise sharply over the next 2 years, 56% for electricity prices and over 40% for gas prices. And the promise that Labor made for a $275 electricity price reduction is gone, Deputy Speaker, is gone. In fact, the Treasurer confirmed today that it's not in the budget. He misheard, but after clarification it was very clear it is not in the budget anywhere because it has absolutely gone. Like something out of George Orwell, you wipe it out of the documents, Deputy Speaker. Now, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Minister Burke, said on the 15th of June this year, he said on the 15th of June this year, people will be seeing in their bank accounts what the change of government means. They'll be seeing it in the bank accounts. Well, he was right. This is a commitment he will keep. This is a commitment they will keep, Deputy Speaker, because they will be seeing in their bank accounts exactly what this government means, which is a higher cost of living, Deputy Speaker, more taxes, higher electricity bills, and Australians being worse off. Now, more broadly on cost of living, Anthony Albanese said, the Prime Minister said, Australian families know that the price and cost of everything is going up, food, petrol, housing, everything is going up except for the wages. Deputy Speaker, it's clear that he was talking about his future government because that is exactly what we are seeing around us right now. Now, there were other broken promises. Those of us who were here in 2019 will remember the debate in this place and in the election campaign about franking credits. And the Prime Minister said on the 4th of March 2022, 4th of March 2020, that's this year, when asked whether or not he was going to change taxation around franking credits, he said on ABC Perth Mornings, "We're not touching them. We're not touching them." That's what he said. That's what he said. He went on to say on the 30th of March, or at earlier stage actually, 30th of March 2021, on ABC Radio AM, "We won't have any changes to the franking credit regime." Then the Treasurer, on the 17th of January 2022, said, "We won't be doing franking credits." Now, he might have misheard. He might have misheard. It's always possible that he misheard, and who knows what doing means. Who knows what doing means? But he did say we won't be doing franking credits. Well, you know what they brought into the budget, Deputy Speaker? A change to taxation on franking credits. On franking credits. Another broken promise, Deputy Speaker. Now, they claim that this was a responsible budget. A responsible budget. Now, there's some pretty creative accounting in what the Treasurer said last night, but let's go to the facts. How much more tax is going to be charged to Australians over the next 4 years in this budget versus the March budget? It's a very simple number, $142 billion of extra taxes. That's rising rate of income tax, a 10% increase in the average income tax rate paid across the economy, Deputy Speaker, across the economy, and the only way that is going to be stopped is the Stage 3 tax cuts. And those opposite can't even bear to mention them, Deputy Speaker. They can't even bear to mention them. But it goes further than that. It goes further than that, because not only are they taxing an additional $142 billion, they're spending an additional $115 billion. This is a traditional Labor budget, Deputy Speaker. It is a big spending, big taxing budget, and the one thing we know in this budget is there was a great big gap they want to put in there for the next budget, which is to get rid of the Stage 3 tax cuts, because however much they're taxing, they always want to tax more.
Order. Call the member for the Honourable Minister. The member for Whitlam has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, we're delighted to have a debate about energy policy and energy prices, because of the 150 members of parliament, there is not a man or woman who is more culpable for the diabolical state in our energy markets, in our generating system in this place than the member for Hume. The member for Hume. So ashamed is he of his diabolical record that he has now scurried from the chamber. Scurried from the chamber. There is not a man, woman in this place who is more culpable for the diabolical state of our energy market in Australia than this guy here. 22 failed energy policies. Now, all of them can collectively take responsibility for the 22 failed energy policies of the last 9 years. But the person who has got his grubby fingers over every single one of them is the member for Hume. The member for Hume. He personally did his very best to white ant and pull apart the energy policies and then the prime ministerships of those people who put those policies together. There is nobody in this parliament who has got more personal responsibility for today's state of rising energy prices than the member for Hume. It's the member for Hume who should be writing to all Australians and saying, I am sorry for my diabolical record as the previous energy minister of this country. Why do we know this? On his very watch, the fact that we had 9 years of energy policy chaos, what was the result? Well, the result was a capital strike. 4 gigawatts of baseload energy transmission withdrawn from the system. 4 gigawatts withdrawn from the system. And how much went back in? 1 gigawatt. So on his watch we saw 3 gigawatts of energy, generation withdrawn from the system. If you want to know why power bills are going up in 2022, look at the woeful track record of this bloke over here. I mean, he's like the guy who mugs you on the way to the shops and then complains that you haven't come home with the shopping. It's all on him. It is all on him, every single one of it. We used to hear a lot. Those who've been in this place for a while remember hearing the member for Hume, when he was the energy minister, brag about his big stick legislation. Remember his big stick legislation? Waving around in the air, bragging to us that he had legislated a big stick. Well, he doesn't talk about it much today, does he? And neither did his mate down there. They don't talk much about the big stick anymore. They promised the big stick legislation was going to deliver a 25% reduction in energy prices. We all remember that. I'm going to wave around my big stick and threaten the energy companies that if you don't lower your prices, I'm going to wave my big stick at you. 25% promised. What was delivered? A 240% increase. This guy thought he was a student of Teddy Roosevelt. We all remember that one? The bloke who was going to speak softly and carry a big stick, except he got it the wrong way round. Our bloke speaks stickly and carried a big soft. 240% increase in energy prices, and they have the gall to come in here today and complain about the impact of rising energy prices on Australian households. Well, we are not going to have a bar of it. And to add insult to injury, on the 6th of April, 1 month before the election, when he was due to sign off and release and expose to Australians what the default market offer was going to be for wholesale prices throughout the country, did he sign off and did he release those prices? No, he did not. He signed an instrument which guaranteed that those prices would not be released to the Australian people until after the election. And why did he do that? Why on earth would he want to hide the truth from the Australian people before the election about the cost of energy prices? The reason was he knew that energy prices were about to go up by 20%. And what Australians are seeing in their energy bills today is the direct result of this bloke's policy. Every single cent of increase in electricity prices and gas prices is on his head. There is not another person in parliament who is more culpable, who is more responsible for energy price increases in this country today than the member for Hume. Not another person. But it does not have to be this way. And it's why we, as one of our very first acts when we came into government, was to ensure that we created stability and certainty for energy policy in this country. How did we do it? Well, we legislated our carbon emission targets and we sent a very clear message to energy markets and investors in this country that we believed in the science and we were going to be partners in the energy transition. Certainty, not a different policy every 6 months is what they have seen from the legacy of this mob over there. So legislation providing investment certainty, and it is flowing. The big investors are lining up. They're hungry for the projects because they know that there is a future in renewable energy. Gone are the fruitless arguments that they're still having over there, about whether we should be moving to a clean energy future and generating more energy in our network through renewable energies. We legislated for climate change and carbon emissions, but we also legislated to kick-start wind energy and, in particular, offshore wind energy in this country, because we know there is enormous potential and enormous jobs capacity in wind energy generation, and particularly offshore wind energy generation in this country. So we don't have to have the chaos that we've seen over the last 8 years, which is seeing power prices go up and up and up. There is an alternative, and the alternative is the policies that is being offered by the Albanese Labor government. And they often talk about the impact of jobs in regional Australia. It is the reason why our plan specifically identifies regional Australia as the site for renewable energy generation. And we know that there is jobs in it, jobs in the building of it, jobs in the maintenance of it, and jobs in the transmission. And they laugh and they wonder, and they're asking these baseless, ridiculous, boneheaded questions all through question time, about our plan to rewire the nation. Well, here's the tip. Dangerous Dan, the member for Wannon over here, wants to know what the rewiring the nation is going to do. Here's the tip. If you don't have a connector between the place where you're generating the energy and the place where you're using it, it doesn't work, sunshine. It doesn't work. That's why we are rewiring the nation. It is exactly what industry is after. This mob had the option to do it for 9 long years, but instead of fighting for the Australian people, they were fighting amongst themselves. And we are seeing the result. They're still at it. They are still in denial. Listen to them. They are still shouting at the wind, arguing amongst themselves. They can't land an energy policy. They couldn't land one in government. They've certainly got no hope of landing one in opposition, particularly when you've got the chief clan running their energy policy and economic policy. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, Australians have hope that we are going to put all of this behind us. We have policy certainty. We have legislated the targets. We are working with industry to ensure that we can kick-start legislation. We are working with manufacturers who know where the future is in this area, and we will ensure that from the very beginning to the very end we have a supply chain of renewable energy, and there are jobs in it. This is the thing that these numbskulls over there could never get through their thick heads. There are jobs in renewable energy. And there are jobs in the regions in renewable energies, and the people in the regions know it. And at the run up to the last election, they were running these arguments in their inner city seats,
Yes,
and they lost them.
The
and the next mob will be
time
regional
has expired,
Australia.
and I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is the day after the new government's first budget, and we all know it is a budget littered with broken promises. Littered with broken promises. Now, I can tell you about all 275 broken promises that I have on my mind right now, and they're all related to power prices. And every single Labor member in this chamber was elected to this House on the basis of a promise made no less than 97 times. And that promise was that household power bills would come down by $275. $275. And we hear yet again today, in question time, we ask the Prime Minister and the Treasurer and the responsible minister to confirm that promise that they told the Australian people, but they can't, because they know it's a broken promise. And last night, the new government's own budget put in black and white and said the very thing that the Prime Minister has not had the courage himself to say, and that is the $275 promise has been broken, entirely broken, because electricity prices that are already skyrocketing will go up by another 50%. Gas 40%. Now, this is a clear broken promise, and it comes after the coalition government not only delivered on its emissions targets, not only reduced emissions by over 20% on 2005 levels, but also reduced the price of power for households by 8%, for businesses by 10% and for industry by 12%. Yet the Labor Party assured the Australian people they could do better. They could reduce it further, and it has only been going up since. Now, we know that cost of living is the key issue for Australians right now, and the government conceded this last night, that because inflation is going up, they needed a cost of living plan. But if you go to the budget papers, in particular budget paper number 1, look at the economic outlook section. Within there are pages on inflation. The most common theme about what is driving inflation now is an increasing price of energy. Energy is going through the roof in terms of its cost for businesses and households. That's the number one issue driving inflation, according to the first budget paper. So then you turn up and say, right, what's the government's plan? What's it going to do about it? It has a cost of living plan. It's got 5 points, but nowhere in that does it address the issue of the cost of power. So 1, they break the promise. 2, they have a so-called cost of living plan that excludes any consideration for reducing people's power prices. Now, believe it or not, Deputy Speaker, there's a more serious long-term issue we have here with the broken promise and Labor's first budget, and that is the $275 promise was based on economic modelling. We now know, through the government's own budget papers, that economic modelling is flawed. We also know that because today the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and the Minister would actually stand by that modelling. Yet here's the deal. The modelling that is flawed and is now proven to be flawed is the exact modelling that the government has based its entire energy policy on. Its entire energy policy is based on that same economic modelling. Now, the member for Whitlam was boasting about legislating the targets only a moment ago. The government went to this House, legislated targets of emission reductions without having the department do any economic modelling. What was it based on? The same flawed economic modelling that has now been revealed. And this is why Australia's energy sector is going to become an absolute train wreck. It will be a train wreck because we now know, Australians know, it's based on economic modelling that is flawed. The government knows it, the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and the Minister cannot defend it, and that train wreck will be on them. It will be on the Labor government.
Thank you. Call the member for Lyons.
Now we'll resume intelligence contributions.
Deputy Speaker.
Call the member for Lyons.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, you have a call.
Deputy Speaker, well, what a performance. What an absolute debacle on that side of the House. I mean, we're meant to be taking lessons from a guy proposing the answer to Australia's energy future is nuclear, the most expensive form of energy in the world. That's what we're meant to believe from this bloke. Deputy Speaker, I've been listening to the comments from those opposite, and I can't make head or tail of what they're on about. It's just beyond comprehension what they are talking about. They are making absolutely no sense at all. It was under their government. It was under their government and the former energy minister, the member for Hume, that these problems arose with energy prices. This is the guy who, before the election, hid from the Australian people the fact that a 19% energy price rise was on the way. That's what they did on that side of the House when they were in government. Shameful conduct from those when they were in government. Now, what we heard last night from the Treasurer was a responsible budget by the Albanese Labor government that tackles cost of living pressures head-on and provides strong and sound investment in improving our energy sector for the long term. And that will result over the long term in energy prices being driven down, because we know, the facts speak for themselves, renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy in the world today. And I come from a state in Tasmania where we produce 100% renewable energy. And under Marinus Link, which has been signed off by the Prime Minister and the Energy Minister with me in the background last week, very proud to be there, Marinus Link, that will allow Tasmania's energy output to drive to 200%. It will increase Tasmania's capacity, it will increase our energy security, and it's vital as part of the battery of the nation. We've got Liberal premiers, Liberal ministers, a former Liberal senator of this place, backing in Marinus and backing in renewable and repudiating totally the position of those opposite when it comes to renewable energy. They are all over the shop on that side of the House. And what we know on this side of the House is we are consistent, methodical and competent when it comes to delivering policy that matters for people and matters for families. And this goes to the cost of living plan that we addressed last night. 5 points. 5 points that will help families but also help the economy. Cheaper childcare. Good for families, good for household budgets, but also good for the economy, because it gets workers, mostly women, back into the workforce, the equivalent of 37,000 workers back into the workforce at a time when employers are crying out for workers. A fantastic economic measure, not just a cost of living measure. An expansion of paid parental leave, a very important reform that allows families to take time off for their kids, and particularly for dads to spend more time with their young children. A very important reform. Cheaper medicines. For the first time in Australia's history, the cost of medicines will come down. And those opposite are saying we've got no plan for cost of living. We're making medicines cheaper. I can tell those opposite. The first time in 75 minutes, that's right, Member for Moreton. Tell those opposite that people who buy medicines on the PBS, they will feel the benefits of this. 1 scrip a week or 1 scrip a month, $300 a year you'll save. More affordable housing, a comprehensive plan to tackle the housing crisis that this country is facing in both rentals and buying homes, and the way prices have got out of control. So we've got a comprehensive plan to get more affordable housing into the mix, far too detailed to go into in this speech. And of course we're going to get wages moving again. We're not going to pretend that'll be easy, but we've made a start. We've backed the minimum wage increase. We're backing aged care workers getting an increase. And I don't forget, Deputy Speaker, one of the first most shameful acts of those opposite when they came to government was to knock out
aged care workers and early child care workers getting a pay rise. That was 9 years ago, and they've paid the price ever since. So we are backing some of the lowest paid, the hardest working members of our community into getting a pay rise. So we are addressing cost of living. I fully back Marinus. Fantastic that that was signed last week. Renewable energy is the future of this country. Those on opposite should get on board or get out of the way.
Thank the member for Lyons. I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. What the Australian people know after last night, Madam Deputy Speaker, that under a federal Labor government the only way is up in Australia, and that is for interest rates, because they are going up. Cost of living is going up. Mortgage repayments are going up. Electricity costs are going up by up to 56% in the Labor budget. Gas prices are going up. Everything is going up. The price of food is going up because it relies on these things not only for production but for logistics. So for those opposite to claim cost of living is going down, their own budget papers prove that is not true. But something is frozen, Madam Deputy Speaker, something is frozen and has been admitted by the Treasurer and in the budget papers, and that is real wages. How many times did we hear that real wages were going up under a Labor government, but they are frozen for the next 2 years in your own budget papers? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we heard earlier about the big stick. Well, the big stick is being taken to the Australian people by federal Labor. We have people right now who cannot afford to rent a home. They are living in cars and caravans and tents. They need support. Now, what support do we hear from federal Labor? Yes, they have made changes for the PBS. Next year, not this year, not now. They need to be able to pay their bills right now. And what else did we see, Madam Deputy Speaker? Well, we saw some claims from the Prime Minister about wholesale power prices in question time. And I thought it was quite interesting that the Prime Minister only selected a couple of particular years, because guess what? In the years that he left out, according to AEMO, and I'll give you one example, Q3 of 2020, the NEM wholesale power price was down 48% to, in Queensland, $32 a megawatt hour. Now, how convenient for the Prime Minister, he just happened to miss that contribution from AEMO. So we're out claiming there's enormous changes in wholesale power prices, but the reality is, in one of the years they didn't pick, the wholesale power price was down significantly and, in fact, almost halved. Now, what else happened, Madam Deputy Speaker? Well, we're expecting a 40% increase in gas. So what have those opposite done? They've cut the strategic basin plans out of the budget, the thing that actually develops more gas, which drives down the price because there is more supply. And what we continue to see is more cuts, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm sure you'll be very interested in this, because I've heard in this place so many times about these organisations. They have cut funding to the CSIRO, ANSTO. Can you believe it, Madam Deputy Speaker? Geoscience Australia. It is in the budget papers. They have cut the science academies of Australia, those individuals in geoscience who actually go out and find the resources this country relies on. Over $1 trillion they have found as part of their organisation, which helps build our economy, provides confidence for those that invest. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to hear from those opposite that this is not happening. It's your budget paper. It's not ours. It is in your documents. Now, we have seen today, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been an outpouring for the Australian people because they don't need these types of problems. They already have them. They have challenges paying their bills right now. Right now. And what have we seen? We've seen cuts in the budget for the things that will actually fix it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, an electricity price increase of 56% will be not only devastating for every pensioner in this country, but devastating for the manufacturing industry. We will lose jobs because they are simply not competitive at those prices. Gas is exactly the same. Without cheap, affordable, reliable gas and electricity, we cannot be internationally competitive. And yet what we hear from those opposite is they are going to expend billions of dollars on transmission, which is paid for as a regulated asset with a guaranteed rate of return, paid for by, well, guess who, Madam Deputy Speaker? Electricity consumers and businesses. So your proposal drives up the price of electricity. It doesn't drive it down. And the big elephant in the room, Madam Deputy Speaker, that no one wants to talk about is if you are having an 80% roughly renewable target, intermittent wind and solar, you'll have intermittent wind and power. because it does not work. It has to be backed up 100%. It is in every international design for the electricity network. So that has to be paid for. So you pay for it twice. You pay for the transmission. It will drive up power prices even further. So we see a 56% electricity price increase forecast in Labor's budget. Gas is going up, prices are going up, cost of living is going up, and what do we hear from those opposite? Silence. They continue to claim that this is not happening, even though it's in their documents, in their budget, and the Australian people will not forgive them because they know it is them that has to pay.
I thank the member for Hinkler and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Part of the reason I stand in this chamber as the first Labor member for Higgins is that the people of Higgins actually agreed that the former Prime Minister took no responsibility. The thing is that outbreak of not taking responsibility has actually spread. It has spread like a contagion and infected everyone on the opposition benches. There is an inability to take responsibility for the chaos and neglect of the last 9 years. And now we, as a government, are the adults in the room trying to clean up this mess. What I witnessed yesterday was incredible, sitting in this chamber and listening to a budget delivered by our Treasurer and then followed on with the National Press Club address. And honestly, it was a masterclass in fiscal responsibility. And at its core was generational investment. Not electoral band-aids like suspension of the fuel excise, which led to a liability on the heads and shoulders of Australians, but investment in our people and our future. And at the heart of that budget was something very close to my heart, cheaper childcare, an investment of over $5 billion in women, in children, in our economy. Unlike those opposite, we see cheaper childcare, early childhood education and care as a force multiplier. It doesn't just benefit children, but it enables women who have skills, women who have knowledge and talent to re-enter the workforce. Because what happens with the motherhood penalty is that they are held back. Suddenly they hit the dirt and the brakes come on and they lose traction. And if things go really badly for them, they completely skid off the road altogether. And I talked about this in my maiden speech. Years go by, ambition is dimmed until it is snuffed out altogether. That almost happened to me. But what saved me was getting a grant by the government and re-entering the research economy. So cheaper childcare matters. It matters to people in my electorate. Higgins in Victoria pays the highest cost of childcare, and this was based on a study from Victoria University. And as I walked around my electorate, people were telling me, as they were clutching their babies, that they were paying $165 a day, $200 a day. In one case, unbelievably, a mother disclosed that she was paying $2,000 a month on childcare. And she understood that there were intangible benefits of working, but I can assure you that the warm glow of charity is not one of them. So it is incredible that this government has now stepped in to fill this void, and we are giving our women a chance to get back on track, advance their careers and contribute to this economy. For too long, women were deprioritised by those opposite. So that is a very real, tangible reform that is going to drive down cost of living. The other things, of course, are paid parental leave, which is going to be boosted from 18 weeks to 26 weeks, i.e. 6 months over the next 4 years. We're also investing heavily in affordable housing. In my electorate, South Yarra has a median house price of $2.2 million. No one can afford that, and yet I have thousands upon thousands of young renters living there because they love living there. It is a village. So it is incredibly heartening to see that we are investing 1 million homes to be built over the next 5 years. That is going to make a real benefit to thousands and thousands of Australians around our country. But we're not stopping there. We're also introducing cheaper medicines, something I know something about, having prescribed a lot of medicines in my life. I understand that people ration medicines, and when that happens, there are always downstream consequences. Diabetes is out of control. Hypertension is out of control. People get heart attacks. They get strokes. They end up in the emergency department with sugars of 50 instead of 7. So we are going to be bringing that in January, and it's going to save lives. This is the kind of policy reform that is going to put our country back on track, drive down cost of living pressures and give the generational investment our country needs.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, well, this budget has entirely destroyed any credibility held by this government, and across so many different areas, Deputy Speaker, but none more so than in the most crucial of areas, being the cost of living, Deputy Speaker. And within cost of living, there is no bigger issue of more significance to Australian families than the cost of electricity and power. That's just the reality, Deputy Speaker. And this government has consistently misled the Australian people over a significant period of time when in opposition about what it was going to do on electricity prices. It was entirely false. It was entirely false before the election, and we know now just how entirely false all those statements were, because, of course, they've been talking about this $275 a lot right up until a crucial date in May, which was, of course, the election, Deputy Speaker. Because if you read the Powering Australia plan, and sadly I've actually done that, Deputy Speaker, right there on the very first page, we will save households $275 on their electricity price. Now, it's clearly not true, but it is on page 1 of the Powering Australia plan. The Prime Minister wrote an op-ed in the Daily Mail, Deputy Speaker, trying to reach as many people as possible. A lot of people read the Daily Mail. That op-ed says, we'll save you $275 on your power prices. Not true, Deputy Speaker. The Treasurer, Deputy Speaker, he went to his local paper. I'm pretty sure it's his local paper. It's called My City Logan. And I'm sure he takes very, very seriously the commitments he makes to My City Logan, where on the 15th of May he said first, he had a whole list of great things that he was going to do, but the very first one, will invest in cleaner and cheaper energy through our Powering Australia policy to cut power bills by $275 a year. So the people of Logan were told that very clearly by the Treasurer, Deputy Speaker. And then, perhaps most significantly of all, at the National Press Club just a few days before the election, the Prime Minister was there. All the journalists are there, and it's live on television. What does the Prime Minister talk about as a centrepiece of his speech? Save households $275 a year, Deputy Speaker. So they're just a few of the 97 occasions on which this occurred. But the weird thing is, and this is really interesting, on the 12th of July, the Prime Minister gave a speech about energy to something called the Sydney Energy Forum. It's a really long speech, 2,300 words, Deputy Speaker. But oddly, 2 months after the election, no mention of the $275. And it's very strange, because you would think, if you were so proud of this policy, you talked about it 97 times before the election, but then after the election it becomes the policy that dare not speak its name. And we know why, because it wasn't true. It was never true. They knew it wasn't true, but they said it over and over. And we learn in the budget, Deputy Speaker, that electricity prices are going to rise by more than 50% over the next 2 years, and that is going to smash Australian families. It's a massive increase. Gas prices up by more than by 40%, Deputy Speaker. 40%. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of dollars every quarterly bill for Australian families, which is very, very different to prices coming down. So this is a massive betrayal by the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. And of course, the government was going to get real wages moving again too. Remember that? Real wages was all going to be good after the election, but the budget actually, again, it says the opposite thing. It actually says real wages are going to go down. And then, to counter that inconvenient truth, the Treasurer and the member for Watson say, oh no, what we're going to do is we're going to reintroduce pattern bargaining embed the ACTU into just about every workplace in Australia, and that's going to sort this issue out. Now, of course, what that's going to lead to, it's going to be like going back to the 1970s, and not in a good way, Deputy Speaker, not the Lillian Thompson good aspects of the 70s, the bad aspects of the 70s, Deputy Speaker. So this is a huge problem which is hitting people very hard, because this is about the most fundamental issues of cost of living. And, Deputy Speaker, with all this going on, it's weird that in the budget papers the Treasurer found time to have a chapter on something called Measuring What Matters. And he tells us that in 2023 there's going to be a Measuring What Matters statement. It will be an important next step in facilitating a more informed and inclusive policy dialogue on how to improve the quality of life of all Australians. So we've got to wait till 2023. It's going to be, I'm sure it's going to be wonderful, but some tips. Tell them the truth. Do something about cost of living. Don't say something that's wrong 97 times and act with integrity in public office.
And I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm just going to give a bit of sage advice to the opposition, because we unfortunately spent 9 years over there. When you put a matter up of public importance, you actually put people on the benches to think it is important. Because look at that, 1, 2, 3. They've got 3 people in the chamber. If they thought this was a big issue, they'd have them all over there giving us lectures, hectoring, interjecting, but they're nowhere to be seen. Because they know they should hang their heads in shame for 9 years of failure in this space. We've got a Treasurer that's delivered a strong budget, a resilient budget, and fulfilling our election commitments. I tell you what those people did opposite. Their first budget resulted in the Prime Minister losing his job. Tony Abbott lost his job over that budget, and Joe Hockey, the member for North Sydney, was never the same again. He sat there as a diminished man, because what this mob did is they had a commission of audit. They cut $80 billion out of health and education. Remember the Medicare co-payments to make it harder for cost of living for people in our areas? Those are the people that did it. Then they froze the indexation on Medicare for year after year after year. And they've got the gall to come into this place, give us lectures about cost of living. What about wages? 10 years of failure. Have they ever supported a wage rise for low-paid workers? Not at all. Not once. And when the opposition leader, now Prime Minister, held a coin up during the election campaign and talked about $1 an hour increase for low-paid workers, they called him a loose unit, because they weren't supported, and they still don't support wage rises. There's never been a wage cut or a wage freeze they haven't supported. And that's the view that they took, and that's what their Finance Minister, Matthias Cormann, said in a moment of candour and honesty. And that's what they truly believe, because those people opposite will never support the representatives of the workers. They'll never support the workers, the heroes of the pandemic. And when it comes to childcare, they haven't supported that policy. 8,900 families in my electorate will benefit, but those opposite will not support it. So they'll oppose that improvement for low-paid workers, for young families in my area, where there are more than 10% of the people living in places like Spring Mountain and Springfield Lakes and Ripley Valley and South Ripley in my electorate, young families. Those opposite will vote against it and will not support the childcare changes that will help those young families in my electorate. And that's why the candidate that ran against me could not even talk about those issues in the last election. They should be ashamed of what they've done. And when it comes to issues like education, they wouldn't support the support for education, needs-based funding, because we believe on this side of the chamber that everyone's got a right to go to a cathedral of learning, a great state school, but parents have the right to send their kids to a private school as well and support those private schools as well, because we believe in education. Those opposite wanted to freeze, talking about cost of living, freeze pay rises for the military, for the ADF, and only a campaign by military families and the Labor opposition supporting the ADF got pay rises for the military. So don't even come into this place and give us lectures about cost of living. And what about dementia supplements and aged care supplements? 32 minutes to get rid of $1.3 billion in funding to the most vulnerable people in this country, people living with dementia, struggling with cost of living pressures. That's what those opposite did in 2013, 2014. That's their first budget. That's what they did when they came into office. What we did when we get into office is help people with cost of living pressures, childcare, paid parental leave, help with families. And there wouldn't have been a budget paper that had wage indexation or wage expected rises by the Treasury under this mob that it wasn't achieved. It never was achieved. So don't give us lectures because it's got 3.75% in the budget papers about a wage increase. That's what's going to happen across the board. Because they never achieved any of that. Never once when they were in government. 9 years of neglect. 9 years of not caring less about families and working families and individuals, people in my electorate and working class areas, young families in regional and rural areas. They pose, they preen in this place all about how they're concerned about helping working families and people in need. They do nothing when they're in government. They make their lives that much harder.
Thank you. Member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The electorate of Braddon in the north-west West Coast and King Island, Tasmania, is a hard-working, no-nonsense electorate with the engine room of the Tasmanian economy. In fact, 52.5% of Tasmania's GDP comes out of our resource sector down the West Coast. Our thriving agricultural sector, our forestry sector, our fishing and tourism sectors all contribute equally to Tasmania's GDP. But, Speaker, they've been through the works. They've been through quite a bit of trauma in the last recent times. They've been through COVID, like the rest of the country. They've been through a wet winter, and finally, in the last couple of weeks, they've endured a devastating flood in my region, which I want to acknowledge all the SES, emergency services and volunteers that have helped out during that localised campaign. But they've done it tough and they've had a kick in the guts. That community is bound together and worked together and helped each other out, lifted each other up, and worked in conjunction with other regional SES and other organisations to ensure that people are looked after. But they received a kick in the guts again last night when they read the budget, and they felt that they'd been disenfranchised and they had been left out. We're a regional unit. We're a regional electorate. We're a rural electorate. We come from the bush, and they feel, my electorate, along with me and many others on this side, feel that the bush was abandoned last night. As well as being abandoned, they were also insulted because this is where the food comes from for our region. This is where our income, as I said earlier, and it's impacted in many different ways. If you want to know how it's impacted them and what this budget means for them, well, we can put it very simply. First of all, your cost of living is going up. That is undeniable. That is a fact. Your power prices are going to go up. And just on that, Deputy Speaker, I received an email from a constituent. He's a farmer. He's a mate of mine. He grows seeds, potatoes, and he has a cool store in the Latrobe area. His name's Andrew. His last bill from his energy supplier was $26,000 for the month of June, and his power bill for the month of July is increased from $26,000 to $63,000. Significant increase that will probably put him out of business, considering the damage that's occurred during the floods. From $26,000 to $63,000 in a month, and that's going to get worse. When we start talking about business, particularly agribusiness, particularly advanced manufacturing, forestry and those hard-working jobs where people take risks and put their livelihoods on the line, business confidence is king. As soon as that confidence is knocked, then it's infectious, and other businesses also are infected by that lack of confidence. Sooner or later, that builds into the stage where people give up. They sell their business and they walk off. And I don't want to see that in my great electorate of Braddon. They're hurting right now and they need instant relief. Those local government organisations, those local councils need money to drive their bottom line when they're putting excavators and crews out trying to fix up local bridges, culverts and infrastructure that they need so desperately to get vehicles and public through. They need that. They need assistance now. It's an insult, really, to offer them $1,000 or $400 for every child. We need those roads, that infrastructure, that critical infrastructure fixed up, and the government needs to act now. If you want to know also about what's impacting my producers in Tasmania, then diesel prices, energy prices, as I've alluded to earlier. The disparity between diesel fuel and ULP derivatives, up to 50 cents per litre difference between the price of diesel, which was traditionally cheaper than ULP. Well, now it's 50 cents more. Tasmania runs on diesel, Deputy Speaker. Our trucks, our mineral industry, our resources sector, logistics, everything comes by boat, and they've got diesel engines. Gas prices affecting the removal of sulphur out of that diesel, and that's what's causing the disparity. And they're going to see more of this. They're going to see more of this because no parameters have been taken. Instead of fixing their problem and finding a way out, all we're doing is the blame game, and it's got to stop. Look after the bush.
I give the call to member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to start with these famous words. We will deliver a surplus in our budget each and every year we're in government. Joe Hockey, that famous treasurer of the Liberal government who goaded the Australian automotive industry out of existence, and thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs with it. What we did see with that government when they were in was actually a tripling of the debt. $1.2 trillion it's headed for under their watch. We had the then Prime Minister Tony Abbott come in here and say there'll be no cuts to SBS, no cuts to health, no cuts to education, and they tried the GP tax. All these things that they did over 9 years of neglect and darkness, which they seem to forget now. They seem to be absolutely ignorant of what they did when they were in government, expect it to be fixed just like that. Now, we do know when it comes to cost of living, people are hurting. They are hurting because of a whole range of issues. But number one was a deliberate strategy of the Liberal and National Party to drive down wages. There has never, ever, ever been a wage case go forward to Industrial Relations Commission, Fair Work Australia, which is the place we go to now, that those opposite have supported an increase for low-paid workers. They have done everything they can to make it harder for Australians who are doing it tough at the moment through things like childcare. And we can talk about power prices and that, because we do remember Captain Cayman himself, the member for Hume, coming in here and carry it on. Remember, he was going to carry his big stick. His big stick, one of the 22 plans they had for power prices that they never, ever delivered. Well, that big stick turned out to be a bit of limp lettuce. It did nothing. In fact, during his time as Energy Minister, the most thing he was famous for was, of course, dodgy documents to Clover Moore. That was the extent of what they were aiming to do. You've got that mob over there that still sit there and say, oh, we've got to continue with developing coal mines. Not a mob, it's 3 of them. It was 3 of them, yeah, 3 of them. It's probably the Brains Trust. And this is the day that we talk about public importance. But let's have a look. We do know that renewable energy is the cleanest and cheapest form of energy. Once you've got those systems up and running, you actually do have free energy can come out of that. But also, we hear the misnomer by those opposite about, oh, well, the wind doesn't blow all the time and solar doesn't work at night. That's right. Now, it was irony that it was one of the resources minister, the one that the member for Cook had to shadow because he was going that bad. Old ScoMo decided to pop in and fill himself in that position at the same time. He's interested.
I remind the member to refer to former members by the correct titles, please.
If I was talking about the member for Cook, I'd use my 5 minutes going through all of his titles that he had tucked away. But we talk about resources. Now, resources that we have here in this country that have been neglected by that lot over there in their 9 years that they forget about is actually about building battery technology. It's actually about developing the stuff that is actually going to work and help make things cheaper and better for people. Now, all we've heard since we've come in here and the shadow minister pops in, all we've heard from them is about $275. Never once have we seen an apology for the 240% increase in power prices under their watch. The $500 that Tony Abbott promised, never ever delivered. This lot over here are very hypocritical when it comes to talking about power prices. because I'll be very clear about what we said in the Powering Australia plan. Now, our election promise has been absolutely consistent with the modelling that we took to the election. And I'm going to say this slow so that those opposite can keep up. We said in our Powering Australia plan, there in black and white, it will cut power bills and families and businesses by $275 a year for homes by 2025 compared to today. Now, let's remember, 2025. So they sit there and say that we've broken our promise 3 years before it's actually due. I'm not sure where you get your logic from over there, but it's not real bright. Not real bright at all to be able to come in here, considering your history of failing on every single time you talked about budget surpluses. You're back in black mugs, and of course, good old member for Hume coming in here. I mean, the shadow treasurer, the day after the budget is delivered, and he can't come in and talk about economic policy. He is the greatest thing that has happened to the member for Rankin, the treasurer, that he could ever wish for. I mean, Jim's certainly been kissed having Angus Taylor as his shadow. So before we hear any more of this hypocritical stuff coming from those opposite, have a look at your own record before you get up and speak.
Of order, Deputy Speaker. Was the members referred to by their correct
I
appointment
have reminded the member just previously, and I'm happy to remind all members of the House to refer to each other as by their respective titles. That concludes debate on the matter of public importance, and I have received a message from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment or requests. The first is the Supply Bill No. 3, 2022 to 2023, without requests. Supply Bill No. 4, 2022 to 23, and Supply Bill Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2022-2023. And I call on the clerk for the next item. Oh. Okay, I have a report from the Federation Chamber that they have been unable to complete its consideration of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill of 2022 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. Now, I understand that copies have been circulated, and I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. So the unresolved question. We're ready? Yep, we're ready. The unresolved question is that the amendment be disagreed to. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. Are there any further debate? I'm going to put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
lock the doors. The question is the amendment be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Thank you. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 54. Therefore, the question is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
You need to read the bill? You need to do the second reading? I ask leave of the House to do the third reading immediately.
Give the call to the member for Braddon.
Leave is granted, Speaker.
Leave granted. I call the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be read for a third time.
I put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I give the call to the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to offshore electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Leader of the House.
I declare that Federation Chamber Orders of the Day numbers 5, 6 and 7, Government Business relating to the Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 3 Bill, the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeover Fees Imposition Amendment Bill 2022 and the Income Tax Amendment Labour Mobility Program Bill 2022 are returned to the House for further consideration.
The matters will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. We shall continue with notices, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's Report 4 of 2022, Air 7000 Phase 1B Remotely Piloted Aircraft System Facilities Project and other works, and I seek leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
I call the member for Moreton. No. Oh, is leave granted? Yes. I call the member for Braddon.
Say leave is granted, Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thanks very much, Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, a committee established back in 1913, I present the committee's fourth report for 2022. This report considers two proposals referred to the committee in August with a combined value of over $491 million. Most of this is for Department of Defence improvements at RAF Base Tyndall, just outside Katherine in the Northern Territory, and RAF Base Edinburgh in South Australia. The report also includes a proposal for an office fit-out for the Australian Tax Office in Parramatta, New South Wales. The works on facilities and infrastructure at RAF Base Tyndall and RAF Base Edinburgh will support the introduction of the Triton aircraft system into service at an estimated cost of $427 million. The Triton is a remotely piloted aircraft system capable of high altitude and long endurance flight, designed for maritime patrol and other surveillance roles. The introduction of this aircraft system will enhance this nation's defence capabilities and ensure we remain agile and adaptive within a rapidly changing geostrategic environment. The second project is for an office fit-out for the ATO within the recently constructed building at 6 Parramatta Square in Western Sydney. The member for Parramatta, who sits next to me, tells me that this is the biggest building in Australia for floor space. Parramatta, who knew? The project has an estimated cost of approximately $64 million. The ATO's location plan recognises the need to maintain its 47-year-long presence in Parramatta, often described as Sydney's second CBD, although I'm reliably informed it is the country's most dynamic CBD. In line with this plan, it's important that the ATO can provide continuity for its current workforce and continue to attract high-quality personnel located in Western Sydney into the future. The committee would like to extend its thanks to all those who provided written and oral evidence in support of these inquiries. I'd like to thank the personnel of both the Department of Defence and the ATO for their comprehensive presentations on these two projects. They provided enough detail to ensure the committee was able to appreciate the importance and nature of the proposed works. In the case of the Defence project, the committee was able to travel to inspect the proposed works at RAF Base Tyndall outside Katherine, and I wish to thank the Department of Defence for facilitating the committee's visit and providing an invaluable insight into the opportunities and challenges associated with the project. In both cases, the committee recommends that it be expedient that the proposed works be carried out. My final comment, Mr Speaker, I point out that the Public Works Committee, with the full support of the Deputy Chair, the member for Hinckley and the rest of the committee, has gone from only relying on numbers in the title to now using words. Radical, I know, but I stand by my committee, Speaker, and I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member. And I give the call to the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4. Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrieff.
The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The childcare subsidy activity test often, paradoxically, means that children who would benefit most from early childhood education are excluded. Families need to have children settled in early learning centres before they can undertake additional training or study, before they can pick up more shifts at work and before they pursue work opportunities, not the other way around. Making workforce participation a prerequisite for childcare subsidy makes it even harder for parents with young children who are already disenfranchised from work or study to turn that situation around. We're in the grips of a worker shortage crisis. How many Australians would be ready and rearing to work if they could just get their kids into early childhood education to pursue those job vacancies? There are compelling arguments to get rid of the childcare subsidy activity test. The organisation Early Childhood Australia says an increase in childcare subsidies without a complementary measure to increase the number of hours available to families with low incomes and less than 16 hours of work, study or training will exacerbate existing inequity and will widen attainment gaps for children from families with low incomes and insecure work. It will also tangibly increase financial disincentives and out-of-pocket costs and barriers to work, study and training for parents of young children, at a time when the government is trying to increase productivity as part of the skill shortage across the economy. We don't tie a child's primary school education to how many hours a week their parents work. Why would we do this for early childhood education? Increasing access to early childhood education is also a valuable investment in women's social and financial equality. Currently, Australia is rated number 1 in the OECD for women's attainment of education, but it is 38th for women's economic participation. These figures tell a grim story. This story says that our society invests in women's education through primary, secondary and tertiary education and training, but it then wastes their talent. It crushes their career dreams, it hobbles their capacity to return on the investment that we've made in the form of workforce participation and its benefits for society and for our economy. Getting women back into the workforce when they would like to return to work is crucial. There are significant issues with the early childhood education sector, but none more urgent than the crisis affecting its workforce. Qualified and experienced early childhood educators are leaving the workforce at an alarming rate. 15% of staff have left the workforce since October 2020 because of low wages, tough conditions and insecure employment. The care of preschoolers and the delivery of early childhood education is skilled work. Anyone with children who are or were fortunate enough to attend childcare can attest to how hard educators in the sector work and how important the service they deliver is. It's underpinned by extensive research into early childhood development and careful implementation of best practice tailored care for each child in the system. And yet, our early childhood educators are amongst the lowest paid workers in this country. An educator with a bachelor's degree working with children in those critical first 5 years of life earns a salary 30% lower than their counterpart working in a primary school. The minister told the House that Treasury estimates that these measures will increase the hours worked by women with young children by as much as 1.4 million hours a week, potentially adding another 37,000 women to our workforce. But it all falls apart if the children of those 37,000 women can't actually get a spot in a childcare centre, because there aren't enough centres and there's just a shortage of workers. Affordable childcare is fantastic. Equitable access to early childhood education is critical. But unless this crisis in the early childhood sector workforce is addressed, then this could be a wasted investment, with these reforms unable to help families in the way that they should. The Labor government took its cheaper childcare package to the election, costed at $5.4 billion. It's a worthwhile investment, which the public supported at the election. Since then, the government has revised the cost of this package down to $4.5 billion, with savings coming from transparency measures. Experts in early childhood policy have called for these already budgeted funds to be diverted to increasing the wages of early childhood educators by 10% for the first 2 years, at a cost of $350 million a year, as an urgent measure to stabilise the industry before it collapses. This proposal should be looked at by the government. This legislation is a great start, but for it to succeed, it has to be accompanied by other reforms. When it comes to securing a nation's social and economic future, there's no such thing as a golden ticket policy. But if there was, increasing access to early childhood education would be a contender. Increasing access to early childhood education and care for more children and their parents is among the most effective policy levers a nation can pull if it wants to improve gender equity across society and productivity across our economy. It's also a powerful investment in our children. I'm pleased to support this legislation, and I will continue to work to improve access to early childhood education for more Australian children and their families.
I thank the member for Kooyong, and the immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable the Minister, the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill. Right now, there are thousands of families across Australia who are struggling to make ends meet, and last night's budget introduced vital cost of living measures to support people and families living in all parts of Australia, including in my community on the Central Coast of New South Wales, and a big part of that is cheaper childcare. Childcare expenses are one of the biggest cost of living pressures that families are facing. Deputy Speaker, childcare costs have increased by 41% across Australia over the past 8 years, and this is placing a huge burden on parents and carers and the family budget. It's also holding people back, particularly women, from re-entering the workforce. According to the ABS, there were 73,000 people who wanted to work last year but couldn't look for work because of childcare costs, and many of these people are women, in communities like mine, in regional parts of Australia, all around the country. They're highly trained, experienced, capable workers who would boost our workforce and make significant contributions to the economy. But they're struggling to re-enter the workforce because they can't find affordable childcare for their children, especially close to home. That's why our government has introduced this legislation for cheaper childcare. Our plan for cheaper childcare will mean around 96% of Australian families with children in early childhood education and care will be better off. This will make childcare cheaper and more affordable for around 1.26 million families around Australia, and no family will be worse off. Deputy Speaker, this bill will also help more First Nations children with their early learning by boosting the number of hours of subsidised care available to them. It will introduce a base level of 36 hours of early learning per fortnight for First Nations families, starting from July 2023, regardless of a family's activity test. Under our plan, First Nations children will be able to participate in more hours of early childhood education to address this gap and get them ready for primary school. And I'd like to take the time now to recognise Arnie Bronwyn Chambers from the Wallatuka Institute at the University of Newcastle. Arnie Bronwyn and I went to the same primary school, St Cecilia's in Wyong, and Arnie Bronwyn has dedicated most of her working life towards the education of younger people and in our community. And I want to recognise the work she's done, including at Tukley Preschool. So thank you, Arnie Bronwyn. Deputy Speaker, Labor's plan for cheaper childcare will also benefit thousands of families, as I've mentioned, in communities like mine in regional Australia. In the electorate of Dobell and the neighbouring electorate of Robertson on the central coast of New South Wales, there are around 6,900 families who will be better off under this plan. It will cut out-of-pocket costs for families with children in early education and care. For example, a family earning $120,000 with one child in care will save more than $1,700 in the first year of this plan. That is a significant saving to that family and a significant investment in that child's education and in our economy. The changes to the childcare subsidy will kick off on 1 July 2023. Not only will this ease the cost of living pressures by cutting the cost of childcare, but it will help thousands of skilled workers to return to the workforce, skilled workers that we need in communities like mine on the central coast of New South Wales to boost our local economy. This is a plan that's good for children, it's good for families, and it's good for the economy. Deputy Speaker, I was proud to host the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, on the central coast of New South Wales last month. Together with the member for Robertson, Dr Gordon Reid, we visited Little Miracles Childcare at Terrigal, where we met with the early childhood educators and the children that they teach, and those children were thriving. While we were there, we joined them for their Flying Start school readiness program, rotating through construction and Lego building shapes and numbers, working with children who were absolutely thriving and getting very well prepared for school. And we heard from the educators too, dedicated, capable educators who are contributing in shaping the futures of our young people. And we heard from Rob Bateman, the founder of Little Miracles, and Rob really welcomed our announcement and took the time to tell us what it would mean for young families and children across the coast. And he said, and I quote, "COVID has brought a lot more children into the world. Preparing them well for school is a great thing because we want to give them a flying start." He said it's really important so they make friendships, and for us, teaching the children to read and giving them the confidence before they go to school is so important. This policy, as I said, is good for families, it's good for children, and it's fully supported by early childhood educators. But, Deputy Speaker, this is also a measure that's equally about participation and gender equality, which was central to the Treasurer's budget handed down last night. Instead of being able to return to work or find a new job now, many parents are missing out because they can't find suitable and affordable care for their children close to home. This bill will help parents, particularly women, return to work by reducing the cost of childcare and making significant reductions to the workforce disincentive rates. It will help us work towards gender equality by addressing the gap in workforce participation, remuneration and superannuation felt by so many women across Australia. Deputy Speaker, there are many young families on the central coast of New South Wales where I live, and I spoke to a young woman from the Central Coast recently. She has a 3-year-old in daycare and a 5-year-old who started school this year. She's worked hard her whole professional life. She's a professional woman, highly educated, capable, talented, and she'd recently secured a promotion. And while this was really good news, she was left so disappointed because the pay raise that came with her promotion was almost entirely absorbed by the costs of childcare. It set her and her family backwards when it should have been putting her on a next step on the rung of her career, boosting her family and boosting our economy. This is what we need to turn around, because we know that women's workforce participation continues to fall but lag well behind the participation rates for men. In August last year, the workforce participation rate for women on the Central Coast was just over 53% compared to the New South Wales average of 61.6%. So I'm so keen to see women in my community not be held back, not be limited in their career, not be able to participate within the paid workforce because of the costs of childcare, which are such a significant barrier. We need to make sure that women on the Central Coast of New South Wales and in the regions across Australia can return to work or work more hours if they want to. That's why we're committed to making childcare cheaper for all Australian families. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to speak in support of this bill today and to be a part of a government that is putting Australian families first. Parents and carers should be able to afford childcare for their kids so they can have the best start in life and so that the parents can return to work or work more hours if they want to. This bill will provide real benefits to parents and carers across Australia and remove the burden on people who are already struggling to make ends meet. It's a cost of living measure that will make a real difference to family budgets. It's a plan that will give parents the opportunity to return to work or work more hours when and if they choose to do so. And it's a plan that will give children their best start in life. This legislation will make childcare cheaper for 1.2 million Australian families, and it's a bill I'm proud to support, and in doing so I thank my preschool teacher. Thank you.
And I thank the Minister. And I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Childcare is too expensive. Since 2012, prices have increased faster than housing or electricity. The ABS states that since 2002, costs have risen by 74% for couples and 102% for single-parent families. In Brisbane, our childcare costs are among the highest in Queensland, having increased by up to 6.5% this year alone. On average, families across Australia are paying $123 per child per day for this crucial and essential service. But families in my home electorate of Brisbane are paying even more. In fact, of the 5 suburbs where childcare in Queensland is the most expensive, 4 are within my home electorate of Brisbane. In Ashgrove, families are spending $146 per day to put one child in childcare. In Paddington, they are spending $144 per day. In other suburbs around Brisbane, the figures are much the same. We're suffering from a lack of skilled workers across many industries, as many parents are forced to opt to stay home and care for their children as the exorbitant costs of childcare make it difficult to justify working a shift. For some parents, it actually makes more financial sense to skip a shift than to pay for childcare. Many parents feel they are working simply to afford exorbitant childcare costs. They are suffering fatigue, burnout, and the impacts on their mental health with precious little access to relief. We pair this with stagnant wages and the rising cost of living, and it is abundantly clear that more needs to be done to support parents to be involved in caring for their children. Meanwhile, Australia has among the most heavily marketised and privatised childcare system in the world, and Queensland has the most privatised system in Australia. Around 75% of the Australian childcare sector is privately owned. The private childcare sector and their landlords made $1 billion in profits Australia-wide in 2016. Rental payments to landlords make up a significant and growing portion of the costs, which are ultimately paid for by parents and governments. It is unacceptable that many parents and single parents are struggling financially, physically and emotionally, while only trying to provide care and stability for their families. While the private childcare sector rakes in exorbitant profits with no credible alternatives provided by the government. The Greens believe access to high-quality, free childcare should be a fundamental right. This will allow parents, especially women, to get back to work if they wish, and also ensure every child gets the best start in life. A 2020 report by the Australia Institute revealed that free childcare provided a unique economic opportunity, creating an effective fiscal stimulus in the short term with the capacity to boost workforce participation in the long term and, as such, the longer-term economic growth of our country. And we don't have to look very far to see these benefits be played out. Compared to the Nordic countries, whose universal childcare policies are the rival of most nations, Australia's female workforce participation rate drops dramatically at the ages when most people are starting their families. Universal childcare allows secondary income earners, who are often women, to re-enter the workforce after the birth of their child without the fear of huge costs, boosting the participation rate in the workforce. If Australia did have a comparable workforce participation rate similar to the average of the Nordic countries, we could expect the economy to be $60 billion, or 3.2% of GDP larger, all thanks to universal childcare. That figure represents an enormous amount of untapped creative and labour potential, and a choice that the government is forcing families and parents to make. You can follow your ambitions, or you can follow your career. You can follow your career ambitions, or you can follow your family ambitions. A universal childcare policy ensures the freedom to pursue both. A career in childcare and early childhood education should also provide good, steady jobs with decent pay, especially since the vast majority of workers are casual, part-time and female. During the election campaign, I was lucky enough to visit Good Start Early Learning Centre in Clayfield, and it was incredible seeing the true dedication the staff had to the education of the young children in our community. The staff at Good Start Early Learning Clayfield and at childcare centres across Brisbane and around the country know all too well the importance of their work and the profound impact early childhood education has on the development of children. It is for that reason that we need to guarantee good pay and job security for these workers. The first years of a child's life are fundamental to their development, so workers in early childhood education should be treated with the respect that they deserve. We know a policy for universal childcare can be done, because it already has been. And not just overseas, it's been done here too. During the initial stages of the pandemic, childcare in Australia was made universal, recognising the important and essential role it plays in supporting families and children. Scrapping the Stage 3 tax cuts would free up $250 billion in revenue over the next decade, easily covering the costs for a universal childcare policy. So we have the precedent to get it done, both overseas and here at home. We have the resources to get it done. Let's get it done.
Thank you. I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Throughout the last election, I had many conversations with people right across our electorate, and the one thing that always got excited was our plan for delivering cheaper and more accessible childcare. Today, we finally can begin to deliver this election commitment with this bill. When this bill passes, some 6,500 families within McEwen will directly benefit from these reforms. It's not only an election promise, but it's a cost of living measure introduced by this government to give more Australians and their families a fair go. It has the added benefit of producing a significant productivity dividend that we're able to measure and sets the groundwork for other election commitments, such as working to close the gender pay gap, retirement income gap and starting to work on closing the gap measures for Indigenous Australians that the last government neglected to do. The bill will mean 96% of young families will be better off. Numerically, that's around 1.2 million families will receive benefits of these reforms. And considering how childcare costs increased 41% over the past 8 years, these reforms alleviate some of the financial burden that many young families are facing. Labor is making sure that we are working with Australians to guarantee that everyone can make ends meet. From July next year, we will help families by increasing subsidy rates for any family earning less than $530,000 a year, and we will lift the childcare subsidy rate to 90% for families with a combined income of under $80,000. It also supports more families who have more than one child under 5 in childcare by keeping the higher childcare subsidy rates for those in that position. Additionally, under these proposed changes, families with combined incomes of $120,000 with one child in care will save up to $1,780 in the first year of this plan. This means no family will be worse off under Labor's new childcare plan. The legislation not only benefits families but specifically benefits children of Australia. It gives more opportunity for Australian children to access early education. This improves children's readiness for primary school. We've seen that students who access early education have improved school and learning outcomes. Labor is focused on delivering our children the best opportunities because, put simply, they are our future. Not only will these reforms help families with the daily living costs, it also gives parents more flexibility to return to work if they like to do so. This unlocks skilled workers to come back and participate in the workforce, increasing economic productivity. According to the ABS, some 73,000 workers who did want to return to the workforce but were unable to because of childcare and responsibilities that were only exacerbated by the cost of the early learning system. We want to re-engage those workers and present more opportunity for them to have stable employment if that's something that they want. The legislation allows parents with primary care to take on more secure work without worrying about the effects that it might have to their claims for subsidy. Under the current system, if the primary care worker works more than 3 days a week, they are often worse off due to the financial penalties they face by not having access to the childcare subsidy, meaning household budgets must always take a hit, making it increasingly difficult to balance work life and family needs. Families are put in the position of having difficult conversation on whose career to be put on hold or who will take on more insecure work. And the impacts affect us all. Like a lot of grandparents, my wife had to drop a day of week of work to look after our two beautiful granddaughters, Ava and Lacey, so that way my daughter could get full-time work, because the cost of childcare meant she was actually going to lose money going to work. And we've had many families across places like Wallen, Whittlesea, Lorimer, Doreen, Mernda, where people are paying up to $3,000 a month in childcare. That is more than mortgages. That can't happen. It's got to stop. We've got to address this problem that has been allowed to fester for the last 9 years without any support from a previous government. As I've mentioned, primary carers a lot, and while both parents increasingly share the load of parenting responsibilities, the fact of the matter is that women are still expected to shoulder the most of child-caring responsibilities. So the cheaper childcare scheme will help us tackle the economic insecurity that mainly face women when they start a family by giving them more opportunity for their children to get to early learning. Currently, women are at a disadvantage, with the system creating a situation that women must often take on more insecure work, working less and often in casual roles. It means that they miss out on benefits that full-time and contract work can provide, including paid leave, increased contributions to their superannuation and the ability to gain other benefits. This all contributes to the gender pay and retirement income gap. Now, we can't begin to fix these gaps until we fix our broken childcare system and lay the foundations to tackle these issues. We are also committed to fixing the failings of the previous government by providing more support to First Nations children and families. In 2021, Deputy Speaker, for the first time since the targets were established, specifically closing the gap target number 4, developmental readiness for school in this nation's progress had gone backwards. We can't let that happen again. That is a national shame. So to remedy this, we are providing 36 hours of subsidised early education for childhood and for fortnight, no matter the level of family's activity. We will help improve overall First Nations children's readiness for future schooling. We are committed to building a brighter future for all Australians and provide everyone with more opportunity, whether it be for our children, our families or participation in the economy. That means what we are doing what we can do to close the gap for Indigenous Australians and implementing a multifaceted approach to closing gender and retirement income pay gaps. We know that with increased accessibility to our early learning system, this will increase demand in a sector that we already need to entice people to enter and to come back to. We've heard a lot today on wages and conditions, and let's remember, we were the ones that were standing up to support early childhood teachers to come back into the system, to give them the dignity and the respect that they deserve doing such an important job. It's one of the stark differences between us on this side and the members of the Liberal and National Party. We know that with increased accessibility to our early learning system, this will increase demand And that's why Labor is introducing these measures in the bill, such as further discounting of childcare fees to early childhood and care workers. By supporting this legislation with the commitment to our other election promises of 465,000 TAFE places to meet current and future needs, especially when the care economy is based on shortages that were identified by the National Skills Commission. We heard through previous speakers on that side of the chamber talk about early education deserts, places where you can't get childcare. But the only thing they never said is, hey, in 9 years of government we did nothing to fix that. That's the interesting bit. Suddenly all these problems, according to them, happened from the election. Before that, it was all rosy. We know that this has been a problem. We have areas where you have 700 kids that can't get access to childcare. This has not just happened because a new decent government is now in place. This was happening beforehand, and the results of what the failure was by the previous government is what we are dealing with today. It's the one consistency that we can say since coming to government. We are here cleaning up their mess. Labor is committed to developing a whole-of-a-government review to the early learning year strategy. And we can listen to the tawdles over there. That's a fact of the matter. As a former Minister of the Crown, you'd think you'd actually get up and have the decency to apologise to all those people that have missed out because your government refused to do anything about it. It's about time you took responsibility for what you've done. We are the ones that are cleaning up your mess, the mess that you created through failing to support workers, failing to support families and putting women and children at risk on their educational futures.
Order.
That is the result of the LNP government.
The member for McEwen. Order. The member for Barker.
Draw the member back to the matter before the House.
The member for McEwen.
It's great that the member for Barker waddles in here and wants to interrupt.
Bill. Thank you.
But the fact of the matter is, what I've said is absolutely true.
Order. The member for Barker has a point of order.
Yes. The member has indicated that I waddled in. Pot, kettle, black.
That was not a point of order. The member for McEwen will assist the House by continuing on
Thank
with
you.
the substance of the bill.
You've got to admit, as a whip, he's halfway there. He is an absolute disgrace.
The member for McEwen will continue.
But again, see how the change had to be. Not standing up and admitting what they did was wrong, but actually want to go and play silly little games because they have nothing to offer. It is this government that is addressing the 9 years of failure and neglect that this lot left the Australian people, and you'd think if they had any intelligence or decency they'd be embarrassed, but clearly they're not, when they should be.
I thank the member for McEwen. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
I rise today to speak absolutely enthusiastically and wholeheartedly for the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill. I welcome this legislation. No other bill brings me greater joy to see in front of the Parliament today, and I welcome support across the Parliament for improving accessibility and affordability in childcare. Childcare has three crucial impacts, I think, and this bill has three crucial impacts on Australia. First, it's on our children, in terms of giving them greater access to education and that crucial pre-5 education that we know is so important in setting them up for school, effective education and school life. The second piece of why I support this legislation is it is good economic policy. This is good economic policy because it is both anti-inflationary, because it lowers costs for families, which is absolutely crucial, but it also drives labour productivity. And finally, I support this because it's a policy that will support families and particularly women. You know, childcare and paid parental leave is often seen through this economic lens, but we need to also consider it from a cultural lens. Australia has a wonderful egalitarian culture, but I have to say parenthood is an area where we are not as egalitarian as we could be. I speak from personal experience, watching my own friends and family go through, having children the age that we all did. And I watched, an unremarkable phenomenon when you look at the numbers, where women, working with their partners, typically men, were relatively equal in their participation in the world of work. They're often very equal in terms of their pay and their positions. And then children come along, and almost universally, women in my social circle took a step back, and the men just kept on going. And this is something that you see again and again and again, borne out in the economic statistics. There are always examples where men took the primary load in terms of relation of the kids, but it was always more the exception rather than the rule. And I think access to childcare is a crucial enabler for us to change our culture in terms of women's economic participation in the workforce and ultimately equal participation in society. There's a default view in the country that looking after children is women's work. And you see that absolutely in the statistics, where Australia comes equal first for women's education, but we are 70th in the world when it comes to economic participation. And that is absolutely down to how we raise children and how we manage children through this. So this default view is holding us back. It holds back women, and it holds back the country. Recently, Treasury released some research that showed that women's earnings were reduced by an average of 55% in the first 5 years after parenthood. This is what they call the motherhood penalty. This is the penalty that relates to lower participation in paid work, reduced working hours and reduced hourly wage. And it doesn't just happen where the father is the primary breadwinner. Even for women who are the primary earner, the motherhood penalty is large. There's real room for improvement in our culture and our society by changing the culture so that women are not the primary carers by default, regardless of their career aspirations or trajectories. And again, this is an issue that so many people came to speak to me about in Wentworth. I remember very vividly standing on the corner in Paddington, and a woman came up to me and I said, "Look, what's important to you?" And she said, "Look, actually for me, childcare is the most important issue." She said, "I'm a lawyer, I'm someone who's highly trained. I made choices because of the cost of childcare, and on reflection, I wouldn't have made those choices about my career. I wouldn't have taken such a big step back if childcare had been more available and more affordable for my family." It was, I just heard it time and time again, that this is a crucial issue for women's participation and actually for more equal sharing of child-rearing arrangements among families. We need the cultural change that would mean more parents working out themselves what arrange best suits their families. And I hope that this will lead to actually more fathers sharing parenting responsibilities, including those crucial pick-ups and drop-offs. So one of the reasons why I support this bill is because I think it will help to support changes that will make our society more egalitarian. Making childcare more accessible frees up more women to fully pursue their professional aspirations. It will help reduce the motherhood penalty that so many experience. We invest huge sums of money developing the human capital of women. Basically, we educate them, we develop them, they have wonderful jobs, and then we do not allow them to flourish economically. And you see that in terms of the discrepancy of pay and discrepancy of outcomes for women, economic outcomes for women compared to men, and childcare and childcaring arrangements are absolutely crucial into this. However, this bill is not a silver bullet. It contributes towards cultural change, but there's much more to do. And I think the two key areas that I think we need to consider in this House are firstly about access to childcare and childcare deserts and the childcare workforce, because we can have this I think welcome increase of support for families to access childcare, but if you can't actually get a place in a childcare, then it is not meaningful. And again, in my community, I have people who say that they called the childcare centre, literally when they were 12 weeks pregnant to put their child down, and still were not able to access the childcare that they needed when they needed it. And I know that Wentworth, of all communities, probably has better access to childcare than many other communities. So this access to childcare, making sure that both this aspiration is met by an increase in childcare places and childcare workers, is absolutely crucial. And the second crucial element to changing the culture, which I think is so important, is paid parental leave. And crucially, that there's a part of that paid parental leave that is use it or lose it for the second parent, which is typically men. This is absolutely crucial to ensure that we change the culture in Australia so that men and women equally share the burden and the joys of raising children, and that we can continue and that we do that equally, because this is good for women, it's actually good for men's mental health, and it's good for child development because children develop better bonds with their fathers. So Australia is making more progress becoming a fairer, more egalitarian society. And this legislation is a crucial piece in ensure that we enable women into the economic empowerment of women, as well as we support families and we support children for our future. So I commend this bill. Thank you.
I thank the member for Wentworth and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm so proud and excited today to talk about Labor's cheaper childcare bill, formally, in our budget, handed down last night, but one of the earliest parts of our platform that we announced in the previous term, in fact in the now Prime Minister's first budget reply. And I was particularly excited to attend one of the events visiting a childcare centre in my electorate with the now Prime Minister and the then Shadow Minister for Early Childhood, the member for Kingston, at the Campbell Cottage in my electorate, which is run by the YWCA, with my little girl, Elena, when she was just 3 weeks old. It was her first press conference and she handled it pretty well. But this is such an important bill. It's good for children, it's good for families and it's good for our economy. As a parent, and as all parents that use early childhood education and care know just how critically important this is. We understand the benefit and the incredible work of early childhood educators, and I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about that. As I say, as a parent, but also as a local member, having met with many of the wonderful centres in my electorate and visiting those, and meeting with delegations of workers in that sector over the years about just recognising the many layers of the work that they do. They are educators, they are teaching the youngest children, and we know that this is just so critically important that the first 5 years really set up children for their life. So that learning is critically important, and there's a real skill and expertise in doing that. In the ever-expanding curiosity of toddlers and babies and preschool-aged children, to respond to that with the patience and the way to communicate with them is really something incredible. And as parents, we all do a little bit of that, but our early childhood educators do that all day with a range of children. Throughout the pandemic, when COVID first hit, our early childhood educators were some of the most affected frontline workers that just had to front up in those really uncertain times to keep our economy going and to keep caring for families. And under the previous government, there was a policy rollercoaster for those centres, worried for their own health, worried about would they need to lay off their workers, and worried about the families that they support. So I just want to again thank all the early childhood educators for what they did through that time. For families and for Australians. This bill makes it so more families can access early childhood education and care and these great benefits for their families. This bill will benefit around 96% of families, or 1.26 million Australian families, by making their childcare more affordable. And again, anyone that uses childcare knows it is very expensive and those costs have been rising. In fact, 41% over the last 8 years is the national figure, and I know that Canberra has some of the highest childcare fees in the country, and this is something I obviously, of course, hear a lot about from my constituents and know myself. So this bill will really make a change for families, enabling them to access more of that great education for their children, but enabling them also, particularly mothers, to get back into the workforce or increase their hours of work, which we've heard that too many people are stopped from working as much as they would like or seeking work because of the costs of childcare. In fact, according to the ABS last year, 73,000 people who wanted to work didn't look for work because they couldn't make childcare costs work for them, which is really, we are robbing our economy of that potential. We are robbing those young children of that opportunity for early childhood education, and we're robbing those families of the chance to have that ability to get back into the workforce. I think another lesser-known sort of thing about early childhood education and care that I often hear from the centres in my electorate It's not just the great education, it's not just providing that opportunity for families to get back into work, but it's the care for those children and the families. It goes without saying the sort of bottomless cup of patience that you have to deal with preschool-aged children. Don't start me, basically. But it's also for the families, and I've heard stories from early childhood educators in our community about families that they knew in the pandemic, that actually weren't, and not just in the pandemic but other times, who really needed the support, who hadn't been paying their fees, but that they allowed some of those families to continue using childcare. In one case where a centre told me that this was because they knew that the children were only getting regular meals when they were at childcare because this family was struggling so much. And this was a not-for-profit provider, but that continued on with that. Just recently at another centre I heard a story of a family where the mother had to go overseas following the death of a relative, and where the father, they found that they could help him out by providing meals to him as well, because he was really struggling in this family crisis that they were having. So it's that really key part in our community that these centres play as well. So I really just want to acknowledge our early childhood educators and providers as part of this discussion as well, particularly as last week was Early Learning Matters Week. And as part of that week, I went to visit the Guardian Centre in Alara Street, right near my office, and thank you to Hayley and Payman and the whole team there for showing me around, and the wonderful children that let me make some Play-Doh with them and read a story with them. And, of course, to the centre where my children go, I'm just so indebted to the help and support and wonderful learning that you provide to my two children, which means so much to our family. This is really, again, just to focus on the economic side. An important part of our policy is that we are increasing subsidy rates for all families earning less than $530,000. This is expanding this to almost universal standards, really, for our community. It's about saying that early childhood education and care is not something different from school education. It is something that we know is critically important. The science shows about the importance of education for the youngest children and how that sets them up for life. And so why do we see it differently as the access that we have to public education? And I think this is a really important step in that direction towards a fully universal system which enables more families to access this. We've heard through our Jobs Summit and before that just how important women's participation is to our economy. Again, it is too often the mothers who are the ones that the childcare is seen as being part of coming out of their wage, not the family wage, because they tend to be the lower earner. And I'm also particularly proud that we have made closing the gender pay gap such an important part of our platform. This is an excellent bill. I'm incredibly proud, and this will benefit many Canberra families. In fact, in the ACT, it will benefit around 23,200 families in the ACT, including 8,900 in the electorate of Canberra, which I represent. And this is spread all around the country. There are thousands of families in every electorate who will benefit from this. But that number in my electorate is to the higher end of those, and I'm really pleased that Canberra families can benefit from this, and really pleased to support the bill today.
I thank the member for Canberra. Call the member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to stand and speak on this bill today. The Coalition, as we know, is supporting the bill, but we're offering some additional amendments in an effort to improve the bill itself, with the purpose of helping even more families, particularly those in rural and regional areas. And the amendments moved by the member for Moncrieff. We all understand the very great importance of childcare, but there are a couple of matters that really need to be addressed that aren't addressed by this bill that we see out in our communities, and they are both around the workforce, the current workforce, and also the issues around access, particularly if you're in a regional, rural or remote part of Australia. So yes, we certainly believe in choice, and we want parents, in whichever form, whether it's work, study, to be able to access care through formal or informal arrangements, whatever that is. But within what we've seen today, which is why we're seeking to make it better, there actually isn't a plan to address the current workforce shortage and the shortage pressures being faced by educators. And there are currently 7,200 vacancies in the sector right now, and there will be, given the measures in this bill, over $4.7 billion that's being invested here, that will of course create even greater demand, and so additional educators will be needed, and I understand that sits around another 9,000 people that will be required, extra people to work in this space in childcare. So this is really important because we need a plan that helps to address the access to care for so many, and so many struggling to find a place for their children. And there's also no plan for the thin markets that we see in rural, regional and remote areas. And there isn't within this package extra or 1 cent spent to create actually additional places and services that are so desperately needed. And we know that around 50% of there are childcare areas that are needing extra places are located in metropolitan locations, and 50% in rural, regional and remote locations. And we really need those extra places. We need those who need these places most desperately to be able to access them. Look, I wanted to speak a little bit as well about the Connected Beginnings program that we initiated as part of what we were doing in this space. The Connected Beginnings program provides access to Indigenous Australians living in regional and remote Australia, and established by us, there are currently 31 Connected Beginnings sites right across the country, and I was very impressed with the work being done in my ministerial role when I visited Tennant Creek, and I really want to acknowledge the work being done in Tennant Creek with the young people through the Connected Beginnings program. And we committed in 2021 an extra $81.8 million to expand this Connected Beginnings to 50 sites nationally. And when we know what's the great level of need out there, there's a great need for this program, in the same way that there is for the Community Childcare Fund, which is funding grants for services in disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. We do know, of course, that, as I said earlier, the access to additional staff is a really critical issue. And we want to make sure, I know through the Mitchell Institute research, I think, as I said, 7,200 shortage now, an extra 9,000 staff needed to meet the extra demands created by the actual measures in this bill. That's 16,200 extra workers needed for the existing childcare places that are on offer, not for any new places, for the existing ones. And there are no new places provided for within this particular bill or budget measure. We know that there are 3 children competing for every 1 place available right now. So 35% of the population actually miss out. And when I'm speaking of those who miss out, I want to talk about one of those places, which is Augusta in my electorate. And there's been a group of wonderful women that have been working for years, and I've been working with them since 2019, trying to secure a childcare service and facility to house it in Augusta. In 2021, they sought a premises And in 2021, the Shire of Augusta-Margaret River actually voted to support the upgrade of the Augusta Rec Centre, which was not a lot happening at that time, and that was to provide the venue for the childcare to be able to operate in Augusta, in this tiny community. But in more recent times, the Shire voted against this project. And you can imagine what impact that had on these women who've worked so hard and are very engaged in their communities. I've actually suggested that, given that the Augusta-Margaret River Shire is unwilling to use council funding to upgrade the Augusta Rec Centre, we actually have another round of local roads and community infrastructure grants, and I'm really calling on the council to dedicate this funding to the upgrade for the families, the community and the businesses in Augusta. I mean, their actual purpose is to provide a nurturing, enriching childcare service in our rural location. That's how they describe themselves, and that's exactly what they want to do. And they want to increase the livability and inclusivity in Augusta, whether it's for the old, the young and the in-between. And so I can't think of a better purpose for that funding than for the Augusta Childcare Group. They've worked so hard and for so long. Their children deserve this opportunity. You know, and now when we look at the cost of fuel and the fact that their nearest childcare centre is actually in Margaret River, some distance away, and when you look at the both ways, it simply is not doable for so many of the mothers who are in Augusta. And they deserve access to childcare services in Augusta. And it is a lost opportunity for those women if they're not able to pursue whether it's a job, a career. It's a lost opportunity for them and their families and these beautiful little kids. And I want to see them have access to this service as soon as possible. And I really will keep working with them, and had secured an election commitment in that sense as well. There are so many wonderful childcare providers in my part of the world, as there are right around Australia, and the wonderful workers who are, and the staff members who just love what they do. And that's the one thing that we all notice when we walk into a childcare centre. The people who are working there love being there, and they do such a fantastic job with our children. And even in relation to Book Week, I've been into some of these centres to read my favourite book, and I've kept one specially for that purpose of the books I had when I was a child. And it's certainly one that entertains the young people, and the young children just love it, and they're very engaged in it, because with my farming background, it is about Dabbity Duck. And Dabbity Duck has all sorts of wonderful experiences, and not dissimilar to some of the wonderful ducks. I have a great fondness for the ducks that live in and around our farm and spend a lot of time on my lawn, and actually decided to set up a nest with many eggs and babies outside my front step. So this is a very personal issue for me when reading to these young people. But I go to places like Annie's Angels Play and Development Centre in Harvey. There's the Bluebird Busselton Centre. The Capel has a wonderful childcare centre, and here's one I don't think many would have. It's called Cowtown Calves Kids Childcare, and of course that is in the location of Quorum, that also has those wonderful group of cows throughout the town that you see. There's Harvey Community Play and Learning Centre and Little Angels Early Learning Centre, the Margaret River Community Childcare, and one that I've had quite a bit to do with over the years, another small community that needs childcare for their families. That's the Treehouse Childcare Centre in Donnybrook. Again, really important to our local community. And each one of these is offering invaluable services to the community, but there's no doubt that they, in many parts, like Augusta, there is a demand and need for more childcare actual places, which is what we were seeking to do in the amendments we were providing while supporting this bill. But when we were in government, we basically almost doubled childcare investment to $11 billion in 2023 and locked in ongoing funding for preschools and kindergartens, making the biggest reforms in the early childhood education system for about 40-odd years. And more than 1.3 million children have access to the childcare subsidy from around 1 million families. And there's over 280,000 more children in early childhood education. And we abolished that annual cap on the childcare subsidy. So around 90% of families using childcare subsidy are currently eligible for between 50 to 85%. And since March of 2022, the subsidy of up to 95% for families with multiple children in early childhood education at once, so increasing that workforce participation and cheaper access to care. So that targeted extra support in March of this year made a real difference, and childcare costs came down by 4.6% in the year to June 2022. As well, we saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3%, and it was 58.7% when Labor left office. So, Deputy Speaker, I am very pleased to support the bill, but also the amendments that we have proposed. And I will again go back to the fact that in so many areas around Australia, rural, regional, those smaller communities where there are either no childcare places available or no, as we see in Augusta, no childcare at all available in that community, and also where we don't have the two things that I've spoken about that are the focus of the amendments around both access and staff numbers. And both of those issues are real issues, particularly in regional and remote parts of Australia in particular. It is a huge challenge. We are facing real challenges around workforce in general, and this particular sector is no different. So we would really like to see the government, in its funding of this bill and in the funding of childcare, address those two really critical issues. Access, which is really the first thing for so many of us who live in rural and regional areas. Access is the most important thing that's not there. So that's the first thing, and that 35% of kids who can't get childcare at all, and there are so many families that sit in that bracket. The Augusta group is but one that I've been able to talk about today. So I am supportive of both the bill, but also I want to underline the importance of the amendments by the Shadow Minister, because what we all want to see, I think, is greater access to childcare in the locations where it's needed, like Augusta and like so many other small communities that I'm sure we're going to hear about and here in this discussion and in this debate, that we need access to more childcare places. And the other worry I think all of us have, if we're being really honest, is about the access to the actual staffing that will be needed, the extra staffing that will be needed to support the measures in this bill and for ongoing services. So thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, parents with children in early education or before and after school care know more about the challenges of rising costs than many of us. And this is why our cheaper childcare policy is so vital. It's to make it more affordable for families to allow their children the chance to have a quality early learning experience, which we know pays so many dividends in years to come. It's a long time since my children were in school, or even in school or preschool, but I well remember that juggle, and there's nothing worse than having that with the additional complications of a complex system where you're actually penalised if you work more days, and that's the sort of thing that we want to see an end to, and this legislation will do will do that. The cost of early learning has jumped by a whopping 41% in just the last 8 years, under the watch of those opposite. Now, this legislation will lead to the costs being cut for more than 1 million families. So 96% of families who are currently using early education and care will be better off under these changes, and no family will be worse off. So this is a really significant way to help people combat, at one level, the rising costs and the challenges that their budgets are facing. For the electorate of Macquarie, which I'm so proud to represent, this will affect more than 6,000 families who are already accessing early learning, and there'll be more who take advantage of it once the costs are actually lowered. We've got 112 locations in the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury with 101 providers, and they're an amazing group of people who provide excellent supportive care. You know, when you're caring for kids and educating kids, you're also dealing with lots of parents, and sometimes those parents need a bit of care too as they juggle their responsibilities. More than half of the childcare services in my electorate are run as not-for-profits, they're community-run or they're school-based. So that paints a picture of where some of the benefits of this are going to flow through and where parents are going to be able to be well supported. Now, why is this needed? I often get people of my generation asking, why do you even need this? What is the problem that they face? We only have to talk to people with kids in their 20s or their 30s to get a picture of it. And these are families where the discussions weigh up the cost of care with the bonus of working an extra day or two, where the opportunity for extra work might mean not a single extra dollar comes in the door because of the way it changes the subsidy for the care of the children. About 60% of Australian women who have children under the age of 6 are working part-time in paid work rather than full-time. The cost of childcare is a massive roadblock, stopping a lot of Australians from going back to paid work. And that's because often working the 4th or 5th day is gobbled up in childcare costs. And if it's a promotion that you're being offered, the additional pay can see people lose subsidies and end up not even in any way financially better off and potentially worse off. According to the Bureau of Statistics, last year 73,000 people who wanted work didn't look for work because they couldn't make childcare costs work for them. Well, this will change that. If we can make childcare cheaper, it will mean more Australian families and, in particular, a lot of Australian mums can go back to work. I think in this chamber we've heard we're talking about 1 million hours of person power being freed up potentially, the equivalent of 37,000 full-time jobs. Now, that's something that businesses in my community would welcome because they are desperately looking for skilled workers at the moment. And what that means is that in the 23-24 financial year, this could make a real difference for them. So this is a government that's looking to the future, making decisions now that we know will take a little bit of time to flow through, but will also take a lot of adjustment in terms of how the system is run, and we need to give the system time to do it and get up to speed. I recall reading that when those opposite made changes to the childcare system, it took 50 weeks for it to be for the systems to be able to be adapted to it. So these things need time. We'll be working to do ours by the 1st of July next year. But it is a big and important reform. And, you know, out of it, it's not just going to be parents who benefit, not just businesses who will have access to more workers. It's also going to be great for kids, because it means there's going to be more kids better prepared for school. All the research shows how important these formative years are. No, it's a time when play and music and games can help with development. Early learning is also a place where developmental problems can be identified, and they can be identified and dealt with quickly. I know in my family, one of my kids had a speech issue at about the age of 3 that was picked up by his educators, and thanks to early intervention, it was quickly addressed before he went to school. It wasn't something that he had to be teased about at school. It was something that was able to be looked after with incredible work by speech pathologists. And this is what early education does. It prepares children for school. It prepares them for life. And we know when we invest in these early years, we get really great outcomes. As a parent, I saw the benefits of quality early learning, and fortunately, as the federal member for Macquarie, I get to see it now as well. Places like Euroka Children's Centre at Blaxland, a community-based service with children from 6 weeks to 6 years, which, like so many similar services in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury, runs on a tight budget so that it's as affordable as possible for families. I am delighted that, as we promised during the election, last night's budget contained my election commitment of $20,000 for improvements to the backyard play space for this childcare centre. When I visited in March, they were thinking of things like slides and a rock wall and scramble nets, creating a space where kids can safely be brave, and this is the power of quality early education. So this is good for children, it's good for parents, and it's good for our economy. And let's just go over a few of the details here. So from July 2023, we will lift the maximum childcare subsidy, the CCS rate, to 90% for families with a combined income of under $80,000 and increase the subsidy rates for families earning less than $530,000. So many families are going to benefit. We'll keep the higher CCS rate for families with multiple children aged 5 and under in care. Not just for your first child, it's for your second and your third and even your fourth. The plan for cheaper childcare will make childcare more affordable for, as I said, around 1 million, in fact 1.26 million families. Here's an example. A family on a combined income of $120,000 with one child in care will save $1,780 in the first year of this plan. So this is a genuine saving to people's budgets. The bill also helps families make more informed choices because it puts in some measures to deter fraud. So that's another extra thing that we've added. And one that I know will resonate with a lot of workers in the sector. In order to help retain and attract workers, the bill also allows providers to offer discounted childcare fees for early childhood education and care workers. And that's a really sensible thing to do when we know that getting the workforce is a really key part of it. Deputy Speaker, I do want to acknowledge that, as we've heard in this chamber, finding a place in a centre can be a real challenge for parents. And only 2 days ago I was on the phone to a mum from Sackville who had been at the end of her tether trying to find a place. She's been trying to work from home with a young child, and she feels huge relief that she's found a place for that child next year. And they'd had orientation and it was all looking really good. So that is a positive outcome, but there are many families where this is a huge struggle. And that's one of the reasons why we need to now support centres to be able to expand, to skill up the workforce. And that is why I am so proud of our announcements around new places at university being quarantined for early education training. 1,469 places. That will mean that's nearly 1,500 people moving through that training process so that we will have them. Not tomorrow, but we will have them. But we've also got some of those fee-free TAFE places, a significant number of those, for all our areas of skill shortage, of which childcare workers is definitely one of those. So there are things in place. You know, we're not just standing here saying, oh, it's a problem and no one's done about it anything about it for the last 10 years and, gee, it's too hard for us. We're recognising that there's been an issue, there's not been the work done. We're prepared to do the work. We know there's going to be some time for those workers to flow through and come online, but we'll be supporting centres so that people in the McDonald Valley and Wisemans will hopefully have an easier time than they've had in trying to revive an early learning centre. I also just want to take a quick moment to give a shout-out to two incredible women in the Blue Mountains, Sarah O'Carrigan and Dr Jenna Condi, who looked at the problem of not being able to find a childcare centre and set up Bub Hub. And Bub Hub Blue Mountains is a co-working creche space, and it's in. I've been and visited it in Winmalee using existing USH facilities, so that they can bring mums together. There's a shared way of caring for the kids. Now, this is a really innovative way of going about it, and I really take my hats off to these women. They knew they wanted to work. They knew that it was hard to do it in a way that worked for them, and they've come up with a design and they're piloting it to see how well it works for other mums. You know, this is women solving women's problems, and this legislation, driven very much by the women on this side of the House, but also by all the men who are dads and want to see a really fair deal for families with young kids. I'm very pleased to be supporting our family assistance legislation bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you,
Deputy
Honourable
Speaker.
I will take the promotion, but I think the standing orders allow for, when addressing the Deputy Speaker, you can just say Speaker. I think there are provisions there for that. So please don't lose any sleep over it. I thank the honourable member for that contribution and give the honourable member for Sturt the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of the second reading, and of course the amendment that's been moved by the member for Moncrieff. And of course this, as people have already covered comprehensively, will provide some cost of living relief to families that have their children in childcare, and of course it will dramatically expand the ability to access the CCS and increase the amount that some people are realising. And unfortunately, we saw in the budget last night, and it's been made worse by the release of inflation figures by the ABS today, that Australian families have never needed support more to help them meet their ever-increasing and escalating costs that they have to bear, and families with children in particular. Of course, last night we had the revelation, perhaps confirmation, of how dramatic the increase for electricity bills and gas bills are going to be on Australian families. And we've seen the ABS confirm today a surprisingly high inflation rate for the September quarter at 7.3%, much higher than was anticipated by economists that have been surveyed by the various media outlets in the last 24-48 hours. And unfortunately, the underlying rate, which is probably the one we're more interested in, was even higher as an order of magnitude compared to what people were expecting. So we're in an environment of dramatically escalating costs across the board, and that is putting an enormous amount of pressure on families. And so I'm very happy to support this measure, which will help some families who have childcare costs get more support from the Commonwealth because they need it. And frankly, the now government are talking about when they made this commitment. It was a few years ago, early in the last term of Parliament when they were in opposition. And of course the sort of significance of this support is dramatically diminished with inflation being at the rate that it is at now. And of course we don't know where it will be by the time this takes effect on the 1st of July next year, and how much more it will be lost control of by this government as revelations around electricity prices, like were made in the budget last night, come into effect. And imagine what would the impact on those families on top of all that if the stage 3 tax cuts were repealed. Imagine saying to these families that you want to help them with their childcare costs through this bill, and then, of course, take that money and probably more away if you were to reverse the stage 3 tax cuts. If you care about people re-entering the workforce and being properly valued for that and having the support that they need, sure, we can and we will increase support for childcare costs. But even more importantly, let's put some money back in their pocket by reducing their taxes in a responsible way that ensures that this bracket creep and these escalating costs that are being put upon them through all these various inflationary pressures are honoured, and that there is not an attempt to, on the one hand in this budget, implement this measure, which, yes, you did take to an election and which, yes, you are putting in place and we are not standing in the way of. But make sure you don't dare undertake the kind of hypocrisy, Deputy Speaker, make sure the government does not dare undertake the sort of hypocrisy of removing this kind of support from parents that access childcare and penalising every other person that pays income tax that earns more than $40,000 a year by thinking that the people of this country will fall for this kind of a measure as being dressed up as a way of supporting them, and particularly women to re-enter the workforce by then removing a tax cut which is only going to address the bracket creep that they are suffering, not only what we envisaged when it was legislated years ago, but now, of course, an even more significant bracket creep that will come into play because of inflation now running at what has been confirmed in the September quarter as 7.3%. And we have no idea where this is going to end because, unfortunately, quarter after quarter after quarter, it's only continuing to go up. And if electricity prices are going up by 56% over the next 2 years and gas is going up by more than 40% over the next 2 years, then I don't really understand, with those sorts of cost pressures in place, how inflation is going to be brought under control and is going to be reducing from 7.3%. But we will wait and see, and I hope the government bears that in mind. And so we're happy to support this bill and the cost of living support it will provide, but it is nowhere near enough what people need. And we need much broader support to the cost pressures that the budget confirmed last night. The budget said last night, hey, your costs are going up, and also we as a government will do nothing to help you meet those costs. That's what we found out in the budget last night, and that is bitterly disappointing for the families that are going to get hit really hard by this and the businesses that are going to get really hit hard by this, that we have a government that wants to say in a budget, strife is coming your way and you're on your own. And that is truly terrible for some of the most vulnerable people in our society in particular are going to find it the most difficult to meet those costs. Interest rates going up at the same time. And if you want to talk about global uncertainties and how they're feeding into things, then I think we can all agree that the planet isn't getting more certain in the months and years ahead. So if you want to say that there are external forces at play here and they are a factor, I don't think any of us would suggest that they as a factor are coming to an end anytime soon. The childcare system needs a lot more than just this measure, and it would be completely unacceptable for the government to think that by legislating this change that there is some kind of great fix that this puts in place in the childcare centre. And I'm not qualified, like some of my regional colleagues, to talk about the significant challenge of accessing childcare whatsoever in this country, because it is a very different environment from an access point of view, from a service point of view, depending on where you live, and that's not right. And there's nothing in this bill that helps people in regional areas that can't access childcare no matter what it costs, because it doesn't exist. I'll obviously let my colleagues give their examples, and they already have in their contributions so far about that, and there'll be more tonight. But I really implore the government to listen to those contributions from people that come from communities that are not serviced at all, and don't have any access to childcare. So whether or not it is cheaper for them, if it doesn't exist, that is completely irrelevant. Now, I'm very lucky that my electorate is well serviced. I'm a metropolitan electorate, and I haven't heard other metropolitan members talk about no service existing in metropolitan areas, though they have, and I have the same issue in my electorate, huge challenges still with people accessing childcare because the centres might exist, but that doesn't mean that, that there are places in those centres that are available for people who need access to it. When I visit these centres, in particular I had the opportunity to take Shadow Minister, the member for Moncrieff, to one around about a month ago, and the story we heard there, which I hear regularly from my childcare centres, and she confirmed she was hearing right across the country, were these enormous challenges around workforce. Thousands and thousands and thousands of unfilled roles under the current system, like today, right now. Childcare centres across the country have thousands and thousands and thousands of vacancies for staff that they are unable to currently fill. And we understand and respect that there are workforce issues across the economy right now. I don't suggest that it is unique to childcare, although that's even more compounds the problem. It's not as if when you talk about training places that you're making available that there's this huge slack capacity of people to shift from some sector that's got a massive oversupply of labour that can be redeployed into the childcare sector by retraining people. Quite the opposite. We have huge problems more broadly across the care sector. Obviously, the NDIS is growing significantly and there are huge demands for workforce in disability services and disability care. The aged care sector has enormous workforce challenges and needs an enormous growth in that workforce into the future. We've got a situation where the Victorian state government, their health department, are trying to cannibalise nurses from the South Australian health system by offering them obviously significant inducements and sign-on bonuses to leave the take it up with the South Australian Labor government. But we've got this situation where, of course, that will be retaliated against, and all that means is that these shortages are not unique to childcare. They're not unique to the care sector more broadly, but they are enormous challenges. And what are we doing? What are we going to do to find the workforce we need just for the system as it is, yet alone to increase the capacity of the system, when the sector is saying, as we speak, that they don't have the capacity, that they don't have the ability, or the workforce doesn't exist to meet their current requirements. Forgetting what the new requirements will be if this policy succeeds in the way in which the government is indicating it is. So that's an enormous challenge that needs to be addressed, and I haven't heard any really serious, credible suggestion of how that's going to occur. And I'm all for training places in the various skills that are needed to provide that workforce, but I'm very concerned about where the people are physically coming from to work in all these different areas that have got major workforce shortages. And we've seen in the agricultural sector the government not support the agricultural visa, which would have brought more than 40,000 people into the country to address massive workforce challenges in agriculture. We get it. We know that that's an instruction from the union movement and that you're not allowed to do these things. The government's not allowed to do these things. But it's heartbreaking. We know that the unions went to meet with the various embassies that we were seeking to negotiate with to have bilateral agreements on the agriculture visa. And we know that the government are not allowed to do these things because the unions won't let them. But in the meantime, we've got these spectacular, dramatic skills shortages across many sectors, and obviously the childcare sector will have an enormous challenge to be able to meet, because they don't have the workforce to meet current requirement, let alone future demand. I'm also very, very curious as to what's going to happen in this sector in my home state of South Australia. We're now having a Royal Commission to look at universal preschool in South Australia. I'm sure this wasn't just an election announcement to win votes. I'm sure it was really well thought through, and the state government in South Australia know how much it's going to cost and what the impact's going to be on the childcare sector. But if they do know the answer to those questions, they haven't said it. Talked to the sector about it. And the disruption that would cause in the sector would obviously be spectacular, and I don't understand how that, if they did go down that path, allows them to interact with the childcare system and the funding that the Commonwealth provides for childcare, as opposed to what we provide for preschool. And if they're extending preschool, and all those sorts of things are spectacularly complex, and I don't know, and the sector doesn't know where that's heading. So we look forward to getting answers to those pretty significant questions. But with those points of clarification, look, I welcome support to meet enormous cost of living pressures that are being felt by the young families of my electorate and those across the country. It is a very, very depressing and bleak outlook from a cost of living point of view in this country, whether it's electricity bills, whether it's meeting your mortgage, whether it's possibly having stage 3 tax cuts ripped away from you in the months ahead. And with inflation at 7.3% and on a trajectory of continuing to climb, if electricity bills are going up by more than 50%, gas by more than 40%, I don't really see what is going to lead to inflation falling from that level for some time into the future. And so people's real incomes are being dramatically eroded as we speak, and that is going to continue to happen into the future. And so, of course, anything we can do to help meet the very enormous pressures that are on family budgets, we support on this side of the House, and on that basis I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I note that the Leader of the House is seeking the call.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. All of those opinions say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Call on the item.
Government business, notice number 6, suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the proceedings on the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the suspension of standing and sessional orders for the consideration of the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022 in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. I won't delay the House long. The notice is on the notice paper, so members have had a chance to be across it. For the final fortnight of the year, the Senate sittings, there will be a series of pieces of legislation that we're going to need to have through the House and across to the Senate by that point. There will be a few when we return for the single week as well. In terms of managing that time, rather than simply coming in and moving that the question be put in guillotining speeches immediately, I prefer, and I think most members have preferred, a process where we set a deadline which allows people to make speeches when they otherwise wouldn't have been able to, and then have the votes the following morning. That's the reason that this is being moved. And once again, while there can be some inconvenience for people in terms of the timing of later speeches, I do think it's a much better procedure than simply moving that the question be put and crunching things through.
No, John. The Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to indicate that the opposition does not support this debate management motion. The facts are, Mr Speaker, or Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, that under the previous government, or in the previous parliament, the then manager of opposition business, now Leader of the House, was very passionate about the importance of debate occurring in a way that allowed all in the House to express their view, to speak to the fullest extent possible on matters that are of considerable importance to members. In fact, if I were to quote from one statement that he issued, where he criticised coalition MPs for being, quotes, part of a government, in his words, obsessed with shutting down democratic debate and silencing its opponents, close quotes. An unfair characterisation, I hasten to add, but he went on to say that he was very critical indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, of government MPs who he said he criticised them, quotes, they pretend to their electorates that they're the sort of people who listen and then spend all their time in Canberra silencing voices that they don't like. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is interesting to see this position that the Leader of the House is now putting, having been a vigorous champion, an enthusiastic champion, an unrelenting champion of the importance of debates being allowed to take their full period, he now has a different view. Apparently it's enormously important that this particular bill get moved through the House within a particular period of time. Now, it's a little unclear exactly why, Mr Deputy Speaker, when we look at the facts. Firstly, that the changes outlined in this bill do not take effect until the 1st of July 2023. In fact, the Department, I'm advised, has already told Services Australia to get the ball rolling on administrative changes that may be required. So that work's already underway. We also know that the legislation is currently in the middle of a Senate inquiry. The earliest, or that's not due to report back until the 16th of November. So again, this suggestion that we need to rush this through, that consideration here in the House needs to be truncated, really doesn't stand up to any detailed scrutiny at all. And again, it is puzzling to see this change in perspective from the Leader of the House. We know that under quantum mechanics, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's possible for an electron to be in two states at once. Perhaps we have a new particle that's been discovered, a berkelium, violently opposed to gag motions while at the same time an enthusiastic user of them. That may be, I can't be entirely sure, Mr Speaker. I can't be entirely sure, but that may be a phenomenon that we are witnessing here in the House at the moment. This enthusiastic user of gag motions, and he says to us, Mr Deputy Speaker, he says to us that, in essence, this gag motion doesn't choke quite as tightly as others that may be available to him, and we should be very grateful for that. Well, the opposition's position is clear, Mr Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the opposition's position is clear. This is a matter of very considerable importance to the opposition. It's of very considerable importance to many opposition members, and indeed many opposition members representing regional and remote electorates, and of course regional and remote electorates around Australia are overwhelmingly represented by coalition MPs. We are very strongly committed to regional and remote Australia, and it's very important that the perspective of the people of regional and remote Australia is heard in relation to this particular bill, because we know that although it proposes the very extensive spending of additional taxpayers' money, it does not produce additional childcare places, and we've not seen any clear, well-developed plan to deal with the specific challenges of regional and remote Australia. And I think it's enormously important that we have members. It's enormously important that we have members representing regional and remote Australia who are able to express their views and subject this bill to the appropriate scrutiny. I note also that this debate management motion involves a very serious contraction of the normal procedures in relation to consideration in detail, and this is a very troubling aspect of what this government is repeatedly doing. Consideration in detail is a very, very important process under which the provisions of a bill can be put to detailed scrutiny, and any member is able to, of course, move an amendment and speak to that, but also any member is able to ask questions of the minister at the table. This is an enormously important process, and it's one of the casualties of this particular debate management motion, as well as the broader gag mechanism which the government has empowered itself to use, really at the drop of a hat, by declaring a matter a bill to be urgent. I acknowledge that the specific procedures to do with urgency have not been used here, but what has been used here is a debate management motion which includes many of the unattractive features of the gag mechanism that the government has empowered itself to use. And I might also add that the government moved gave itself those powers on the first or second day of the parliament sitting, at a time when I think it's fair to say that a number of members on the crossbench had not had the opportunity to appreciate and participate in consideration in detail on its importance. So, Mr Speaker and Mr Deputy Speaker, the opposition does have grave concerns about the use of this debate management motion and this gag process which is being imposed. It is troubling to us, and it does not have our support. I want to be very clear about that, Mr Deputy Speaker. And when we hear excuses along the lines of, oh, well, you know, we've got a lot of stuff to get through, so let's not bother with all that messy and inconvenient legislative process. Let's not bother with all of that annoying scrutiny from elected representatives because, we're an executive government. We've got a lot to get done. That tone coming from the government is troubling. It is, frankly, showing an inappropriate level of recognition, an inadequate level of recognition of the very important work of the parliament and indeed the Leader of the House, when he was in his previous role, as indeed the Prime Minister in previous roles, have spoken eloquently about the importance of the parliament performing its role as a mechanism for scrutiny and ensuring that debate can occur in an unconstrained fashion, not being subject to artificial restrictions, not being subject to gags. So I put on record, Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, our grave concerns with this debate management motion, our strong objection to what is being proposed here this evening.
I thank the honourable member, or the opposition leader, for his contribution. The question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move as an amendment to the motion moved by the Minister the following, and I've got copies of it if will assist anyone. 1. Before paragraph 1, insert 1A, notwithstanding Standing Order 31, at 8 p.m. on 26th of October, the bill being called on for further consideration. 1B, any division called for from 7:30 p.m. until adjournment being deferred until the first opportunity on Thursday, 27th of October. 1C, if any member draws the attention of the Speaker to the state of the House from 7:30 p.m. until adjournment, the Speaker announcing that he will count the House at the first opportunity on Thursday, 27 October, if the member then so desires. Just briefly, Deputy Speaker, the intent of this is to preserve the adjournment, the half-hour adjournment that we have, and that's the speeches, and that's important because this is the first adjournment post the budget, and over the last couple of parliaments it's been the case that the crossbench especially has used that opportunity to be able to respond to some of the matters that have been raised in the budget. So for many of us it's our first chance to do so in parliament, and so this preserves that half hour. Whilst I'll certainly be availing myself of that should the Speaker give me the call, and whilst I would love and hope every member of the chamber is going to be here, I don't want to compel them to have to be here, and so I think it's appropriate, especially if we are now going to be sitting later as well, that divisions and quorums are deferred. That was something that has previously been part of recommendations to the House about what happens when we're going to be sitting late. And I think it's appropriate that that occur on this occasion as well.
I thank the honourable member for Melbourne. And is the question is that the debate be adjourned? Oh, hang on. Is it? Yeah, it's not my apology, member. Is it the amendment seconded? I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
I second the amendment. The motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, member for Brisbane. Leader of Government Business.
Yeah, just on right of reply, the government will be supporting the amendment that was moved by the member for Melbourne. It does improve the resolution from where it was on the notice paper and make sure that it's completely consistent with the Jenkins recommendation. So I appreciate that being raised, and also I think this now gives us potentially a new way whenever we have to use this sort of mechanism of being able to make sure that the people who had planned and scheduled to speak on the adjournment debate might find a way of being able to do so. So I think at some point we'll make a reference to the Procedures Committee to be able to have a look this will be, I think, the third different way we've tried to do this, but to try to work out which one works best for the House. In closing, though, just to respond to the issues raised by the Manager of Opposition Business, in terms of shutting down the debate, the impact of what we're about to do will be to allow 30 extra members to speak on this bill. That's the impact. Shutting down debate looks different to that.
I thank the member for his contribution. The original question was that the motion be agreed to, but the honourable member for Melbourne has moved an amendment. The question is now that the amendment be agreed to. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. Now, the question is now that the motion be amended, that the motion amended be agreed to. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. Noes have it.
Well, the ayes have it.
Noes have it. Noes have it.
No. You have to call which way it went.
Well,
you call who you think won. If you think they won, you can call that way, and I'll call the division. Or if you think we won.
the ayes have it, and a division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Sorry? Yeah, we had 2 voices. Yeah.
I'll get rid of this division. Lock the doors. The question is the motion as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 78, noes 63. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrief.
Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, this government gets it. We know that too many families are facing unacceptably high costs as they try and do something about something that as a society we should all support, juggling work and family. We know that in a time of genuine cost of living pressures, one of the largest expenses for many families is their childcare bill. And we get that too many women, and it is mainly women, are unable to take up that extra day of work because the cost of childcare is currently just prohibitive. The consequences of that are felt not just by them and their family, but they're actually felt by us as a community and a society. In a period where we have workplaces desperately looking for workers, we actually are disincentivising a huge chunk of our workforce from being in jobs, helping our businesses get on with it. And of course, we also know that we are setting women up for being at risk of poverty later in life, and that, in fact, the greatest group at risk of homelessness at the moment is older women. That often is a consequence of women earlier in life taking up caring responsibilities. So there are so many ways that this bill is really important, and that this bill is going to change the lives of families in Australia and going to make our communities stronger. And it's for all these reasons that I'm very proud to be speaking to support it today. Deputy Speaker, I have young children myself, and as someone with young children, I spend a lot of time in playgrounds, and I've come to have quite often what I like to call the swing conversation. And this is where you're pushing your child on the swing and there's another mum next to you pushing their child on the swing, and you just start having that chat about, oh yeah, how old's your kid, what do you do, how often do you work? And it always ends up with, how often do you work? And always, nearly always, the line is, oh look, I'm just working 3 days a week at the moment. We wanted to look at an extra day, but we sat down and we did the maths, and it doesn't make sense for me to work that extra day. Childcare is just so expensive. I genuinely have this conversation with women over and over again in my community. It doesn't need to be this way. Childcare is something, early education is something that benefits our children and it benefits families. We know from the data that last year there were 73,000 people who wanted to work but didn't look for work because they couldn't make childcare costs work for their situation. And so with our plan, our government is encouraging these people. We're encouraging those mums at the swing to be able to work that extra day, to know that they can do that without actually paying more for their childcare than they're being paid to do their job. This bill is all about supporting women to increase their participation in the workforce, and through this, accelerating work to close the participation, pay and superannuation gaps. It is a win-win-win. Good for children, good for families and good for the economy. One of the really important parts of our plan is that 96% of Australian families will be better off. And this is important because childcare should be one of those services that we can all rely on and all use. And I'm very pleased that our government has been clear that this is not the end of the childcare journey, that we also want to look at how we make this a universal system that does benefit all families. The changes we're introducing will lift the maximum childcare subsidy rate to 90% for families with a combined income of under $80,000. So for some of the families in Jagga Jagga in my electorate, that will be a really big beneficial change. A family on a combined income of $90,000 a year, they might be in Heidelberg Heights or Watsonia in my community, for example, with one child in childcare 3 days a week, currently receives an annual subsidy of about $13,000. With the future subsidy delivered by our government's plan, a family in this situation will save $1,140 in the first year of our new policy. This is significant money going back into the pockets of local families to help bring down their costs. And of course, there are many families in my community who have more than one child attending childcare, and my family is one of those, and our government understands this. Our plan will retain the higher childcare subsidy for families with more than one child aged 5 and under in care to maximise the benefits this policy has across communities and ensure as many families benefit as possible. Deputy Speaker, we also know that part of this equation is supporting the people who work in early education. And I want to give a big shout out to all of those people who do this incredibly difficult work that we have undervalued for too long. The people who work in early education do deserve a pay rise. And I'm very glad that this government will also be bringing our legislation to this place that goes to some of the historic issues that have meant why women in feminised industry like early education have not been paid as they should. Because any of us who have spent time caring for children, trying to educate them, we know what a huge job that is and what an important job that is. And so I do want to give a shout out to all the early educators in my electorate, to the people at Good Start Ivanhoe, who I visited recently for Early Learning Matters Week, and who took me through everything they were doing in a day. Running around after teeny tiny children, helping older children start to learn their letters. It's a huge breadth of both care and education that these educators are providing, and at the moment we don't recognise it as it should, and as we should. And as we continue to look at how we improve our childcare system, that's absolutely something that we must improve. I also do want to give a shout out to all the educators at my children's centre because, again, I see every day how hard you're working to keep things on track in really difficult circumstances and often feeling underappreciated for that. Deputy Speaker, we make all these changes because Labor understands modern families. We understand that in our families we want to be able to juggle work, care, and we want to be able to do that without it ruining us financially. And I hear this time and time again in my community that we do need to make these changes that for too long—
Order, would you take your seat? And I'll call the opposition minister.
Can I draw the Deputy Speaker's attention to the—
Quorum required. Please ring the bell.
Finish the sentence.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 55, the House will be counted at the first opportunity for the next sitting day if the member then so desires. I now call the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, and I will note that I was interrupted. All right, Deputy Speaker, this is an important bill. It matters to families in my community. It matters to early educators in my community. It matters to businesses in my community who will benefit from having more workers available to them. It is good for children in my community who will be assisted to get the best possible start in life. For all those reasons, I'm very pleased to support this bill and I commend it to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Jagga Jagga. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Clare. Nichols.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm happy to rise to speak on the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. The goal of cheaper childcare is admirable, but as always, The execution's really important. The electorate of Nichols is typical of many regional electorates with larger cities, smaller townships and rural areas with little community infrastructure. And I think back to my family's own experience. Even in a city like Shepparton, which is the big population area in my electorate, there were applications and there were significant wait lists. Affordability is always a factor with childcare, but it isn't the only one in regional communities. Accessibility is critical. My wife and I were fortunate to find places for our kids, facilitating a return to work and a participation in the economy by myself, but more importantly my wife, who is a very serious and significant professional. But many regional families are not so fortunate. While this bill tackles the issue of affordability, the price tag of this policy has changed 3 times now. First it was $5.4 billion, then $5.1 billion, now $4.5 billion. Labor's $4.5 billion policy is costed for 3 days a week, not the 5-day a week that most parents work and therefore require care for. Labor under this policy will blow out the amount a household can earn and still qualify for the childcare subsidy to $532,000 for the joint income. Under this bill, taxpayers will fork out an additional $22,524 for a family on a combined income of $360,000 a year, with a minimum of 2 kids, compared to just $2,488 extra for a family earning a combined income of $80,000. This isn't an attack on the aspirations of high-income households who work hard and deserve equal access to childcare support. It is, though, an acknowledgement that lower-income families who often can't afford for one parent not to be working deserve greater support. In Nichols, the issue for many families is not affordability but access to childcare. Access. The Mitchell Institute report Deserts and Oases, How Accessible is Childcare in Australia, was published in March 2022. It shows that metropolitan-style consolidation of services is occurring in regional centres at the expense of small towns. In Shepparton, between 2.14 and 3.59 children compete for each childcare place, depending on the neighbourhood. The population centres most likely not have to have any childcare accessible within a 20-minute drive are towns with a population under 1,500 people, the Mitchell Institute found. It gets worse in more rural and remote communities. The township of Tatura, wonderful place. It's a 15-minute drive from Shepparton. It's where I went to kindergarten too, Mr. Speaker. It is a great town with a strong and independent community. When the report describing childcare deserts was released, Tatura resident Jay Corrigan spoke to the Shepparton News, telling that newspaper, quote, "I could only get my daughter into Shepparton, which is annoying having to drive over and back. And of course, when floods block the causeway, that linking road between either side of the river, as they did last week, even doing that is impossible." The report's lead author, Peter Hurley, said that for many regional towns, Australia's policy approach to early learning was a complete absence of provision, especially for towns with population of fewer than 1,500 people. They are called in this report childcare deserts. And I have many childcare deserts in my electorate. The absence of childcare is not because there isn't a market. People in small towns, people on farms, they have children. They return to work just like everyone else. There is an absence of policy from Labor to encourage viable childcare to operate in smaller communities. In areas designated as inner regional, there are nearly 45% of the population live in a childcare desert. In outer regional Australia, 61% of the population live in a childcare desert. There is no joy for a huge proportion of regional and rural Australians in a bill that makes childcare they don't have access to more affordable. The Coalition firmly believes in choice. Parents who work or study should be able to access care, whether through formal or informal arrangements. but there appears to be no plan to address access to care, with many parents struggling to find a place for their child, and no plan to address thin markets and childcare deserts where there are little to no services. Equally, there is no plan to address one of the biggest issues facing the sector, the current workforce shortage and pressures being faced by educators. The headline figure of $4.5 billion sounds great. It sounds fantastic. It's a big figure. But not one single cent will be spent to create additional places or services. There are currently 7,200 vacancies in the sector and no plan to train and recruit educators. Without such a plan, the likely result of this bill will be more families competing for places in an already strained marketplace. What's the point of having lower out-of-pocket costs if you can't even get your child into care? What's the point of having lower out-of-pocket costs if you live in a childcare desert and don't have access to childcare? There is more to be done, and we need amendments to this bill that do something to address the gaps in childcare services, workforce shortages, and the real prospect that any debt benefits delivered to families by this reform will be eroded by higher fees. There is no commitment to the Coalition's Connected Beginnings program, which provides childcare access to Indigenous Australians living in rural and remote Australia. This program operates in Mildura, the only site in Victoria, and it should be expanded to other regional centres, including Shepparton in my electorate, which has one of the largest, or the largest, Indigenous population in the state outside Melbourne. In 2021, the Coalition Government provided an additional $37 million to the Department of Health and $42.8 million to the Department of Education to expand the Connected Beginnings program to a minimum of 50 sites by 2025. This should occur. This bill will extend the activity test from 24 hours to 36 hours of subsidised care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children as part of this, and as part of this, we'll introduce a new definition of an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child. And this has raised some concerns, as it doesn't exist in the Family Assistance Act currently, and it is different to the definition within the Social Security Act. It is possible that a child could be eligible under one act and ineligible under another, and that's a mess that needs cleaning up. In government, the Coalition almost doubled childcare investment to $11 billion in 2022-23 budget. We locked in ongoing funding for preschools and kindergartens and made big reforms to the early childhood education system. Under the Coalition, 280,000 more children joined early childhood education, and we made it simpler to access support, with around 90% of families currently eligible for a subsidy of between 50% and 85%. We support families. We support the opportunity to work and study. We're incredibly supportive of choice. If parents want to send their kids to childcare, we want them to be able to do it. If they want to keep their kids at home, we want them to be able to do it. But it's not just about having the fees subsidised, it's about having the facilities that actually exist. Under the Coalition, we saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3%, and long may that continue, and an aspiration to heighten women's workforce participation is something we should all share, and something that's extremely positive for our nation. But it's not just about saying, here, we'll give you a bit of money to help with childcare. The facilities, the places actually need to be there. And this particularly affects places like those in my electorate, such as Nichols, and also the member for Mallee, in those electorates. There's many childcare deserts. And we want professional people to be attracted to these places because the economies are going well under 9 years of coalition government, and for a variety of reasons, including COVID, but just for the lifestyle choices, and for the economic benefits and the opportunities. People want to come to regional Australia. And often they say, do you want to live in a flat in suburban Melbourne and travel an hour and a half on substandard public transport to work, or do you want to live in a beautiful regional city like Shepparton or Seymour or Mildura or Swan Hill, and do some really exciting work for a region that's really moving forward? But young professional people moving there want to know that if they go down the track of having a family, and I've been through this myself, go down the track of having a family, that if those families make the choice that they want to put their children into care and get back into the workforce, and sometimes it's not money, sometimes it's just about wanting to participate in the exciting economy of a community like the Goulburn Valley, and that was the experience with both myself and my wife. Yeah, sure, we wanted to earn some dollars, but we wanted to get back into the agricultural and the agribusiness, wonderful agribusiness industries that exist in the Goulburn Valley, because we could see where that was going and we wanted to be part of it. But we had to have places to be able to put our children into care. And we were very fortunate, but gee, there were some long lists. And had we not lived in the large population area, but had we lived in another part of the electorate, or had we lived in some of the childcare deserts in the electorate of Mallee, wouldn't matter how much money we had to spend on it, we just wouldn't have been able to put our kids into care. And that would have stopped one or two of us going back to work, and we don't get to sort of get ourselves ahead. The great organisations that benefited from our agricultural sort of professional qualifications wouldn't get those skills and services, and we wouldn't be able to move forward. So there's a variety of reasons why we need more childcare, not just subsidised childcare. I refer again for the need for amendments to this bill to ensure the families with limited or no access to childcare, most of whom are in regional and rural communities, are afforded the same opportunity to access affordable and accessible childcare. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the government's Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. But before I speak about the substance of what will be for many families in Boothby a transformational policy, I want to tell this chamber story. A story familiar to thousands of Australians families, but with a slight twist. My experience of motherhood is in some ways slightly unusual, but in others very familiar. I had an established career when my former husband and I decided to start a family together, and my intention was to work as late into the pregnancy as possible, take maternity leave and then return to work later on sometime. However, this all happened a lot faster than I had planned when I discovered I was pregnant with triplets. A triplet pregnancy puts a fair strain on your body, so consequently I ended up going on maternity leave at 18 weeks of pregnancy because I could barely walk. Going on maternity leave 20 weeks earlier than planned obviously puts some pressure on the family budget, as did suddenly having 3 babies instead of the usual 1. 3 times the cost of nappies, 3 times the cost of formula. You get the idea. My babies came home with me a couple of weeks after they were born, and we were on the 4-hour sleep cycle that parents of newborns know so well. And as someone who valued her career, I still wanted to return to work in some capacity. I also needed a bit of a break from doing the same thing every 4 hours to keep my sanity. So I returned to work 2 days a week at a nearby town. Now I was working as a rural project officer in the medical industry, really interesting, worthwhile work and reasonably paid. But 3 lots of childcare fees really bites into the family budget. Between childcare, tax and petrol to drive to work, I calculated that I was taking home an extra $20 a month. From memory, a packet of 60 nappies cost about $20 in the year 2000, and we would go through more than a packet a week. So while every extra dollar helps, my $20 didn't contribute very much to the additional costs. But there were other benefits to me going back to work. Staying home with 3 newborns, preemies, 24/7 on a 4-hourly sleep cycle was overwhelming. And when they were very small and couldn't sit up in a pram by themselves, I couldn't even leave the house by myself. The opportunity to work on something quite different from my role as a mother, have adult conversations, was very valuable in helping me maintain my mental health in those early days. In retrospect, it also helped me to continue my career without paying the mummy price, without having a gap in my resume that would set my career progression back. And as I was working in a rural area at the time, and there weren't too many other people with my background and skill set in the local area, I was also meeting a local skills need as well. Now, despite the novelty factor that a triplet birth gives my story, my experience is one shared by many families, and for that reason I cannot commend this bill highly enough. First and foremost, once fully implemented, childcare will be cheaper for 96% of Australian families. Passage of this bill will mean that 1.26 million Australian families will be able to access cheaper childcare. In my electorate of Boothby, approximately 7,300 families will be better off, and crucially, none will be worse off because of this bill. At a time when, as the Treasurer rightly noted last night, the cost of running a household, of raising a family is going up, cheaper childcare will be very welcome. That $20 packet of 60 nappies now costs around $35, and of course that's only the start. Over the past 8 years, childcare costs increased by a whopping 41%. And it's absolutely no surprise to any of us here to hear that families are doing it very tough. That's where this plan for cheaper childcare fits perfectly. For this key cost of living relief measure will not only directly benefit the family budget, it will also deliver social and economic dividends. All the research tells us that one of the key strategies to tackle intergenerational poverty is intervention in the early childhood years. Children who access early childhood education are given an opportunity to learn through play, develop social skills and developmental patterns that simply don't get otherwise. And as in my own example, it can be a huge relief for many new mothers. But this is also a reform that will tackle gender inequalities that continue in this country. We know it is most often women who experience the greater disruption in their careers for taking time out to care for children. The mummy gap and the mummy track set back career progression for women. We paid the mummy price. And this is partly illustrated by the fact that Australian women are more than twice as likely as men to work in part-time work because of their caring responsibilities. Now, it's absolutely true that for many women this is precisely how they wish to structure their home and work life. But we also know that for many other women, the cost of childcare is simply too high for them to work as much as they would like to. And if we make childcare cheaper, it gives more families, and particularly women, a greater choice on how they structure their family responsibilities. And this also points to the way in which this reform is also a key economic reform. Given the global and local economic circumstances the Treasurer outlined, the government has had to be extremely strategic and targeted in the types of cost of living relief measures we are implementing to make sure they build productivity and don't feed inflation. We know that women's workforce participation is a huge untapped potential resource in the Australian economy. Female workforce participation was 57% in 2005. 17 years later, it has slightly improved to 62%, 5% in 17 years. Boosting women's workforce participation would help with one of the greatest economic challenges I hear from businesses when I'm out and about in Boothby. Pretty much every business I speak to, large and small, no matter what the sector, tells me about the skills shortage. They are crying out for workers. And this skills shortage has a very real impact on their viability and their ability to grow their businesses. And so it has a very real impact on our economy. One of the clear strategies to address this shortage is to tap into those people already in our community who want to work and who would work if we could remove the barriers. And we know the impact that childcare fees have on women when they are making decisions about whether to go back to work. If we make childcare cheaper, as this bill does, businesses potentially gain access to thousands of workers. The Department of Treasury estimates that the measures in this bill will allow Australian women with young children to work up to 1.4 million additional hours per week in 2023-24 alone. And that's equivalent of an extra 37,000 full-time workers, at a time when industries across our economy and our community are crying out for staff. Deputy Speaker, there is one more really important factor that we should not overlook. Women returning to work has another financial benefit to their own long-term financial security. We know that women over 55 is the fastest-growing demographic experiencing homelessness and poverty. And I can tell you, when I worked in the homelessness sector, these women arrive at the doors of the shelter, and if they have any superannuation, it's so small. And this is partly due to low wages in the caring professions, but it's also partly due to interrupted careers. Long periods off work mean there are no contributions to their superannuation during that period. And by removing the financial barrier of childcare costs and enabling women to choose to return to work if they so choose, those women will also be contributing to their superannuation benefit balance, to their own financial security. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a key piece of legislation taken to the last election, and I'm thrilled that we are here now, within the first 6 months, introducing it to Parliament. It will benefit women, it will benefit families, it will benefit children, it will benefit businesses, it will benefit the economy. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to you. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Boothby. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Calais.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the proposed Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. While this side of the House supports the amendments put forward by the member for Moncrieff, we won't be opposing the bill in its substantive form. Deputy Speaker, our country is experiencing a childcare worker drought. The field is diminishing as the pay and conditions are inadequate. With this drought of workers, childcare deserts are forming across the country. And according to the Mitchell Institute, about 9 million Australians, or 35% of the population, live in neighbourhoods classified as a childcare desert, which are areas where there are more than 3 children under 4 per childcare place. There are currently 7,200 vacancies in the childcare sector, and many centres are capping enrolments and asking families to keep their kids at home because they don't have enough staff to operate at full capacity. An increasing number of centres are applying for waivers because they can't retain teachers who leave the sector for better pay and conditions in the education sector. With more children set to enter the sector from July 2023, we ask, how will the government ensure there is a workforce to meet that demand? This bill is silent on that issue, yet it is a crucially important issue for regional Australia. Alarmingly, there are also 1.1 million Australians who live in regional and remote areas where there is no childcare available whatsoever. This bill does not even begin to consider the severe shortage of early childhood services in areas of rural and remote Australia, including areas that require mobile playgroups and early education programs. Remote and outer remote areas have the highest levels of childcare deserts at 87.5% and 79.9%. About 453 remote towns do not have a childcare centre within a 20-minute drive. Just as we've seen with the Building Better Regions grants and with the Distribution Priority Area Classification System, Labor is once again forgetting the people of regional Australia. And in that regard, we know that Building Better Regions has been cut and the opportunity for many childcare centres to be developed and built. And the other side, Deputy Speaker, they talk high and mighty about integrity in grant funding distribution, but on my reading of the budget that was handed down last night, there's about $1.35 billion of grants that are only going to be available to government-held seats. Where's the integrity in that? The Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority estimates that an additional 39,000 childcare workers would be needed next year to keep up with demand, and this was before this bill was introduced. According to Labor, this bill is meant to be good for careers and good for families. However, in an industry that is 39,000 workers short, I would query whether and what it does for an already overstretched childcare worker, and whether it's good for the multitude of families that have no access to childcare in the first place. While making childcare more accessible is absolutely a good thing, we also need to see real change in the recruitment of, pay and conditions for those working in childcare. Catherine Wilson is the owner of a childcare centre in Blaney in my electorate, and she recently contacted me with a desperate plea. She said, "I'm crying out for educators, but they have all left the industry because of low pay, bad conditions. The government has forgotten us." We need to know the government at least understands we are struggling. We are in crisis with no light at the end of the tunnel. Deputy Speaker, that's a plea from the heart, but this bill does nothing to answer that plea or hear those concerns. And sadly, Ms Wilson is not alone. Lauren has also contacted my office. She's emailed in, "I have a 7-month-old son and cannot find childcare anywhere. I know I'm not alone here." She goes on in her email, "I need to go back to work for financial reasons but may not be able to because there is no one to watch my son. I rang around this morning, 120 families before me on the wait list, and one childcare has shut its baby rooms due to staffing." Charlotte has written in and she says, "Our daughter is enrolled in a centre in Orange that is closed to anyone other than essential workers most weeks, and the inconsistent access to childcare is making it impossible for both of us to work. As a result, we are thinking of moving back to Sydney so we can access reliable childcare." Caroline has written in to me. She's from Orange in New South Wales as well. And she says this, "I would like our parliament to be aware of the severity of this crisis in Orange and welcome any measures to encourage more staff into Orange or to encourage new staff already in Orange to join the sector, such as school leavers. This is a matter of urgency for families, mental health and the economy." Naja has written in, "I'm writing to see what is being done about the acute childcare crisis in Orange. I am a small business owner and a new mum desperate to have access to childcare. As a first-time mum, I am appalled at the situation for families seeking childcare. I have been on a waiting list at numerous childcare facilities since my daughter was born in October last year. As a small business owner, I have not had the opportunity to take a break from my work, as labour is scarce. The current situation is holding women back from re-entering the workforce and as such is contributing to the ongoing gender inequality that is exacerbated in regional areas." Kelly has written in. She says this, "I've had a dad on the phone today desperate for childcare as the Hill Street Centre is shut for a 3rd day in a row. I've had families from the Albert Street service calling me in a complete mess as their service is shutting up completely and they are left with no options. I just had a nurse from the hospital call me this afternoon saying she'll have to quit her job as the Dalton Street Early Learning Centre has classrooms closed due to a staff shortage. I myself have reduced our opening hours to make things run more smoothly." And she goes on through her email to say this, "It concerns me that the Labor government is going to make childcare cheaper next year, which will only increase the number of children coming our way. And I think we need to start thinking about this now." That's what we're talking about in this House tonight. Lucinda has written to me as well. She writes of the childcare crisis facing our community in Orange. Jessie has written to me and she says this, "The problem is staff. There are not enough early childhood educators to maintain all the current and new childcare centres in Orange. Orange is expanding with so many new families moving to the region, but with a lack of early childhood educators, you will have skilled workers unable to return to work." She goes on to say there are so many families in the same position. Noreen has written to me. She says the government's plan to make childcare more cost-effective will make the current issue of low staff in the childcare industry much worse. Currently, my son's daycare is closed more often than it is open due to lack of staff. New centres that have capacity cannot open rooms due to low staff, and wait lists are hundreds long to get a spot. Deputy Speaker, annual data released by the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority shows 13%, or 163 of the childcare centres in South Australia were rated as working towards National Quality Framework standards at the end of September 2022. If there are 163 childcare centres in South Australia alone that are currently not meeting the National Quality Framework standards, why isn't the government proposing solutions to support existing facilities and ensure they are providing high-quality education and care? The Minister for Early Education recently said anyone who really cares about Australian children and understands just how important good quality education is for children in their formative years can't argue with the fact that this is good for children. Unfortunately, this statement assumes, as this bill assumes, that there is an adequate number of high-quality childcare providers and educators available in the first place. And this is the heart of the problem. The expansion to 36 hours of care per fortnight for eligible Indigenous families, while positive, also doesn't account for the lack of childcare availability. Unfortunately, without increasing the number of childcare workers in both metropolitan and regional areas of our country, the danger is that children will have no greater access to early education than what is available to them right now. And then, of course, Deputy Speaker, you've got the issue of out-of-pocket costs. The last time Labor was in government, childcare fees skyrocketed by 53% in just 6 years. Out-of-pocket costs are already rising, and fees will almost likely rise before 1 July 2023, which may erode a significant amount of the increased subsidies before they're even in place. During our time in government, we kept out-of-pocket costs low. The latest CPI data from June 2022 showed that childcare costs came down 4.6% in the year to June 2022. Labor has no plans to address the rising out-of-pocket costs or rising cost of living pressures in childcare, and Australian families need relief now, and you've seen and heard that in the emails that I've just read out to you. With early education costs set to increase under this government, Australian families deserve to know if they will be really better off under what is being proposed. It's time the government focused less on politics and more on a plan to ensure a strong economy that supports Australian workers and families. And unfortunately, one of the glaring omissions from this budget that we've just seen is a total lack of any plan to deal with rising costs of living. And from interest rates to power costs to gas costs, high inflation, it's a very difficult situation for families, and it hasn't been addressed properly. But instead what we've got are inquiries, and a further $10 million has been allocated for the ACCC to complete an inquiry on this issue, despite the findings of this inquiry not scheduled to be announced until some 6 months after Labor's intended start date for this initiative. And the concern is that the government has done no due diligence on this policy and next to no modelling to show what the outcomes of this policy will be. And it's deeply concerning to the people of regional Australia. The time for talking and inquiries is over, and I point out to those on the other side of the House that they take great delight in blaming the now opposition, the former government, for everything. But I can tell you the feedback that we're getting from around Australia is the public are tired of it, and they want those opposite. They want the government to start taking responsibility for their action. And the public are not interested in the blame game. You're in government now, you've just had your budget, and you need to start taking responsibility for your actions and stop passing the buck. So stop having inquiries and start delivering policy on the issues that matter for Australians. Do something to address the chronic childcare labour shortages that Australians are crying out for you to do something about. And you've heard that through the correspondence I have read to this House tonight. And I urge those opposite to do something, to stop playing the blame game and take positive action to address this acute childcare and early education worker shortage that is affecting so many families around Australia. It's having a very detrimental impact, as you've heard in those emails from my electorate. I urge all members to support the amendments moved by the member for Moncrieff, and I urge the government again to take concrete steps to address the labour shortages in the childcare and early education sectors.
I thank the honourable member for Calare. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I do want to thank the member for Calare for his contribution, as well as those emails that he did read out. I just wanted to offer him some assistance with responding to those emails. May I suggest that you put in the subject line there, "I'm sorry." I'm sorry I was part of a government that for 9 years neglected this sector. I'm sorry that I failed to value our early childhood educators. I'm sorry that I was part of a government that held as a key policy plank of ours to hold down wages, because what's the best way of attracting people to an occupation? Increase their wages, but not those from the opposition. They don't think that increasing wages is the best way to attract people to this profession. So let's look at their record on this. They had an opportunity to support a pay rise for early childhood educators at the Fair Work Commission. They opposed it. They had 9 years to try and improve access to TAFE to skill up and train more educators. Instead, they gutted TAFE and left us to pick up the pieces. And right now, they have the opportunity to help elevate wages in the sector through multi-employer bargaining, but guess what? They oppose that too. And yet those on the other side have suddenly woken up and discovered that there is a workforce shortage in our childcare sector. This did not spring up overnight. This did not spring up over the last few months since the election in May. This has been going on for years, and they did nothing about it. I remember the day my son came home from childcare and was rattling off the names of the planets that he had learnt. He was so excited to be learning about space, and I was delighted to see his love of learning. Early childhood education is vital for our kids. It introduces them to the wonders of the world and sets them up for life. And the Albanese Labor government is making early childhood education more affordable and accessible for 96% of families with children in childcare. It is the single biggest commitment we made in the budget. The childcare subsidy will be lifted for all families earning less than $530,000. So, for example, a family on a combined income of $120,000 with one child in care will save $1,780 a year. After 8 years of escalating childcare costs, jumping up by 41% over that period, finally families will get some financial relief. Our cheaper childcare measures are a $4.5 billion package, but I don't see it as a cost. It's an investment. It's an investment in the future of our kids, in the future of this country, because we know that for every dollar spent on childcare, we see $2 in benefits. The research tells us children who receive high-quality early childhood education are more likely to enter primary school with the social, cognitive and emotional skills needed to succeed at school. I know this to be true because I saw it in my own son. Max started school this year and he was ready to go. He'd learnt his alphabets, he knew how to write his name and do basic maths, and that was because his early childhood educators had worked so hard to ensure he was ready for school. And last week I had the opportunity to go back to my son's former childcare centre, My Lighthouse in North Strathfield, to thank all the amazing staff there, from the centre director to the early childhood educators to Mr Anthony, the chef. They all had a part to play in my son growing, learning and thriving. But of course, talking about access to early childhood education is just one side of the equation. And the other side of the equation is our early childhood educators. because we know that childcare isn't about babysitting our kids, it's about educating them. And I'm grateful to be part of an Albanese Labor government who finally values and recognises the contribution that our early childhood educators make to our kids and our society. Our cheaper childcare bill is transformative. It's transformative for kids because it will give them access to quality early education. It's transformative for families as parents will be able to return to work, and the increase in productivity will be transformative for our economy. And I'm proud to be part of a government that is introducing this vital reform.
I thank the honourable member for Reid. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that all words after reading be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. The House notes that this bill only provides limited support for families that are currently paying exorbitant fees for early childhood education and care, and 2, calls on the government to make early childhood education and care universal and free and address the workforce crisis by ensuring educators receive better pay and conditions. This bill provides some limited support to families that are currently paying high fees for early childhood education and care. We welcome that the new government is making the right noises about the fundamental importance of early childhood education and care for children's development, for families and for our society. But this realistically is only a very limited investment. Families will still be paying high fees and many will continue to be locked out altogether. Early childhood education is just as important as primary or secondary education, yet we don't means test access to public schools. But under Labor's plan, parents will still have to pay thousands of dollars to access what should be a universal right. Not only that, but by retaining the complex means testing system, you retain also the perverse situation where it is often cheaper for one parent to quit work than pay for childcare, forcing often women to stay at home and leave work even if they don't really want to. At a broad level, this bill fails to address one of the major structural flaws in childcare, that is, that an essential service like early childhood education is increasingly dominated by large for-profit providers. Corporations shouldn't be making a profit out of providing an essential service. Once again, we do not leave primary and secondary education to for-profit providers, so why is early childhood education any different? We know that early childhood education costs have risen by 41% over the last 8 years. Australia is regularly near bottom of global lists of wealthy countries on affordability for childcare. In a UNICEF report released last year, Australia was ranked 34 out of 40 on affordability. Rather than spending $254 billion on the Stage 3 tax cuts, we couldn't have universal free childcare at a fraction of the cost. It's not just that we don't think this bill goes nearly far enough. In the Senate inquiry into this bill so far, we have heard from a range of stakeholders, centre, peak bodies, advocacy groups and early childhood development experts who agree that this bill doesn't go nearly far enough to ensure that early childhood education and care is considered by the government as an essential service. This bill does not tackle the workforce crisis in early childhood education. Early childhood educators do extremely important work but have been underpaid and undervalued for far too long. We don't have to wait for the proposed Productivity Commission inquiry in 2 years' time to know that early childhood educated workers are underpaid and undervalued. The Greens will push the government to act immediately on workers' demands for better wages and conditions. There is a range of ways this bill could be improved, and I understand my colleague Senator Faruqi will be elaborating on this in the Senate. One terrible aspect of this childcare policy is that is retained in this bill is the activity test. The activity test, a classic coalition measure, restricts the amount of subsidised childcare a family can receive based on the number of hours they work, study or volunteer. The fewer the hours of activity, the less subsidised childcare that household can access. It is estimated that at least 126,000 children are missing out on childcare due to the activity test, and the majority of these children are from low-income families. The government should stop punishing low-income families with insecure work who are most likely to miss out on childcare by getting rid of the activity test. The disastrous coalition policy deserves to be consigned to history. We absolutely know what will fix childcare, and that is making it universal and free. It is absolutely affordable. We know we can afford it by scrapping the Stage 3 tax cuts, and that's exactly what this government should do.
Is the amendment seconded? And I call the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Griffith has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Griffith has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after reading be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Moncrieff be disagreed to. And I call the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The welcoming of a child into a family is a joyous experience. Families are brought together, dreams are fulfilled, gifts are given. But nothing really prepares you for it. The chaos, the exhaustion, the brain fog, the multitasking. The demands on families are relentless and mounting, and most of the care falls on the shoulders of the woman, the mother, who has to then balance raising a child, looking after other children, attending to household duties, while her career, or what was left of it, slowly ebbs away. Now, this story is familiar to millions and millions of Australian women, including myself. If it takes a village to raise a child, all I can say is that village has disappeared from modern life. We simply don't have the help around us that we once did. Multi-generational families are the exception rather than the rule in our culture. And it falls then on early childhood education and care to pick up that load, that slack. Childcare is not a prop, it is a pillar for so many families and for society at large. So the blessing of children comes, unfortunately, with a trade-off, and that trade-off has lived in the shadows for too long. For the mother, the motherhood penalty is very real and it is insidious. It creeps up on you. You don't even realise it's happening until, as I said in my maiden speech, ambition is dimmed until it snuffs out altogether. And the effect is compounding. The effect on the individual spells less job security, career progression that effectively stalls in some cases, less pay, less super, fewer assets, and in later life, increased vulnerability. In other words, women in their older years are less resilient to the shocks in life, whether they be illness, whether they be relationship breakdown, or worse. For the nation, the effect is also significant. What we have is a denial of talent and the denial of energy that women bring to the table. And we are reaping, unfortunately, 9 years of neglect of this entire policy piece of work. Those opposite deprioritise women. They deprioritise. Women were airbrushed out of the economic narrative. They stood by, hands in pockets, like bystanders, watching childcare costs balloon, a whopping 41% in 8 years. This was felt acutely in my electorate of Higgins. Why? Because Higgins actually has the highest childcare fees in Victoria, and that is according to a study by the Mitchell Institute, Victoria University, published this year. The highest. It weighs like a millstone around the necks of my constituents and my families. I have 4,400...
Sorry, Member for Higgins. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I call the honourable member for Lindsay.
Are we going to adjourn? No.
The adjournment. We're on the adjournment.
No, I'm not adjourning.
Well, I'll call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. The cost of everything is going up, but wages and incomes are going backwards. People are going backwards. Billionaires and politicians, they get a $9,000 tax cut in Labor's budget. Clive Palmer gets a tax cut. Gina Rinehart gets a tax cut. Everyone in this House gets a $9,000 tax cut. $254 billion of tax cuts for billionaires and the very wealthy, but real cost of living relief for everyone else is delayed. The government says that it's making difficult decisions, but these aren't as difficult as the decisions people across the country are making trying to pay the bills, trying to pay the rent, trying to pay the power bill, trying to afford groceries. While people are struggling to cope with rising costs without a real pay rise, Labor gives fossil fuel corporations at least $40 billion in subsidies. While 3 million people will still live in poverty, Labor gives politicians a $9,000 tax cut. And while people live in their cars because they can't afford a house, Labor's budget says rents will skyrocket. This is not what people voted for. People voted for change. Together, we kick the Liberals out. People want this parliament to tackle the climate crisis and to tackle inequality. People voted for change, but after this budget, people are still waiting for it. We wanted change, but sadly we got too much more of the same. The same tax cuts for the wealthiest, the same handouts for fossil fuels, the same special treatment for big corporations, the same higher rents, higher inequality and lower wages and incomes. Under Labor's budget, you get higher bills and Clive Palmer gets a $9,000 tax cut. But it doesn't need to be this way. We could scrap the Stage 3 tax cuts for the wealthy, put dental and mental health into Medicare and make childcare free. We could actually build 1 million new homes instead of announcing a budget night policy that only contains funding for a new 10,000 with the hope that private developers will do the rest. And we could take on these coal and gas corporations that are gouging us. It's time to put people first. It's time to look at capping electricity prices. And if that costs money, the coal and gas giants can pay for it. Instead, Labor's budget locks in more coal and gas and uses people's money to pay for it. Because at the same time as people are forced to wait years for real relief, Labor is giving gas corporations a free ride. The budget showed that the existing gas tax, the PRRT, is going to collect almost $500 million less than forecast in the middle of a gas boom. Big gas corporations are making giant windfall profits. We should tax them and use the money to help people and businesses with their energy bills, to help them get off dirty and expensive gas with renewables and electrification. Because the climate crisis is here. Floods are destroying homes in Melbourne and around the country, in towns on the Loddon and the Murray, and ruining crops and driving up inflation further. Insurance is unaffordable. People's entire lives are being dumped out on the street. Coal and gas are fuelling floods, but in this budget, Labor continues at least $40 billion in handouts to fossil fuel corporations, including a staggering $1.9 billion to build a new gas project in Darwin Harbour and $30 million this year alone to open up the giant carbon bomb in the Beetaloo gas basin. It's really good to see a budget that starts to take renewables seriously, but Labor is still throwing money at the coal and gas corporations, pouring fuel on the fire and making the climate crisis worse. Yes, international factors are important, and the previous government left a mess. But these decisions to work with the Liberals to fund gas and give tax cuts to Clive Palmer are being made right here, right now by Labor. But if Labor stops siding with the Liberals and instead works with the Greens, we also have the power right here, right now, to deliver people real and immediate cost of living relief. We could get dental and mental health into Medicare. We could freeze rents. We could make childcare genuinely free. We could wipe student debt. We could build affordable housing. We could lift income support to the poverty line. We could stop new coal and gas. We could afford all this and help people with the cost of living crisis right now if we scrapped the Stage 3 tax cuts for the wealthy, axed fossil fuel subsidies and started making big corporations pay their fair share of tax. The only obstacle to this is Labor. So, Labor, if you're keen, the Greens stand ready to pass the lot and deliver a better future for all of us.
And I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank the member for Hughes for graciously allowing me to take up her speaking allocation at this important time. It's greatly appreciated. And firstly, I want to pay my respects to 71-year-old Kevin Wills from Rochester and 65-year-old Brian Hack, a farmer near Nathalia, both who tragically lost their lives during this flood event. And I offer my sincere condolences to their family, friends and communities. Before I speak about the damage done and the enormous challenge that presents to help people recover and rebuild their homes and their lives, I first want to talk about the great people of my electorate. They are stoic, practical, empathetic and selfless. Across the flood-affected areas of my electorate, in Seymour, in Rochester, in Murchison, Shepparton, Mooroopna and Echuca, we have seen and heard of countless acts of kindness. Neighbours helping neighbours, strangers helping strangers, and a community spirit that is the very essence of what it is to live in rural and regional Australia. As the local member, I'm so proud. As the situation worsened and the floodwaters approached, thousands of people helped fill, distribute and lay sandbags, and others helped families evacuate and gave them shelter on higher ground. Communities rallied to distribute food, water and other necessities where they could. In parts of North Shepparton, which was isolated for 4 days, a lone stranger in a kayak paddled through the streets, delivering water and homemade sandwiches. And Daniel Cleve, Caden Richards, Kurt Arthur and Michael Hand used a tinny to make supply drops around their estate in Shepparton, and the food was supplied by members of a local boxing gym. Communities formed on social media, sharing their experiences and helping stranded and isolated people find out about their relatives and friends in other areas. Many residents evacuated to the safety of refuges, where again volunteers from the community did everything possible to feed and comfort. Day and night, people stranded in their flooded homes checked on those around them, and it was a very familiar scene for people to gather on their porches and shout up and down the street to establish who needed supplies or assistance. But it was also a way of lifting spirits. In true Aussie fashion, these street meetings would be accompanied by a beer or a glass of wine. And as their accessible world shrank with the rising water, people stuck together and did whatever they could to support each other. And this is what good regional communities do. That support is also evident as flood victims are dealing with the shocking reality of what these floods have wrought on their communities. The clean-up and recovery tasks are massive, as unprecedented as the flood itself. Again, these strong and resilient communities will rise to the challenge, but having seen firsthand the scale of the damage, they can't do it alone. Local footy and netball clubs have become clean-up crews, but it will be a long pre-season. In Rochester, 90% of the homes and buildings have been flooded above floor level, and Rochi's been through this before in 2011. But with so many people impacted and dealing with their own calamity, the volunteer workforce is stretched. I stood in a flooded Rochester home with 83-year-old Lorraine Wilson, who was cleaning the mud off her cabinets of collectibles and treasured photographs of her late husband. She raised 5 children in that home. One of them, Lee Wilson, has been doing an amazing job rallying and supporting his community, the community of Rochester. After the Brisbane flood, there was a mud army, and Rochester just needs the army, our ADF, to speed up the initial clean-up and get the town on the road to recovery. The longer the sodden, smelly mess remains, the worse the impact on the community, which right now, frankly, feels a bit forgotten and neglected. They need hope and they need help. Across my electorate, business owners have been hit hard and some have wept openly at their loss. They need support to clean up and re-establish. An example is the IGA supermarket in Rochester. Despite the efforts of a gang of volunteers, it may not be fully operational before Christmas. Outside the towns, there are stock losses, milk has been dumped because the tankers couldn't get through to pick it up, healthy crops that should have produced a bumper harvest have been destroyed, and we don't yet know the full toll on mature fruit trees. Our infrastructure has suffered greatly. Roads, bridges, footpaths, community buildings, schools, sports facilities have all been impacted. The cities, small towns and rural communities impacted by this flood want to clean up, rebuild and move on, but they can't do it alone. They need government assistance, and a lot of it. And we, in this place, need to commit to these communities that we will provide the assistance quickly and do what it takes to speed their recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question of the House is now adjourned. I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning I attended the WEX breakfast, Work Exposure in Government, hosted by Minister Burney and the National Indigenous Australians Agency. About 50 Indigenous students from all over Australia were here in the Parliament today, having travelled from near and far. They were here to see how the government works. We entertained them a little in question time, but I think the highlight of their day will have to have been when Adam Goodes showed up at the breakfast. It was great to meet some of the students this morning, and I was truly impressed at their maturity, their interests, their attitudes and their stories. It was also great to share in the breakfast event and to listen to the Minister and other speakers, including the students, and particularly knowing that just hours earlier the Treasurer had brought down an excellent budget, and not least in the areas particularly relevant to the Indigenous Australian communities. The commitments made in the budget are significant and wide-ranging. They will make a difference in every state and every community. These commitments will create better futures. They will improve programs and services and invest in self-determination. Closing the gap targets have informed the government's approach at every turn. The government made commitments across the broad areas of health, education, housing and environment, and justice. In each of these areas, the government's approach is to work in partnership with Indigenous communities to deliver the best outcomes for First Nations people. In the Indigenous health budget, there are provisions for the training of 500 First Nation health workers, vital health infrastructure, birthing on country, and a renewed focus on combating health disease and better renal care for diabetes. In the education budget, there is funding for the First Nations educators in primary schools to teach First Nation languages and subsidies to better enable Indigenous families to access early childhood education. Minister Burney remarked this morning to the students that if someone had told her when she was in high school that one day she would be a government minister, she would not have believed them. She told them never to listen to anyone who tells them that things aren't possible and that their education was something that no one could ever take away from them. And of course this is true, but it also helps to have a government that is on its game and delivering on education. For housing and environment, a boost for housing on Northern Territory homelands, an extension of the Indigenous Protected Areas program and a doubling of Indigenous ranges. The significant extension of the Indigenous Ranges program is not just good for the individuals, it's great for communities. The Ranges program means that young people who are interested in the role can stay on country, learn from their community members and work on their local environment in culturally attuned ways employing traditional knowledge. And in justice, over $80 million for justice reinvestment initiatives in up to 30 locations around Australia, and additional funding for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services, including funding for the peak body to provide leadership across Indigenous legal sector. And not least, provision was made in last night's budget for the Electoral Commission to start making preparations for the referendum on an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament, to fulfil this government's pledge to implement the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. Many of the students I met this morning will be old enough to vote in that referendum. Additionally, the government has provided for our first ambassador for First Nations people and allocated significant funds for preparatory work for the establishment of an independent Makarrata Commission for agreement-making and truth-telling. The budget was a wellbeing budget, and not least in this portfolio area, where the budget seeks to support culture and language and community, as well as individual wellbeing. Minister Burney told the students at breakfast this morning that she was once a school teacher. She's still teaching now, as she shows us the way towards reconciliation, a voice to Parliament and towards real measures with real purpose, underpinned by real funding measures in the budget that will take us further towards closing gaps across health, education and justice.
Thank you. I give the call to Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a simple economic principle that accurate and fair input prices are a precondition for stable and effective markets. One of the largest of these input prices in our economy is labour, and rightly so. It reflects the enormous contribution made by the millions of Australians who go to work each day to keep our nation moving. The economic mechanism to ensure a fair price for this labour and provide security and longevity in the market is the collective action of workers. For over 100 years, it has been trade unions that have served this interest on behalf of workers and our broader economy. Trade unions have achieved so much for Australian workers, and I commend the work that the government, particularly Minister Tony Burke, is doing to empower collective action and the trade union movement through industrial reforms such as the Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill, which will be introduced shortly. Deputy Speaker, whilst the trade union movement has fought for workers all throughout that 100 years, they have recently faced a sneakier, more insidious opposition. Corporations setting up shop as fake unions, undermining the interests of workers and the economy. Rather than supporting workers in uniting to pursue better pay and conditions, fake unions exist to promote individuals opposed to the collective who are just in it for themselves. Sadly, these companies have been popping up all over the place, in Queensland, in New South Wales and in my state of Victoria. They are generally set up for one of two reasons. The first is to generate profit from the fees paid by the vulnerable workers they prey upon. These fake unions trick and lie to workers, often citing false claims to justify their sad existence. In reality, these corporations have been set up by employment lawyers, disgruntled opportunists and politically motivated individuals seeking to make a buck on the back of hard-working Australians. The second purpose of these fake unions is to divide workers and weaken the power of collectivism that is fundamental to our movement and that which represents our strength at the bargaining table. The basis of their existence is to pit workers against one another and undermine the efforts and processes of the legitimate trade unions who actually fight for workers' rights. Fake unions are not trade unions. They are for-profit corporations established to serve the interests of those who create them. A real union has a legal right to represent you in the workplace or to enter a workplace and inspect the safety conditions. A fake union does not. A real union has rules, is regulated and is registered with the Fair Work Commission. A fake union is not. A real union is not incorporated because a real union is not a company. Fake unions are a blight on workers and their interests. They exist to divide and will only ever undermine the progress our movement has made. So to all Australian workers, I say, join your union, your real, registered trade union, because the fight for workers' rights is sadly now being fought on another front, and only through the power of collective action at the bargaining table will workers ultimately prevail. And to those that seek to profiteer by establishing fake unions and taking advantage of workers, we see you. We know what you're doing, and we'll act to shut you down and hold you to account. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I commend the words of the member for Nichols and echo his sentiments, and I stand with him and the residents of Casey stand with him and his residents as they recover from the floods. In Casey, the Wandin Sylvan Field Day has been circled in our calendars for the farmers and growers for over 50 years. After not running for the last 2 years due to the pandemic, it was fantastic to see the Wandin East Recreation Reserve packed with locals and exhibitors again at the 53rd Wandin Sylvan Field Day event. The wet weather and muddy fields did not dampen the enthusiasm of locals who came along to see the latest in farming machinery and technology. There was something on show for the whole family at this year's event, with a number of lifestyle and general interest exhibitors holding stalls. The field days have always been a great opportunity for the Casey community to catch up and network with like-minded industry figures. This year was no exception, and I enjoyed catching up with many locals, business owners, community organisations and familiar faces. In Casey, around 11,300 hectares are used for agricultural production, growing wine, strawberries, cherries and apples in our rich soil. Almost 2,000 people are employed full-time, with more than 700 businesses registered in agriculture in Casey. Agriculture is in my blood. My grandparents migrated from Italy in 1953, settling and establishing a farm in Sylvan. My Uncle Sam and Auntie Vicky only just retired from their strawberry farm in Coldstream, and that's why I love the field days. It is a reminder of how important the agriculture industry is to the fabric of Casey. It's not just about the economy, but it's about the family connections, the friends and the communities that are built over generations. I ran into many familiar faces, including Belinda from the Tribe Monbulk Youth Incorporated. They're a local organisation doing incredible work to empower young people in the Yarra Ranges. I also ran into Dave from Treasury in Our Trees, a group that was established after the June storms devastated our communities in 2021. And I had an amazing chat with the president of the Sylvan Football Club, Charlie Caputo, who was still on a high from their recent premiership win. The club won its first premiership in 8 years back in September, and it's an amazing achievement for the club. From my conversations, I could see local farmers were optimistic about the season ahead, despite the many challenges facing the agriculture industry in Casey. Many raised with me the concerns they have over the rising costs of goods, the lack of workers that they cannot access to pick their crops, and the skills and worker shortages are by far the biggest barrier to business growth in my electorate. And that's why I will continue to advocate for a designated area migration agreement in partnership with Yarra Ranges Council that will help our businesses, including our agriculture, tourism and hospitality businesses, address the skills shortages that they currently have. The field days would not be possible without the support of local CFA groups who insist in the organisation of the event, and it was great to catch up with the members of the Gruya, Wandin and Seville CFA over the course of the weekend, including Peter Berge, a legend of Gruya, who recently achieved 60 years of service for the Gruya CFA. The CFA play such an important role in Casey. Not only do they show up for the community in times of emergency, they are always out doing their bit to support local events as well. It was fantastic to see that all proceeds from the gate at the field days will be donated back to our local firefighters. Congratulations to the Wandin Sylvan Field Days Committee and Subcommittee for hosting yet another successful Field Day event this year. Your resilience over the past 2 years has paid off, and it was wonderful to see the community back together again. And a special shout-out to Casey from Casey Junior Truckings, who did an amazing job helping countless cars get out of the bogged mud. It was a great event despite the mud and the rain, but the farmers wouldn't have it any other way, and I already can't wait to come back next year and enjoy the festivities.
Thanks. And the questions of the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Diwali is one of the most widely celebrated religious festivals worldwide. As Chair of the Parliamentary Friends of India, I want to take this opportunity to wish everybody a happy Diwali. Diwali, symbolised by the lighting of a candle, is about triumph through tough times, good over evil, knowledge over ignorance. But it is the values of Diwali, reflection and renewal, service and sacrifice, celebration and charity, commitment to family and community that speak to all Australians. Our nation is enlightened by these traditions, enriched by these cultures, and strengthened by these shared values. I take immense pride in how celebrations across Australia grow bigger and better every year and are increasingly observed by various sectors of society, from schools to shopping centres, from banks to major businesses, and from Parliament to private organisations. We should use the lights of Diwali and the goodwill that comes with it to celebrate the diverse communities which make up the rich cultural fabric of our country. Most importantly, I love how Diwali is celebrated in my electorate of Parramatta. I'm deeply grateful to the diverse communities in Parramatta that celebrate Diwali for the contribution you have made to make our city's success. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge one community that is in the midst of a special celebration this Diwali. This year, millions of people across the world are celebrating the centennial of His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj. Pramukh Swami Maharaj is the guiding light of the BAPS community, of which there are millions of members around the world and many right across Australia, from Perth to Sydney, from Adelaide to Cairns. Pramukh Swami Maharaj was a divine personality whom millions around the world admired and revered for his works for global harmony, service and spirituality. There is a large BAPS community in Sydney and a wonderful Mandir in my electorate in Rose Hill. This month we celebrated at the iconic Sydney Opera House with a program titled In the Joy of Others, Love, Serve and Give. The audience in the concert hall, joined by an estimated 50,000 via a live stream, experienced a musical, spiritual and inspirational journey into the life and work of His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj and his enduring impact on millions of people around the world. BAPS is a strong community, run by volunteers. It provides support right across Australia to serve individuals and families by providing relief to communities suffering from natural disasters and other challenges. Pramukh Swami Maharaj lived by the motto, "In the joy of others lies our own." This message wasn't something he just preached, but he lived it. I join in the celebrations of the life of Pramukh Swami Maharaj, and I wish all a happy Diwali.
Thank you. And the questioners of the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was interrupted earlier, so I might just continue what I was talking about.
No, when that bill comes on, you'll be able to continue
All right,
then. This is
apologise.
the end of the adjournment debate, so you'll have about 60 seconds.
Excellent. Thank you for that explanation. I've spent a few months wandering around my electorate and visiting various sporting clubs, and I've got to say I've been quite shocked at what I've seen. There is a misconception that my electorate is affluent, and affluence is universal across my electorate. However, what I've actually seen is that sporting clubs have struggled for over many decades, in fact, to have their facilities upgraded. I've seen widespread neglect. For example, Waverley Oval has got a clubhouse which was built in 1994. It's currently undergoing some minor renovations to its bathrooms, when previously girls who now play footy have been walking past men's urinals.
Now,
with no place.
It now being 8 p.m, and in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the debate is interrupted, and I will call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day, number 4, Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the member for Moncrieff.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Griffith has now moved an amendment to that amendment that all words after reading be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Moncrieff be disagreed to. And I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was interrupted earlier and I will continue to discuss this very important bill that is being presented by an Albanese government. In my electorate of Higgins, there are 4,400 families who are eligible for childcare. In 2020, 1,365 babies were born. Those babies are now toddlers, and their mothers and their families are struggling. And I heard this during the campaign, and I hear this as I walk through the electorate. In Malvern, a young mother clutching her child is paying $165 a day. In Armidale, it's even higher, at $200 a day. And then what really shocked me when I was in Carnegie, I met a working mum. She came out from her Zoom call and she said, "Michelle, I am paying $2,000 a month on childcare, but I'm still doing it." Why? Because my career is important to me. So I saw the effects firsthand of what neglect around this policy is doing to my constituents. And it has a terrible drag on our economic prosperity. Now, those opposite had messed up, warped priorities. We in the Albanese government have got our priorities right. We do not regard cheaper childcare as middle-class welfare. We see it as a nation-building economic reform. In fact, our Minister Rishworth has previously called it a nation-building infrastructure, which I thought was interesting, because we don't conventionally regard infrastructure as being service delivery. But this is in fact infrastructure. It is the scaffolding that is going to build a better future for families, for children, for our economy. So we are going to pull now the biggest lever that we can to boost female workforce participation, and it can't come soon enough. Our country is currently in the grips of a labour and skills crisis. Our businesses are desperate for workers, and it is a constraint on our growth. So we desperately need more women in the economy as a matter of urgency, and this bill will do that. In fact, it will unlock the equivalent of 37,000 full-time workers into the economy. Just imagine, just like that. When it passes, that's what it could do. We do not regard it as welfare. We regard this as a generational economic reform with an economic dividend. I've said previously that the worst kind of spending results in a liability. The best kind of spending is an investment, and this is an investment, close to $5 billion in investment for our children, for our women, mothers, for families and for our economy. The bill itself, from July 2023, will mean that the childcare subsidy will increase to a maximum of 90% for families with a combined taxable income of up to $80,000. The childcare subsidy will then taper down with increasing family income until it cuts out at a combined income of $530,000. Now, that is very generous. We will retain the higher childcare subsidy for families with more than one child under the age of 5, because we recognise the financial burden imposed on families with multiple children. This bill will leave 96% of families better off. Basically, most families are going to benefit from this. No one will be worse off. With this bill, we have reshaped early childhood education and care as an economic reform, an investment in our children that improves their school readiness and long-term outcomes, an investment in women, with our nation the recipient of a pool of talent, no longer sitting on a shelf, latent, but firing up our productivity.
And I thank the member for Higgins for that contribution, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am not new to talking about the need for childcare reform. In fact, 7 years ago I was heavily involved in this discussion, and I was talking about the need for reform and it being not just about putting money into the pockets of parents. In fact, we needed a change to the structure and about creating support systems for working parents. Financial support is not the be-all and end-all. We require, and I still believe today, structural changes and better ways of doing things and looking for solutions that support women who want to stay in their careers and families who are the backbone of our country's prosperity. But here we are again, 7 years on, and we are only talking about the financial support for parents, not the other significant issues that we are faced when it comes to skills shortages in childcare, when it comes to the standards of childcare centres and, of course, which I feel in my Sydney Metropolitan Western Sydney seat of Lindsay when it comes to the accessibility of childcare. But I do support measures, of course I do, that provide cheaper childcare for families in my electorate, particularly families that are doing it tough. I just don't think this is the measure that we should be looking at in a time in an economic environment of sky-high inflation. And as I said, I don't think this bill looks at or addresses workforce shortages. It doesn't address the lack of access to childcare, and it doesn't address the standard of care or the quality of that care. And these continue to be some of the biggest issues facing the childcare sector. As I highlighted, one of the key areas that I am addressing is that this bill fails to address skills shortages in childcare. And it doesn't matter what business I go to in my electorate of Lindsay, businesses are crying out for more workers, and they are certainly doing that in the childcare sector. And even attempting to speak with them about this bill, they were just too busy. They're so busy because they can't get enough workers that they just don't have time to stop and think or to really contribute in the way that they want to, and they express this because they're so busy looking after kids and they can't get enough workers to help them. And it's something that needs to be addressed, I think, foremost before we're even looking at financial support, because you don't have enough workers. That means that you don't have enough places, and therefore parents who might have that financial support behind them certainly can't then get their kids into the childcare centres. This needs to change, and I think this is where the government has failed to identify these existing shortages and forecast areas of demand in the labour market. I think the government needs to invest more in our own workforce and our future workforce, and investment in training is something that childcare centres and the childcare sector have said to me is really important. Training our future childcare educators in the best way possible, so they're giving our kids the best start in their lives and before they start school. So the government must do more to secure the supply of skills we need right here in Australia. As I highlighted, the bill fails to address those extremely long wait lists that see families leaving their local area in the search, in the hunt for a childcare centre, which sort of defeats the purpose of putting your child in care and trying to get off to work. And as a parent who travelled over an hour each way to work for many years, for over 10 years, I understand that sometimes it's about getting your kids into care as quick as possible and getting on that train and doing that commute so you can get home as quick as possible again, not having to do a long drive out of the area to find a childcare centre that would take your child. And of course, this touches on the accessibility of opening hours for childcare centres too. So if you can't get a centre that's close to you, you're picking your child up later, and a lot of centres also do not cater for that. So there are multiple issues which I addressed at the start of this speech that need serious looking at. It's not just about money, as important as it is in the pockets of families. We have centres that are now capping because they don't have the workforce, and childcare centre operators that are worried that without some sort of fix from government, these long wait lists will continue, and of course they will get worse as time goes on. This bill also fails to address the lack of childcare services that I just discussed, and it is a familiar tale due to the lack of access to childcare places that a partner must make that difficult decision to either give up work or to not return to work in order to provide care. And in most instances, that is the female partner who must make this sacrifice. And I understand that very well as a working mum who's worked since all of my children were very small, that it is a tough decision and quite often very much a financial decision. And this is hurting productivity in Australia and adversely impacting women who would otherwise choose to return to work. And having lower out-of-pocket costs when you can't even get your children into care really doesn't make any sense at all. A report earlier this year from the Mitchell Institute showed around 1/3 of Australian families, 9 million Australians, live in an area where there is only one place for every 3 children. And it's not just regional areas with a lack of childcare services. 50% of childcare deserts are located, as we know very well, in Western Sydney in metro locations. So we should be asking, what is the government doing to secure those extra places and ensuring that they are created for these families who need spaces the most? And where are the additional places going to open for all these children that will be coming into the system? And the government must improve access to care and address these gaps. And I think we could say that the Albanese government is certainly delivering its first budget against the backdrop of soaring inflation, and despite this and putting households under pressure, I think the government is not being careful enough and instead fuelling inflation with its excessive expenditure within this budget, which, as I said, does not even come close to addressing the structural changes, the reform that needs to happen when it comes to getting more women into the workforce, supporting working families who are the backbone of our country, and providing more childcare places and more accessible childcare places, particularly in areas like mine in Western Sydney. So I think from this perspective, supporting the bill is important because we do want to have to ensure that families are able to make that choice if they do want to return to work, but you can't make that choice if you don't have that access and you don't have local places. So there is, in conclusion, in closing, I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done, a lot more consideration for families who are in a situation where they are really having that discussion and making that choice about whether they do go to work and contribute financially to our economy. And as we know, we have those extreme workforce shortages, or whether they stay at home with their children because they purely can't get those childcare places. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand today to speak in favour of the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. This bill will make childcare more affordable for around 1.26 million Australian families. Around 5,700 families in Cunningham will be better off because of this bill. 5,700 local families who will have more money to spend on food, clothing and fuel, on the necessities that are increasingly more expensive. This bill is also important for gender equality. Women still face a gender pay gap of around 14%, according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics. And Australian Tax Office data has shown that women's superannuation balances are still falling behind men's. With this bill, the women of Cunningham and Australia will be better placed to pursue their careers and build their superannuation balances for retirement. And by making childcare more affordable for many Australians, more children will be able to receive an early education. It is this early education that is so important to the development of children. It provides opportunities to learn and socialise, to develop independence and to get a good start in life. In the recent school holidays, I caught up with a part-time working mum who shared her story with me. Like so many mums, she is trying to raise her family and build her career at the same time. Her two children are aged 2 and 6 and attend childcare and public school 3 to 4 days a week. Of course, there are bills to pay and food to buy, but her daily expenses just to turn up to work are something we all need to pay attention to. There is $74 for childcare after the childcare subsidy, $19 for parking, $34 for a holiday program after the childcare subsidy, $10 for petrol to and from work, school and childcare. Nearly $140 gone, and this hard-working mum has not even started her day at work. If she buys lunch, she will probably break even for the day. Over the past 8 years, childcare costs have increased by 41%. ABS figures show that in 2021, 73,000 people who wanted to work did not look for work because of childcare costs. 73,000 people who could have been contributing to our economy and helping to address the workforce crisis. Australians deserve better, and they have elected Labor to do just that. The Cheaper Childcare Bill will lift the maximum childcare subsidy rate from 85% to 90% for families with a combined income of under $80,000. It will also increase childcare subsidy rates for families earning less than $530,000. For the second and any subsequent children aged 5 or younger, the higher childcare subsidy will also still apply. For a family on a combined income of $120,000 with one child in care, this will save $1,780 in the first year. With these changes, around 96% of families using early childhood education and care will be better off. This bill also increases transparency and helps strengthen integrity in the sector. It will require large childcare providers to report to the Department of Education on revenue and profits. This information can then be made available to families online, enabling more informed choices for consumers. A good change for transparency and greater integrity. And we are all aware that the care sector in this country has a workforce crisis. So many industries are crying out for skilled workers, workers that keep our country running and care for our loved ones. The early childhood education and care sector is no different. Last week, as part of Early Learning Matters Week, I visited with Kelly and the team at Kids Uni at Wollongong University. As I spoke with the workers, it was clear that they are passionate about education and helping kids to get the best start in life. They love the industry, they love the kids, and their knowledge and professionalism is incredible. We need more childhood educators like the wonderful team at Kids Uni. This bill will help encourage and retain early childhood educators by enabling childcare providers to offer a discount to their staff. It is a good change for the workers. The Albanese Labor government is helping Australian families give their young children the best start in life. We are making early childhood education more affordable and transparent, giving families the support they need in these difficult times. We are supporting modern families to balance their career and caring responsibilities in a way that works for them. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to give support to this amendment to the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Deputy Speaker, this side of the House supports the bill in principle. I speak on the sensible amendments put forward by the member for Moncrieff. I have risen a number of times in this place to talk about the impacts of the increasing cost of living and the struggles Australian families are facing. Childcare is a major cost outlay for families, including those in my electorate of Hughes. It is not just the cost of childcare, Deputy Speaker, that I wish to speak about tonight. It is also about the childhood educators and the quality of care that is being provided. I have a personal interest in this. When my boys, James and Nicholas, were toddlers, I was on the parent board of their local preschool. I have a great commitment to and a personal interest in both the quality and quantity of early child places. If it were not for me being able to put my children into care at that stage, I would not have been able to have continued my career when my children were very small. So, Deputy Speaker, I support incentives, including those proposed in this bill, that assist parents in paying for high-quality childcare places. It is well known that access to childcare places significantly raises the participation rates of women in the workforce. I also acknowledge the work of early childhood educators who are providing an essential service benefiting our youngest Australians and preparing them for a lifetime of education. Deputy Speaker, these educators have been under considerable pressure due to the pandemic over the last couple of years. This bill seeks to extend measures introduced under the former coalition government to assist families during the COVID-19 pandemic with fee relief. The bill does increase the childcare subsidy for parents. That is to be applauded. However, an increase in subsidies does not actually mean that there is any increase in childcare places. The bill provides a monetary figure of $4.5 billion, but not one single cent of that $4.5 billion will be spent to create additional places or improve the quality of services being provided. The bill remains silent on details, including no plan to address the current workforce shortages, no plan to address the access to care, and no plan to address the thin markets and childcare deserts, many of which are in regional areas, and I note that many on my side of the House have spoken about this and the horrifying shortages that are within their regional electorates. This means, Deputy Speaker, that the government is proposing a very expensive measure, $4.5 billion, but with no clear plan of how additional places for children will be provided. The Coalition believes in choice. We believe that parents who work or study should be able to access childcare, whether through formal or informal arrangements. The Coalition also believes in addressing concerns raised by childcare workers. These educators are at the coalface of delivering services to our most vulnerable, our children, and we need to listen to them when they tell us that there are significant shortages of places. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, does not address supply. Demand for childcare places around Australia is well outstripping supply and has been for some time. To that end, I know that many members of my side have already spoken about the shortages, particularly in the regional areas. But we need to listen better. We need to listen to childcare educators who tell us all of the reasons that many of them are deserting the sector and going into other employment. This bill purports to increase the childcare subsidy for parents. However, with no increase in places, childcare will simply cost more. That's basic demand and supply. It's basic economics. Deputy Speaker, the last time Labor was in government, childcare fees skyrocketed by 53% in just 6 years. Out-of-pocket costs are already rising, and fees in childcare centres will most likely rise before 1 July 2023, when these measures are intended to come into place. This will presumably erode a significant amount of the increased subsidies before they're even in place. Deputy Speaker, if we contrast that with the Coalition's record, over 280,000 more children are now in early childhood education based on measures brought in under the former Coalition government. This was achieved, Deputy Speaker, by abolishing the annual cap on the childcare subsidy. Around 90% of families currently using the childcare subsidy are eligible for a subsidy of between 50% and 85%. Deputy Speaker, the previous Coalition government's targeted extra support that was introduced in March of this year made a real difference. We saw childcare costs come down in that immediately following March through to June by 4.6% in that quarter. We saw women's workforce participation reach record highs of 62.3% in May of this year. That's compared to 58.7% when Labor last left office in 2013. Through this bill, there is a stark lack of detail from the Albanese government. There is no plan to address the current workforce shortages, there is no plan to address access to care, and there is no plan to address the already thin markets, particularly in our regional areas. Parents that I speak to in my electorate tell me that they need more places, that they could work additional days if they had additional spaces for their children. Childcare educators tell of the reasons they are leaving the sector. Deputy Speaker, Labor pretends to be the friend of childcare workers. This bill does not reflect that. With the $4.5 billion costed in this bill, not one single cent will be spent to create additional places or services. This is simply not good enough. What answer can the government provide to frustrated parents in the Hughes electorate and throughout Australia who cannot access sufficient childcare services? This bill also does nothing to address the struggles faced by our early childhood educators and does not look at the reasons why they are leaving the sector. These workers worked tirelessly through the pandemic, and now, on the other side, workers are leaving the sector in droves for other careers. Many educators have raised low wages, mental health issues, unappreciation, increases in red tape and burnout as their top concerns, and there are currently more than 7,000 vacancies in the sector. What answer can the government provide to the early childcare educators leaving the centres about how they will address their struggles? What answer can the government provide to the parents who may be receiving a higher subsidy but will be faced with higher costs and no increase in the number of places available to them? Deputy Speaker, in 2019, the Labor Party campaigned on a platform of higher wages for early educators. Now in government, they seem to have dropped parts of that platform, and this bill does nothing to address that. With more children set to enter the childcare sector from July 2023, how will the government ensure there is a workforce to meet the extra need? This is the real issue in the childcare sector. The government's proposed bill, with $4.5 billion of expenditure, does nothing to address fundamental issues about the quality of childcare. The amendment proposed, however, is at the heart of the real issues facing the childcare sector. Basic principles of liberalism, Deputy Speaker, promote the ideal that governments should facilitate an environment that empowers individuals to make their own choices for their lives, their families, their business. Without adequate childcare places, parents cannot make those decisions in relation to their own careers and in relation to the best needs of their family. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, affordable and quality childcare is of paramount importance to parents in my electorate and indeed to Australian families throughout the country. It is a shame that the Labor government has squandered an opportunity to address the real issues in the childcare sector by not providing for additional spaces. For all of the reasons outlined, I commend the proposed amendment to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on the Assistant Minister, the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My children are in childcare this week. It's what enables me to be here doing my job, enabling me to be here today to vote to lower the cost of childcare for 6,800 families in my electorate. I want to start by saying thank you to our early childhood educators. Thank you for educating the next generation. Thank you for making both our economy and our society work. Thanks for all of the work you do before you even step into an early education centre in studying and learning about early childhood development. And I know how important your work is, not just because of what I've seen in my own children, which I'll talk about more in a moment, but because I've seen my mum do that work. My mum was an early childhood teacher for a number of decades. I'm so proud of the work that Wendy has done in building up the next generation, and it's always a delight whenever I'm with her in Fremantle and one of her former students comes up to her and says thank you. To see the joy on both their faces is just something incredibly special. And what we know is that our early educators and early childhood education does give children the best start in life. And that's why I also want to say thank you to those who campaigned for this change. Organisations like the Parenthood, Thrive by Five, the United Workers Union, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Western Australia, and centre directors and staff from across Australia, to name just a few. I've seen the benefits of a quality early childhood education in my own household. Last week, my son Leo turned 5. Happy birthday again, Leo. He never gets sick of hearing that. And a special congratulations to Jess, who met the objectives that he set out in a dinosaur Lego rocket-themed birthday cake. She met that brief well. We've all heard the evidence that 90% of brain development happens in the first 5 years. My son turned 5, he's done. 90% done, 10% to go. But I've seen the benefits of that early learning. He writes stories, he writes songs, he can add and subtract and count to 100. He can ask questions about anything, and his emotional intelligence has turned him into an incredibly kind and compassionate young person. I know that early years education made that difference. And one of the things I want to articulate in this debate is on just how many different fronts this investment that we as a parliament are making delivers on. Childcare investment delivers education for more Australians. This childcare investment will deliver support for vulnerable and disadvantaged children. It will deliver more emotional support for more Australian children. It will deliver on cost of living pressures, making sure that more people can afford to get their children into early education for more days. It will deliver on gender equality. It will deliver on higher superannuation balances for women. It will deliver more skills into our economy. It will deliver more prepared students into primary school and beyond. It will deliver improved literacy. It will deliver improved numeracy. It will deliver a growing Australian economy, and it is an investment in our nation's future. Both sides of this House agree that Australia still has a journey to go when it comes to achieving true gender equality. We know that we need to make those steps in that direction because it is not only the right thing to do, an overdue thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. Because we know that so much more economic growth is available to this nation when we harness the full potential of all of it. We can also ensure that we provide increased financial security, more leadership opportunities, and break what has been an accepted policy design in this place for too long, where the cost of childcare presents itself as a barrier to women entering further into the workforce, forcing them to reduce their hours, to turn down opportunities, and for many families it often makes financial sense for a parent, often the mother, to stay at home and work fewer hours. What we know is that in 2021 there were 73,000 people across this country who wanted to work but were not looking for work purely because of the cost of childcare. 73,000. Surely we can do something, and surely we cannot go another year with that being the case. And that's why this legislation is so important. I'm going to get to it. And it's important that we recognise that we will be doing this within the first 12 months of the Albanese government. Now, I don't know who else in this place had an opportunity to do something about this earlier. Why I've even advocated in the past. I wrote in 2020. That I believed that the former Morrison government should have stolen the policy that we put out, that Prime Minister Albanese introduced in his budget reply.
Member for Aston. Sorry, I would appreciate the member being heard. So,
thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We owe it to those families who want more support to do something about it. It's as simple as that. The Treasury estimates on the impact of this bill are promising, suggesting it will increase the hours worked by women with young children by up to 1.4 million hours per week. That's the equivalent of an extra 37,000 full-time workers. And it's not just those workers that will benefit. We know that 1/3 of mothers work in industries facing severe shortages. They work in our hospitals, our aged care homes, our schools, across our society, fulfilling essential jobs in every facet of life. And we want to help them get back into that workforce and fill those skills gaps. I think it's interesting that if we look that this will come into effect next year, some 80 years after the Commonwealth first engaged in the business of financially supporting what was then called, and I'll quote from John Curtin, women war workers, and when they talk about the money provided for creches for their children. I think it's amazing that in the depths of World War II, that was the first time the Commonwealth engaged in the direct funding of early childhood education and care so that we could fill, again, skills gaps in our economy. And I think it's worth noting that it was, again, both times, Labor who have made these big steps in the right direction for supporting families who want to work, who we as a society need to work, by supporting properly funded early childhood education and care. This bill shows that we are determined to support families, particularly in the times we face. We know how many Australian families are already struggling to make ends meet. Childcare fees increased some 41% under the coalition government. 41% increase, meaning that parents, year on year, under the Liberals and the Nationals, had to sit down and consider really difficult questions. How much money is left after paying the childcare bills? How many days should they or their partner work? Is it worth working the 4th or the 5th day? Those questions both denied our economy, workers and skills, but also denied children access to the value of a high-quality early childhood education and care environment. And so what we see is, finally, a government that is determined, absolutely determined, to make sure that we act on childcare, act on this big cost of living pressure at one of the most expensive times for families, when you have a new young person in your family they are very demanding, they need lots of care and attention, and these bills do start to add up. And so I just say to those who are not yet convinced or maybe considering amendments to this legislation, let's get it through, let's get it done. Families have waited for 9 long years. They finally have a government that wants to act and value early childhood education and the educators who work in this sector. And I'll finish my remarks where I started. Thank you to the educators of Australia. Thank you for what you do day in, day out to invest in and educate the next generation of Australians. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I often, when I read the news or I pick up the newspaper, I turn my mind to the late Christopher Hitchens and think I'd love to know what he thinks of this issue or this time. And he was once on Q&A and was asked about poverty. And I think he had said it before, but he repeated there. And he said, the cure for poverty has a name. It's called the empowerment of women. And when we look at nations that are poverty-stricken, there's a correlation between how women are treated and not given the opportunities to work, to go to a bank, to borrow, to start a business, and to do all of the things that not only lift them and their families, but lift a nation. And this childcare is a part of that. It's a key part of it, and the Coalition certainly acknowledges that. Before I go to what this means to my electorate of Menzies, can I talk about another part of childcare that matters too? And I know it's not available to everyone for various reasons, but it's grandparents. I've been very fortunate, particularly through COVID, to have grandparents, my parents, that contributed to helping us with our children. And I want to give a shout-out to all of the grandparents in my electorate. You carried an enormous burden through the last few years, and indeed you do all the time. It's often noted in logistics, the school drop-off, the school pick-up, sport, parties, minding, but it's more than that. It's also the wisdom and love that we know that we got from our parents that's getting passed on to our children. To give a perspective on what life was like before devices existed, to be a good person, to control your emotions and to live a good life. I know, again, using my parents as an example, these are all lessons that they are passing on. And again, not everyone has that. People live in different states, or their parents are overseas, or their parents have passed away. And so that option isn't available to all. And so childcare, in the form that this bill seeks to address, is important. Now, there's no denying that this bill does favour higher income earners over lower income earners. And we should wrestle with that. This isn't how we normally spend funds from this place. It's not skewed that way normally. But I think we can look at that differently, because when you look at how much it costs to buy a home, there is a disparity between income and assets in this country. And we know that there are younger people who are starting out in life that on paper have high incomes, but they have enormous costs, and a lot of them have very little assets. Now, in time, they hope and they dream that they will address that and build an asset base for their family. But that's very hard when you are just starting out. And again, childcare is a way for families to leverage the work that they have put into their education and the work that they have put into their careers. And that choice should be available to all families. And it is right and proper that we acknowledge that it is skewed towards higher income earners, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're asset rich. And that's just a fact of life in Australia. My seat in particular, it's a little bit older. It has 48,700 families, about 1.7 children per family. The average age is 42, and I think the national average age in Australia is 39. And within that, there are 6,790 childcare places and 115 childcare facilities. So it is important to my electorate, as indeed it is important to others. The Coalition believes in choice. It's one of the main reasons I've joined the Liberal Party. And we believe that parents who work or study should be able to access care, whether through formal or informal arrangements, as I had mentioned. This isn't a perfect bill, and no bill is, and it's important that we acknowledge that. We think the plan to address the current workforce shortage needs work. We think the plan to access care and finding a place needs work, and these aren't easy decisions. I think there isn't a workforce or an agency or a part of this economy or the public service that isn't struggling to find workers. So these aren't unique challenges. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't look at them. For the $4.5 billion, not one single cent will be spent to create additional places or services. So I'd like to briefly address some of the workforce pressures that exist. And the pressures have been there for a while and through the previous government as well. It's important to note that those who work in childcare work tirelessly, and they worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic. My family used childcare as well as grandparents, and I was always amazed at the work that they did. And I remember one day when there was a duty roster for parents to come and help out, and I said, oh, well, I'll go put my hand up and do that. And they gave me the brush and the broom, go and clean up and wash the paintbrushes and do all the other things. I thought I was just going to be reading to some kids. I was exhausted by the end of that day, just absolutely exhausted. And I said, I don't think I can do that and do my normal job as well. But the people who work in childcare, they do that and so much more, and then they have their own families. And so they are superstars in terms of the work effort they do, and when we do thank them, and they leave an impression on children, an impression on families, and they make our country stronger. But there are 7,200 vacancies in the sector. A part of that is pay, a part of that is other opportunities, but a part of it is also that it's just bloody hard work. I'm sorry if that's unparliamentary to say bloody. So we have asked the government several times about how many additional educators will be needed under this policy, and that answer has yet to come, at least in a satisfactory way. 9,000. I need to update my notes. When asked about it, they point to their fee-free TAFE places, which won't deliver an immediate relief to the workforce. Educators aren't happy in turn, and they're leaving when they're overworked, and that's understandable. If there's vacancies in an area and you're having to carry more of the load, you start to resent what you're doing, and you'll walk as well. Many centres, and I've spoken to some in my electorate as well, they're capping enrolments. They're full, they don't want any more, or they're at least having it in a proportionate number to the number of staff that they have. Some of my regional colleagues have spoken about childcare deserts. I'm not going to pretend that applies in my seat. It doesn't. We're lucky. We're near the city, so we do have enough places, but it's the workforce shortages that really matter. So let's turn to the $4.5 billion blowout. I could tell the cliches about Labor can't manage money and we can't, but that's not going to help anyone in this debate. But let's look at the detail. Labor have changed the price tag of the policy 3 times. It was initially $5.4 billion, then $5.1, and now $4.5. It's possible, indeed probable, that this policy is undercooked. It's not fit for purpose or ready to go. And it's only been costed for 3 days a week. And many families need so much more than that and will access so much more than that. So we ask the question again, why has it not been costed for 5 days a week? And then there are the other cost of living pressures that are coming on families as well. And we heard a lot of truths in the budget and some distortion of truths as well. So let's look at what people do and not what they say. The last time Labor was in government, childcare fees rocketed by 53% in 6 years. So we will look at what you do, not what you say. Out-of-pocket costs are already rising, and fees will most likely rise before the 1st of July 2023. And this may erode a significant amount of the increased subsidies before they are even in place. I noticed the clock is running down. I too have a son called Leo. He's 10. He benefited from childcare, as did my daughter Eva. This bill has a noble intent. It needs work, But can I just thank the workers in childcare throughout this country, throughout my electorate. I tip my hat to you and I thank you for your service.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment Cheaper Childcare Bill. This is yet more legislation that the Albanese Labor government has introduced to this place to follow through on an election commitment, which of itself is a worthy thing to be doing. This bill is one that provides for lasting benefits across multiple generations, which will endure for generations to come. Deputy Speaker, over the past 8 years, childcare costs have risen by 41%. This bill aims to ease cost of living pressures for many working families at a time where they, and in fact every Australian, needs it the most. The cost of childcare is a very expensive impost on many households and their family budgets. This is why I am pleased to support this bill at its most basic purpose. This is not a form of welfare, this is an economic reform. Economic reforms with social dividends. These will be felt in the years to come by increasing the school readiness of young Australians to give them the best possible chances of success in their schooling life leading into adulthood. 96% of families with children in early education are going to be better off under this bill, none worse off. 96% equates to 1.26 million families. This bill is an economic reform that increases our output and productivity and removes a common barrier to a child's ability to access an early learning environment that lays many foundations for a successful entry into primary school. This bill is one that helps to reduce many barriers to entry and re-entry into the workforce. Those barriers cost families immediately in their take-home pay, but also in the long run when it comes to their super balances upon retirement. Another key aspect of this legislation, that being the positive impact on our First Nations children. This bill aims to help address Objective 4 of our Closing the Gap targets. Seeing our First Nations children thrive in their early years, increasing their ability to access childcare and early education goes a long way to achieving these outcomes, and to that end I am especially proud to be speaking in favour of this bill. It also allows for a base level of entitlement of the childcare subsidy of 36 hours per fortnight for First Nations children in childcare, regardless of the activity levels of their family. This figure is slightly in excess of the recommended amount of childcare, which is generally agreed upon to be 15 hours or 2 days per week. But for others' children, this bill will now open the door to many being able to attend childcare, receive access to that environment. Early educators develop social skills alongside children in their age group. This is demonstrative of why this is a target of closing the gap. 95% of all First Nations enrolled in the early learning system by the age of 4 by 2025. We need to ensure this target is met, ensuring that a larger number of First Nations children are better prepared for school and to have in their possession a core building block to a good start in life can go a long way to ensuring that we are moving in the right direction as a nation, not backwards, especially with respect to closing the gap targets like this one. I would also like to commend one of my South Australian colleagues, the member for Kingston, for her role as one of the main architects of this policy back when she was the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood Education prior to this year's election. I had the privilege of having the member for Kingston visit Spence in the lead-up to the federal election, along with Senator Farrell. Together, we visited the Hillbank Community Childcare Centre, which is one of around 121 early learning centres within the Spence electorate. Rebecca from the Hillbank Community Childcare Centre, along with her team of early childhood educators, demonstrate a care and passion for their job that gives me a great deal of faith for the children in their care. My electorate of Spence in South Australia is home to well over 7,000 families, closer to around 7,500 families, that currently receive the childcare subsidy and will directly benefit as a result of this bill. With the mention of my home state, I would also like to mention the good work of the South Australian Malinauskas Labor government, particularly the Premier's recent announcement of a Royal Commission into early childhood education and care, which has been led by former Labor Prime Minister the Honourable Julia Gillard AC. The South Australian government, like the Albanese government, recognises the importance of early childhood education and care on the development of young minds, the future of our society. Speaker, governments of all levels working toward providing better access to childcare for families and their children is positive indeed. But ultimately, Deputy Speaker, this bill is about fulfilling our commitment to working families to deliver cheaper childcare for them, and it is namely for these families and their children that I support this bill. Thank you.
I thank the member for his contribution, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the member for Aston, although he's chiming over in the corner, hasn't left the place, because when he made a contribution, he made a very valid point, and I want to reiterate it, and that is when the Prime Minister addressed this bill yesterday, he suggested to the House that the member for Moncrieff and our government wasn't supportive of the bill. In so doing, he misled the House, and he should, out of all decency, come back into place and clarify his statement. The reality is our party and the coalition supports more affordable childcare, but we also support more accessible childcare. You see, and I'll leave for others commentary about what this $4.5 billion will do in relation to the cost of childcare, and I could wax lyrical about what happened last time those opposite were in charge of the Treasury benches and the price of childcare and how it kind of billowed out of control. But I want to, rather than do that, address the challenges that people in my electorate face. You see, a report earlier this year from the Mitchell Institute showed around one-third of Australian families, 9 million Australians live in a childcare desert. A childcare desert, you ask. What could that be? Well, it's being described as a place where there's one childcare place for every 3 children seeking a place. Well, in my electorate, the Mitchell Institute report indicated that the Limestone Coast had 4.93 children per place, childcare desert. The Murray-Mallee region of South Australia, 4.7 children per place, desert. Barossa, a place that people in this place would often perhaps incorrectly assume is a necessarily affluent area, 3.3 children per place, desert. And you see, this matters because these are places in my electorate all across the country where, whilst the affordability question is important, for them it's access. No amount of money allows a young mum or a young father to get back into the workforce because childcare is simply not available. In fact, I want to pause and tell the House that in my electorate there are some services in some of these deserts, and it's mobile childcare. It's childcare out the boot of a car. Now, that's better than nothing. And I'll take the interjection from the member for Spence. It's almost as if I'd asked for it. Because the member for Spence says, what have you done over the last 9 years? Well, for the benefit of the member for Spence, let's run through it. Together with the community of Karoonda East Murray, we purposed drought funding to build, guess what? A childcare centre. The community of Lameroo, guess what? Together with my support and the policies of the previous coalition government, guess what we built? Childcare centre. Community of Pinaroo. He's a proud South Australian. He needs to come to me and visit some of these communities. They're not far from where he lives. Guess what? Childcare centre. But I don't want to talk about those successes. I actually want to talk about the Kingston community in the southeast of South Australia. There are a couple of Kingstons in my electorate. There's Kingston on Murray in Kingston South East. It's the home of Larry the Lobster. I can see the member for Spence nodding. I think he wants to come from a holiday to the South East. I'll host him. But I really do need to tell the House about the Kingston community, and in particular the Kingston Early Learning and Childcare Services Working Party. Now, this is a group of women, and yes, gentlemen, all women, who got together in Kingston because theirs was a desert. They wanted to get back in the workforce. Nurses, farmers, administrators, otherwise, but they couldn't. And so they began a campaign to get childcare for Kingston. Now, I'm so proud of these women because their children, many of them, are now in high school, but they kept fighting, not for their own personal kind of interests, but for their broader community. And in the lead up to the last election, for the member for Spencer's benefit, the Capital Grants Program, Capital Development Program, which you might realise was scrapped in last night's budget, $1.8 million for a purpose-built childcare centre in Kingston. Now, the member for Spence and I can agree on something. I think we'd agree on more than many might think. But I want to give a shout-out to the former Shadow Minister, the member for Kingston, because during that campaign I contacted her and said, look, we're going to make this commitment. Wouldn't it be great if it was matched? And in fact, it was matched. And yes, this morning on local radio in South Australia, Dr Anne Ali confirmed that funding. That was, for the benefit of the member for Spence, the member for Barker bringing the then opposition kicking and screaming to that outcome. But I'm so pleased because we're here to address affordability and accessibility. And the problem with this bill, with respect, is it does nothing about accessibility. $4.5 billion is more money than you can fly a rocket ship over, but it doesn't buy one additional place. It doesn't train one additional early childhood educator. And I don't want you to take my words for it. I want you to hear directly from those outstanding women from the Kingston South East Early Learning and Childcare Services Working Group who recently addressed a Senate committee. We have a very small rural service where demand exceeds supply. This is far too common in rural communities. This is far-reaching and has affected our community for 40 years. Our mission is for all children in Kingston to have access to early learning and childcare opportunities, hardly putting the man on the moon. The shortage of early childhood education and childcare services has negatively impacted our community for over 40 years. We talk about the gap. There are lots of gaps. Childcare deserts are most likely to occur, they say, in small towns with populations under 2,000 people. The bill refers to the right to work, the right to education and the right to equality. If this is true, they say, why then does our geographical location disadvantage us so much? You see, this is the point. This bill is about what postcode you live in, because if you live in a metropolitan postcode and you earn a joint income of under $520,000, you'll get access to cheaper childcare. And as I said at the beginning, we think cheaper childcare for 1.2 million Australians is a great thing. But it's got to sit hand in glove with programs and policies and government policy to provide accessibility in these deserts. They go on, as I have, to say cheaper childcare is welcome, and we support this element of the bill. Have a think about how gracious these Australians are. They've been without sufficient childcare for 40 years, but they're still happy for their fellow Australian to have access to cheaper childcare. However, Reform is needed to prevent market failure in rural and disadvantaged areas. State and federal governments must coordinate and implement a universal strategic approach to improving accessibility to childcare in regional areas. I've got to tell you, if those opposite are looking to develop a policy around accessibility to early age education in this country, they would do well to get in the car, drive to Kingston, take a photo out of the front of Larry the Lobster, and then sit down with the women of the Kingston SE Early Learning and Childcare Services Working Group, because they lived it, they get it, and quite frankly, those opposite, if they think they've solved the childcare quandary in this country with this bill, have only to speak to them to understand how far they are from the mark.
Thank you. Just before I give you the call, I think it might be helpful if I just remind the House that in accordance with the resolution that was moved earlier this evening, and the time now being after 9 p.m, that members are asked to keep their comments to the 5-minute mark from now on. So we'll be giving you 5 minutes on the clock, just giving you fair warning here. And on that note, I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Finally, after months of anticipation, Labor have introduced this bill into the House. Unfortunately for Australian families, this legislation does not live up to the hype, failing to significantly address the major concerns within the childcare sector. My disappointment begins with a $4.5 billion price tag that does not deliver a single additional childcare place. $4.5 billion for a policy which is costed for just 3 days a week. If this Labor government really wanted to get our children attending daycare more times a week, why wouldn't you cost the policy for 5 days a week? The disappointment continues with a lack of detail to address the workforce shortages creating significant pressures on our educators. There are currently 7,200 vacancies in childcare, and many educators have left the sector citing low wages, mental health issues, underappreciation, increase in red tape and burnout as their top concerns. The Coalition has asked the Labor government several times how many additional educators will be needed under this policy, and they've failed to answer that every single time. Additional hours and pressures for Australians already working in the sector are not being addressed by the government. How can Labor ensure that the childcare positions provided for families right now, let alone the additional spots that will be required in the coming years, will have the workforce to support them? The inability of the Labor government to support educators only exacerbates the accessibility crisis that many Australians are facing today and tomorrow. Around 1/3 of Australian families, or 9 million Australians, live in a childcare desert, and I think we've heard quite a bit about that during this debate today. A desert being defined by one place for every 3 children. 50% of childcare deserts are located in metro locations, which I think is a surprise to some people who do live in cities, and 50% in regional, rural and remote locations, including in my electorate of Durack. My office has been inundated with calls for help from constituents this year who are struggling to find care for their children, from Kununurra to Karratha, from Bakers Hill to Geraldton, right across the length and breadth of the electorate. Families within Durack have shared similar stories. Childcare services are simply just too few and too far between. So many mothers in our communities have reported anxiety in trying to find care for their child before their maternity leave period ends so that they can return to work and earn an income. Labor's record is in stark contrast to changes that were implemented under our Coalition government. Under the Coalition, more than 1.3 million children have access to childcare subsidy from around 1 million families. Investment in childcare almost doubled this financial year to $11 billion, and we abolished the annual cap on the childcare subsidy. We are also truly revolutionising the early childhood education system, rolling out the biggest reforms to be seen in 40 years. 280,000 more children are in early childhood education. In March 2022, the Coalition provided a higher subsidy of up to 95% for families with multiple children in early childhood education at once, increasing workforce participation and cheaper access to care. In the Coalition, we believe in choice, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we believe that parents who work or study should be able to access care, whether through formal or informal arrangements. I support any mum or dad, no matter where they live, who want to work, who want to earn a few more dollars or indeed be the only breadwinner to get ahead with their family, and we support that, and that is a Coalition policy. That is our valuable, that is our principle, and I think our record in government reflected this position. It is clear that this bill is light on detail, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's light on real change for Australian families. We've got inflation on the rise, cost of living pressures, placing significant strain on the budgets of so many Australian families. Relief is needed right now. There's no point talking about having cheaper or not paying very much at all for childcare if there's simply no childcare place available, or in many places no home to house the childcare worker. These are the pressures that everyday Australians are dealing with right now. That's the issue we should be dealing with now.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Look, I thank previous speakers for their contributions. I realise I'm batting well down the order, but there are some points that I think are really well worth
not carrying the water yet.
very well worth investigating a bit further. And I want to start by referring to the words of the Leader of the Opposition. We will support legislation that reduces the burden of cost of living pressures on Australians. And that's the important thing to do. We're here to fight for Australians, and whilst we fight across the House here, we're fighting for Australians. And it's very important we take up this fight. Cost of living pressures are very real, they're very strong. They're felt across Australia: petrol, groceries, energy, and yes, childcare. But that's not evenly spread across Australia. I think to my electorate of Groom, it's not evenly spread across Groom. I think this legislation has a very noble intent in trying to address those cost of living pressures, and I think that's important that we come together here and we demonstrate that to the Australian people. This is what we're trying to do. Whilst we might fight, we're trying to get a better outcome. But I think it's worth some interrogation, criticism, to look into what the real challenges that we are hearing on the ground, that we're seeing in our own electorates are, and to raise those because I think they are very, very important. Speaker, look, like many Aussies, my parents chose to use childcare. I'm a beneficiary of it, and I thank the great carers who looked after me. And my wife and I have at times used it ourselves. It's an important part of our lives, and it's an important choice that is there. When I think back to my parents, to my wife and I, we've had that choice. We've had that choice to use that. Not everybody does, and that's not evenly spread across Australia, and it's not evenly spread across Groom. Toowoomba has more than 40 providers. In fact, there are some places where they're competing cheek to jowl right next to each other. But as soon as we start heading out of those major cities, we start to see a very, very different environment. Go to Bowenville, right on the edge of my electorate, there's absolutely no childcare opportunities there. Same with Kambuya. The closest one to Kambuya is at Wairima, and at current there are no vacancies. And it's quite usual that there are no vacancies there. This is a growing part of my electorate. Place right now that's had significant rain. The place is going well. We're trying to grow. We're trying to take opportunities. But there are simply no childcare centres available there. John Darien, much the same. Once the throbbing heart of our local wool industry, it's capped. Southbrook, Athol, both Oakey and Pittsworth have a handful of centres. But there's this great disparity of access. And I think this is, when I go out and I talk to the childcare providers, we get two very clear messages of what the issues are that they're facing. First is the availability of workforce. And Speaker, I know others have spoken to this point. This is not a new point. This is something that is growing. And as the economy was fired up, we saw it drive even further, I'd say one of the big drivers that when I speak to parents who are using it is they're in a situation with rising cost of living pressures where both parents are having to work to overcome these cost of living pressures. So more and more we're driving this cycle. We don't have enough people to provide the work, we don't have enough spaces. But the second point raised continually is as simple as access. And the member for Barker spoke very well on what previous government did to address that within his community. He's a great example of a community leader working with the community to get those outcomes, and I'm sure if we went across the nation we'd find great examples on both sides of the House of people who've taken that initiative and done that hard work. But, Speaker, what it comes down to is I have to go back to places like Bowenville, Cambodia, John Darien, and say for $4.5 billion there is not a single extra spot that has been created across the nation. And that's a very, very difficult thing to do at a time when the people that we're talking to are experiencing significant cost of living pressures, at a time when everywhere around them they see prices rising. All around they're having to tighten their belts, and at that time we're seeing $4.5 billion spent without a single space created. It's a very, very difficult pill to swallow.
Time. Thank you. And I give the call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak to the Family Assistant Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. Every child has the right to early education, and this legislation is a step in that direction. Research consistently shows net economic benefits from spending on early childhood education and high-quality care. The more families can secure early childhood education to facilitate both their child's development and the parents' preferred working arrangements, the better. In this context, this bill has the dual benefit of being good for children, women and families, as well as being good for the economy. Having said that, however, I am concerned that, while this legislation is a step in the right direction, it will fail to achieve what it is designed to deliver. Why? Because it does not acknowledge the current system of access to childcare from early daycare through to preschool is not working for parents, children, professional early education and care employees and employers. Childcare fees in my electorate of North Sydney are the highest in Australia and run substantially above government benefit rates. In North Sydney, for families on an average household income, the net cost after current subsidies of placing one child in daycare for 5 days a week is about $23,000 per year, or 19% of their income. These prohibitive costs are negatively impacting my community. They're preventing parents, most often mothers, from returning to work or working when they'd like to. In some instances, they're actually deterring families from having more children. And perhaps, worst of all, they're actually leading to missed opportunities for children to benefit from early education. With over 45,000 families living in North Sydney electorate, and nearly 9,000 of whom will benefit from the increased childcare subsidy rates, the legislation will be welcomed. But many will also greet it with trepidation, as they are all too aware that while the subsidies may now be there, the places simply are not. Recently in North Sydney, parents were left in the lurch when the Willoughby Council Out-of-School Hours Centre closed its door with little notice because they were unable to find enough qualified staff. So while the bill is a good first step, for this legislation to achieve what it is designed to do, it must be followed in quick succession by further reform. Reform that both encourages trained educators back into the profession and ensures all Australian children are given the opportunity for a strong start in their learning pathway. Until then, the current system will continue to be piecemeal, with federal subsidies, state and local funding and provisions, and many private sector for-profit and non-profit childcare and preschool services, creating a complex, disjointed and expensive environment. It is right that the federal government should lead the development of a coordinated vision for early childhood education and care. They should also get it implemented beyond simply legislating to support the headline promises they made during the election. However, without the benefit of the findings and insights that will eventually be offered by the Labor Party's ACCC review and the Productivity Commission inquiry, there will continue to be a lack of overall coordinated vision. Within this context, then, whilst not withholding my support for this bill, I believe it is imperative that the government accept responsibility for and move quickly towards the development of a new, nationally coordinated early childhood education program. The program should guarantee all parents at least 3 days a week of free or low-cost childcare for children of all ages and remove the activity test for all families. 5 days of preschool for children aged 3 to 5 and 12 months paid parental leave per family shared between parents. In combination, then, these policies would significantly improve opportunities for both children and their parents. To get there, we must ensure highly qualified staff continue to be attracted to and are retained within the early childhood education and care profession. We know the childcare sector workforce is at breaking point, with the current job vacancy rate for the sector being a whopping 7,200 roles. These changes then are predicted to result in an increased need for another 9,000 extra full-time educators. That's over 16,000 employees that need to be found. Delivering cheaper childcare is only going to work if there are educators to provide the care. With a workforce attrition rate of 35%, it doesn't look like more places are becoming available anytime soon. The government must now move quickly to shore up the workforce by looking at temporary wage bonuses and addressing the 30% pay disparity between early childhood care workers and primary school teachers. I support the passage of this bill, but I urge the government to push forward with removing each and every one of the roadblocks which stands between the families of North Sydney and securing an affordable childcare place. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the call to the member for Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak on this bill. And I suppose that in my opening remarks I want to reflect on the fact that, unlike many in this chamber who have contributed to this debate, I probably have the advantage of representing an electorate that I think has more childcare centres he can poke a stick at. And I think at last count I was well over 80. Now, they cover some 13,000 plus children aged 0 to 4 in my electorate. Now, when I look around, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we're talking about some of the structural issues in the childcare sector, and I commend the government for seeking to address some of those issues. But when I look at many of these centres, and I look at the economic reality of how these centres are set up, many of these centres are set up and built by investors and then leased to operators. Right? Now, part of the problem with that is that then the operators are tied into long-term leases which have CPI clauses and other clauses. And can I say, one new centre in my electorate, fair to say it's like the Taj Mahal of childcare centres, even in my part of the world, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd hate to think how much the operators of that centre are actually paying in lease fees annually. But the reality of that situation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that is going to reflect in the fees that that centre is charging for parents for their kids to attend. And this is part of the concern that I have with this bill, in that it doesn't attack or address some of these structural issues. And if we go back to the time when we were in government, and as the minister at the table would be well aware of the work that Labor did when they were in government, the amount of money that's been invested in childcare over the last 15 years is just extraordinary. And so it should be. We should be looking to ensure that our youngest Australians have the greatest opportunity to maximise their potential. And I fully support the notion of childcare or family daycare or whatever early education arrangements best suit the family and their children. But we need to look at these structural issues in the system where investors in these properties are reaping the benefits of these arrangements at the expense of families. And until we address some of those economic issues in the structure of the system, I'm concerned that we put another $4.5 million in, or $4.5 billion in, sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the government is proposing this legislation. Yet the outcomes that we are going to see are no different from what we are seeing today. If I look around my electorate over the last 3 years, the number of new childcare centres that have been built, some across the road from each other, very similar in style and design, and some extravagant, as I just mentioned. I can think of another one in another part of my electorate that's extraordinarily extravagant. I wonder how much that actually costs and how much of those fees that the parents are paying for their children to be educated is actually going to the owners of those properties and not to their education. In addition, we see the issues then in workforce, and I would suggest that one of the reasons that childcare centre operators can't afford to pay their staff more money is because they're paying so much in lease and occupancy fees for these centres that they don't have the financial resources to do that. And will I say in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the childcare educators across my electorate. They do an outstanding job each and every day to try and make the lives of our young Australians better by the education they provide. And I thank them for their hard work and their effort. But I support this bill, but I think it doesn't go far enough in addressing these structural issues.
Thank you. Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Coalition's amendment to this bill outlines the concerns that many Australians have about the broader challenges for access to childcare in their communities. The amendments seek to highlight childcare service gaps, early childhood education and care workforce shortages, and the inflationary impact on fees. The Coalition believes in choice in early education, and we believe that parents who work or study should be able to access care, whether through formal or informal arrangements. This bill is big on ambition, but it is completely lacking in terms of a holistic plan that will deal with the real issues of childcare access and affordability. There is no plan to address the current workforce shortage, the pressures being faced by educators, no plan to address access to care. We've heard many speakers tonight make reference to the issues of access to care within their electorates. Many parents, including parents within my own electorate, struggle to find a place for their child, although having heard about some of the centres in the neighbouring seat of Ford, I think it sounds very interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll certainly be investigating those options for my own children. And of course, there's no plan to address areas where there is little to no services. The bill represents a $4.5 billion expenditure, but not a single cent will be spent to create additional places or services. And we know that early childhood educators have been under immense pressure, not just over the COVID period, but preceding that as well. And we've been advised by the industry that there is currently 7,200 vacancies in the early childhood education sector. And the question that many are asking in my community is, where is the government's plan to address this? Instead, we have a policy implemented through this bill which is aimed purely at pumping demand that will only add more pressure to an industry which is already stretched to capacity. The Coalition have continually asked the government how many additional educators will be needed under this policy, a very legitimate question, and unfortunately we haven't had any answers in relation to that query. Many centres in my community, the Redlands, are capping enrolments and asking families to keep their kids at home because they don't have enough staff to operate at full capacity. Many Redland families are finding it difficult under the current circumstances to find a spot for their child, a challenge that will only get more acute after the passage of this bill. I know certainly in the early learning centre where my children have gone, where my son currently goes, it's a matter of many parents not able to get the number of days that they require to meet their working commitments, and they end up sending their child one day here, one day there, one day with Nana, one day somewhere else. Very much a stretched sector in my corner of the world. Good Start Early Learning, the largest not-for-profit provider, estimates that an additional 9,000 educators will be needed by July 2023, on top of the existing vacancies, to match the influx of children expected under this policy. With more children set to enter the sector from July 23, how will the government ensure that there is a workforce ready to meet them? This is the question that the Coalition is seeking answers to and will continue to pursue. Unfortunately, the government's approach offers more questions than answers at this point. One question we do have is, what is the actual cost of this policy? Labor have changed the price tag on this policy 3 times now. First it was $5.4 billion, then $5.1 billion, now $4.5 billion. I'm having very little faith, Deputy Speaker, in any of the figures coming out of the government at this moment in time, whether it be in this bill or in last night's budget. We have heard from many of my coalition colleagues tonight about the challenges faced in their communities. It's important to note that childcare deserts, as they're referred to, are not just a regional problem. 50% of childcare deserts are located in metro locations, and of course the other half in regional and remote areas. There are certainly childcare deserts in my community which would be very much regarded as outer suburban. If the government really cared about improving access to care, they would address the areas struggling most. In the interest of time, we get the challenges facing childcare. We get that there are no silver bullets. We understand that real solutions aren't going to stem from throwing more money at the situation, and I hope that our amendments encourage the government to focus on the big picture and not just implementing their election policies.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this is a very important issue for my electorate, I must say. And let me say from the outset how disappointed I am that I only have 5 minutes to speak about a matter that is so important. The rush to get this legislation through a House for a measure that doesn't occur until the middle of next year is beyond me. I come from a little town called Kimber. It's halfway across Australia if you're driving from Sydney to Perth. We have a population, according to the last census, of 1,037 in the entire council area. We have 46 children in the age group from 0 to 4. That's not the kind of number that is going to entice a private investor to set up daycare, childcare in a town like Kimber. And so the people of Kimber, the people I represent, may well welcome the changes that the government has brought forward, which is eventually higher wages, we presume, throughout the childcare sector, and of course a higher level of support for people who have their children in childcare. But in my town, the only way they get to participate in that fabulous new policy is to pay more tax for a service that they can't access. I reckon that's pretty unfair indeed. And in fact, I have 4 communities in my electorate that I'm dealing with at the moment that are very keen on establishing childcare centres. Wilmington, Crystalbrook, Orroroo, Port Broughton, all towns the size of Kimber, maybe double the size of Kimber, with exactly the same problem. Towns where women normally, or families, but not in this case the women, who have jobs are driving as far as 50 kilometres, 80 kilometres even, to drop their children off to daycare, drive back for work, do their day's work, drive back to pick the children up and then return home. They're pretty keen, but they're in the workforce and contributing to Australia's economic outcomes. Another woman that I know drives basically is doing the same thing from another city, I'd have to say, and runs the risk on the road of whatever that might lead to. I met with the Wilmington Childcare Working Group recently. They're philosophical that a group of young women are philosophical that they probably won't see childcare in their town in the time that their children need it. But they are sufficiently committed to their community to say this is what we need and we will keep working for it. What I am really so disappointed about in this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the Coalition had a fund of $19.7 million in its March budget for capital works to help establish childcare centres in communities just like my hometown, just like Wilmington, just like Crystal Brook. And it's missing from yesterday's budget. It's no longer there. So the point that my colleagues have been making, that there is more money, $4.5 billion for childcare, there's more money for subsidy, there's more money for wages, but there isn't a single extra place in Australia. I'm indebted to the Mitchell Institute for their survey on the childcare deserts of Australia. They tell us a third of Australians live in childcare deserts. Sadly, Mr Speaker, I have to tell you that around 50% of my electorate live in a childcare desert, and there is no recognition of this fact in the budget announcements that were made in this place only last night. I find that pretty infuriating. I'm so disappointed. Now, I don't pretend that the $9.7 billion that was put up in March was going to fix all the problems. We're going to have childcare centres all around my electorate. But at least it was an admission there was a problem, and it was an effort to do something about it. In South Australia, there are a number of rural centres, towns just like Kimber, just like Wilmington, that actually have a model called rural care. It's actually run by the South Australian Education Department. I think there's 18 across South Australia and 16 of them in my electorate. Sadly, the Education Department is absolutely opposed to extending this model throughout the regions. I think that it's the only possible model to go forward, and we need the federal government to reach out to the state government and say, we'll throw a few coffee beans in the jar, but we need to progress this model so we can address this chronic shortfall that exists in rural and regional Australia. Towns that I represent, people who are paying their taxes to produce those higher wages for people and to subsidise people on far greater incomes than themselves, paying the taxes but can't access the service. It is a matter of complete inequity, Mr Speaker, and this government should do something about it.
The member's time has expired. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Moncrieff be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This bill is a really important bill for this parliament and for all those people who have children needing childcare and early care and teaching in a play setting or in a preschool setting. The $4.5 billion going into this will benefit a lot of people, but unfortunately it won't benefit a lot of people in my electorate, where I doubt there are many families that will be the extra families that will get the benefit by rising the income test up to over $500,000. But I'm sure there's plenty of people with big mortgages in the city who've got to do a lot of work to make it worthwhile to have their children in childcare. And if it gets them back in the economy, I can follow that argument. It will be beneficial. But Australia is not a homogenous nation, and we have a lot of low-income families where some of the issues in this bill will be really beneficial, not only just for Indigenous to be able to get more childcare for showing activity, because a lot of Indigenous families in remote Australia will have much better prepared children for socialising, for school and attendance if they do more time in childcare rather than in dysfunctional settlements and situations. But in my electorate, childcare access is still very difficult. I wouldn't think we would call it a desert, but in my own town of Wauchope, I visited one childcare centre that has 3 sites, and they have closed rooms to it's built to take more children, but they're losing staff. There's over 7,000 staff shortages recognised by peak bodies, and we inquired as to why are your staff all leaving. And it wasn't because they'd been through COVID. It wasn't because they had fatigue. They loved their job. But it was because, in many instances, they could go and do a training program for a couple of days and work in the NDIS and get $12 more an hour. And that's why they left. And funnily enough, I've had a nurse and a builder who've started working in the NDIS because they can earn more as a nurse rather than doing shift work and night duty and weekends, and they can earn $140,000 being a supervisor in the NDIS. And now that isn't related to this bill, but I just highlight we have got a problem with the NDIS, by the way. There is price gouging by a lot of providers. It is a bit of a gold rush, and you can see it in the budget figures. But back to this bill. The important thing is this is subsidising the fees so people can get more childcare and get a more of a way to get ahead. Otherwise, they're just on a treadmill, working hard and losing all their earnings in childcare. I totally get it. But I have the same problem that the member for Grey has. I have some places that don't have childcare centres. We had two announcements during our last year of running childcare, putting $81.8 million into the Connected Beginnings program, building 50 sites nationally in remote and rural Australia. But that means about 30 of those with this budget. There's no mention of it. I'm hoping secretly it's there somewhere that they are actually going to get on and do that. And the member for Grey has outlined a separate part of that program where childcare centres in these smaller towns where there is a dearth of labour. I've visited in my health portfolio up to Inverell, which is no small town. But they had a couple of doctors that wanted to move there, but they had young kids, and they said, well, they came up and did a look-see, and they said, sorry, we can't come here. There's no childcare in Inverell. So it is across the nation. There are areas where either a council is running daycare. I mean, councils look after rates, roads, rubbish and all those council things. But in regional Australia, they're running childcare, they're running aged care, they're running all sorts of things. And this bill isn't addressing that. So it's important that regional Australia gets the assistance and we get more childcare capital injections to make more services available rather than just subsidising the cost.
Order. The question now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Griffith to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Moncrieff be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Childcare is essential for families, especially working families, and those families where staying at home is not possible. While I do not oppose the bill, in its current form it will generate increased demand and uptake, but it will fail to address the supply needs of the sector to sustain such a demand. I have heard the government speak about our workforce and how they intend to provide solutions in the years to come. However, the issue of workforce shortages is immediate and has needed to be resolved for years. I have serious concerns the government is more focused with achieving their agenda in the public domain, and in doing so will be missing crucial steps to creating an all-round good policy that addresses all elements of the sector that will be impacted by the increased demand under this proposed bill. I agree with the government in recognising the early childhood education sector needs an overhaul and has many complex issues. We need well-rounded solutions, not a temporary fix. I think we can do better as a parliament and as representatives of broad and diverse electorates. Childcare providers have raised with me that they are happy to see this bill come past, but they also are scrambling to try and meet the demand in terms of staff and retention within the sector. One provider raised with me that the childcare sector's workforce has become so crippled they are turning away families at the door, not because they do not want to care for the children, but they legally cannot care for the child under the current capacity limits. This means when one staff member calls in sick, there are instances where up to 15 children will be turned away from receiving care. In tabling this amendment, I want us to focus not only on the children and families that need care, but those providing care itself. I refer to the paragraph where I note this bill will increase demand on the early childhood education sector and does not address supply. namely A, training individuals that wish to seek a future in the early childhood education sector, and B, a retention strategy for the early childhood education sector, specifically childcare. A key concern among stakeholders in the sector is the long-term approach to training and upskilling individuals to work in the early childhood education. Another key concern is the lack of incentives compared to other parts of the education sector. We must continue to train and entice Australians, specifically young Australians, into working in early childhood education, and that will only be achievable by improving workplace conditions and providing incentives for those that achieve long-term employment in the sector. The Labor government has made many remarks about how they are supporting low and middle-income families through this bill, but I want to make a point that while we agree on extending the threshold of which you can obtain the subsidy, the government is also removing tax relief from low and middle-income families through the abolishment of the tax offset for those earning $126,000 and under. How can you say you care for families doing it tough and in the same breath ripped out the only tax offsets to actually benefit millions of Australians on the bottom end of the pay scale? I would ask the government to reconsider this and not take the tax offsets from the most in need. Mr Speaker, my amendments call on the government to commit to implementing a crucial piece of the policy which addresses all the issues of supply I have raised. This is the National Children's Education and Care Workforce Strategy, which is a co-designed piece conducted by the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority in collaboration with the entire early childhood education sector, and is supported by both private and not-for-profit providers. This in-depth and detailed plan addresses systematic issues within the sector and provides solutions such as recruitment, retainment and sustainability and quality of the sector workforce. I collaborated with the member for Kennedy, Bob Catter, in drafting this amendment to ensure that remote, rural and regional Australia is acknowledged by the government, often a geographic location overlooked, much like my own region of Western Sydney. That brings me to my next point. Western Sydney is a very diverse and multicultural community, a settlement city where migrants have and will continue to contribute to the success of our nation that we all call home. When we sing the national anthem, we sing it with pride as we are grateful for the fresh beginnings we were given and a country we have been able to contribute to building. But the government of the day for many years has continued to claim Australia's multiculturalism as their own achievement, but failed to adequately offer services and support to assist our communities that struggle to adapt. I will always support the work with the government on implementing important legislation that benefits my community of Fowler, but I will also hold them accountable when it comes to legislation that lacks the substance to fully fix many complex problems for Australian families face.
I thank the member for Fowler. Is the amendment seconded? Oh. The member for Fowler hasn't moved an amendment. In that case, I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When I introduced this bill last month, I said that it was good for children, good for families and good for the economy, that it supports the development of our youngest Australians in those crucial early years, that it provides more choice to parents, in particular women, in choosing to re-enter the workforce or to work more hours, that it unlocks the equivalent of up to 37,000 full-time workers for our economy in the first year alone, a boost to productivity and participation that benefits 2 generations at the same time. That makes early education and care cheaper for more than 1 million Australian families. And that does what we promised at the last election. And it struck a chord with Australians right across the country and won widespread support. Here's what the Parenthood said about it. This bill has the economic benefits but also helps improve female financial independence and security, including in relation to superannuation. Big providers like Good Start have described it as groundbreaking. The Early Learning and Care Council of Australia have said these reforms mean that high-quality early learning becomes more attainable for more children right across Australia. And the business community backs it too. The Business Council of Australia has said increasing the workforce participation of women is one of our nation's biggest economic and social opportunities. The provision of an affordable and accessible and quality childcare system is fundamental to this goal. And here in this place, the member for Wentworth has said that no other bill gives her greater joy to see in front of the parliament today. The member for Mackellar said, not only is this sensible economic policy, it will also provide our children with the best possible start in life. And the member for Warringah described it as an investment in our future as a nation. Mr Speaker, seeing so many members speak in support of this bill over the course of the last few days just underlines the importance of what we are doing here. The Liberals and the Nationals, of course, have opposed this relentlessly since we announced this 2 years ago, and it's obvious from everything they have said in this debate that they still don't get it. None of them said they support it. None of them said anything positive about it at all. The best they've got is they said they won't oppose it. It's obvious, and it's been repeated by the Shadow Minister again, it's obvious that they are voting for this through gritted teeth. So why are they voting for it? Well, maybe it's the fact that only 30% of Australian women voted for them at the last election in May. That might explain it. And they know that if they vote against this now, that will happen to them again. Because, Mr Speaker, Australian families want this bill. Providers want it. Business want it. The economy needs it. And I wholeheartedly commend this bill to the House.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.